It started as a thought bubble from the then Test captain if the Ashes needed shelter from the storm.
The 5th Test is in Perth. I find it very hard to believe that the Western Australian government are going to let us travel from Sydney to Perth for that 5th Test. I'm proposing we get the test. Can you work on that from your end? I'll start with my Cricket Australia context and you do it from the government level. I think we can pull it off.
Today it comes to fruition as the biggest day of Test cricket ever staged in Tasmania.
We're absolutely delighted for cricket fans in Tasmania that they'll get to see their first ever Ashes Test at Bellerive Oval.
In football parlance, it's like bringing Collingwood and Carlton down to play a game each day for 5 days. I think it'll be the biggest travelling show we've had in Tasmania ever.
In the age of Omicron, it's no small feat to bring this 5-test series to completion and cast a new set of memories into Ashes lore. As Stark roars in and bowls to Burns in first bowl! He beats it on, and the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head.
Boland again, bowls here to Robertson. It's the touchdown! Oh, Scott Boland, it's a movie script. He's got 6 for 5.
Leach is gone. There's 12 bowls to go. Enter the quintessential number 11, Jimmy Anderson!
To Kalasha on 98, he pulls the mid-wicket. There should be 2 there. There will be 2 there. It's twin tugs. What a joyous moment for Usman Kalasha.
Australia's dominance has, for the most part, been profound.
He touches the rope, and Labuschagne has his first Ashes century.
He bowls, and he's locked it straight back over his head, and it goes all the way. There's the answer as to how Australia are going to deal with Jack Leach.
Luke's bowling to Smith. He lifts him up superbly into the stands. What a mighty hit.
Crawley's up on the pad. They're up his out. England can't buy a partnership at the top of the order. Bowling continues. And Leach's ball didn't play a shot. And England are on their knees. Anderson in his side. He bowled him. The Ashes are retained in 3 tests. An annihilation of the MCG. Australia rampant and dominant. Always under pressure, England has mustered moments of resistance. Best displayed in Sydney. Bairstow edges up over the cordon. That has hurt. 3 balls to get the century for Bairstow. Cummins bowls, flashes out at top edge, down to third man for 4. Johnny Bairstow roars to the heavens.
Good to see some fights, isn't it, through Stokes, who is clearly in a great deal of pain every time he plays a shot.
England defy Australia with 1 wicket remaining. The SCG test ends in a draw. There will be no whitewash. And while Australia's hold on the urn has been confirmed, there remains much to play for.
Couldn't be happy with how it's going for us. We've been on the other side of it before, so yeah, it's not going to be like that forever, so we'll enjoy it while we can.
Obviously, we've still got a lot of hard work to do, and we've still got to really look to keep trying to improve and get to a better level, but it's a step in the right direction, albeit small.
The final theatre of the 21-22 Ashes summer is picturesque Hobart and another pink ball encounter on SEN Test Cricket. Faces Stark and he's empty and he's caught magnificently! It is a goal! Absolutely brilliant bowling from Jason Anderson. He bowls green advances, picks him up over mid-wicket. What a mighty blow that is! He's gone! Cummins is going to fall! Pat Cummins is on fire! Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! That is Test cricket at its finest. The Ashes on SEN for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus. The gates are open at Blunston Arena here in Hobart as Tasmania is about to host its first Ashes Test match. There is a brilliant sense of pride locally depicted in the Mercury by the front page, which reads, "Our Ashes Arrival, history-making day in Hobart." The Premier has declared the biggest sporting event that has ever been staged on these shores. She's a little bit grey and overcast, and there's the threat of rain, but the pitch is covered in grass and there's a pitfall encounter along the way. The locals embracing it to the degree of being a sellout, and well, it should be. There's that sense of pride. The state, its arrival has been progressive on a sporting front throughout Australia, and this feels like one of those days that will be recounted throughout the years. If you are coming through the gates in Hobart, we're down on the concourse. Come over and say hello, particularly to our openers. We're here for Inspirations Paint. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint, Merton Vale Circuit, Kingston, or Cambridge Road, Mornington. We're together, which is quite brilliant. Mike Atherton, lovely to see you.
Good morning or good afternoon. Yes, great to be here. Really looking forward to this game and very nice to be broadcasting beside you rather than thousands of miles away.
Simon Katich, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard and Athers and all our listeners. Fantastic to be here at Belrive.
So it's a ground that's hosted 13 test matches in the past. I think what instantly comes to mind is Gilchrist and Langer and a famous fourth innings chase. There's the batting crisis of 2016, which we witnessed firsthand, and the ramifications of which were felt for years to come. That was against South Africa. And there's a sneaky little Katich 100 at the ground as well, Simon, which is always nice.
It is. I loved coming down here, so it's always nice to be back at Belrive. And obviously the first Ashes test here, it's fantastic to see the kids coming in already, taking photos with the urn, and that's what this is all about, memories for the kids that get to experience it for the first time, an Ashes test.
Would you have ever been here, Mike?
Been here many times, yes. It used to be the place that Cricket Australia shoved England before the first test at the Gabba. In a typical Cricket Australia fashion, they'd bring us here, temperatures of about -2, and then 3 days later we'd be at the Gabba sweltering in 40 degrees. So that was in 1990, 91, 94-5. We had the pre-Ashes test, first test game here. And then we played a game before Melbourne in 98, 99 as well, when I was stand-in captain for Hussain and Stewart, who didn't play in that game, and I set Australia A some ridiculous target, 350 in 50 overs or something, and they got home with about eight wickets to spare. So that was a fairly disastrous game.
You've had a little wander out into the middle, both of you, as we've been getting pictures day on day of a green top here at Belrive. What have you seen?
Well, it's certainly green. I think having spoken to the groundsman out there at the time, there is 8 mils of grass on it, but they did say to me, it's ryegrass, not couch. So I'd have to ask the experts what the difference is, because one thing I know is whenever we came down here to play shield cricket, it was always an absolute belter to bat on. But it has changed characteristics in probably the last, probably 5 to 10 years, and there's probably been a lot more there for the bowlers. So as we saw in that 2016 test against South Africa, it was lethal early on in these sorts of conditions where it was overcast and cloudy. So it'll be an interesting toss today, particularly with the pink ball.
Looking up and looking down, it feels like a bowl first pitch.
Yep, I was out there a while ago, and it feels well grassed. I mean, it's rolled out nice and flat. It looks lovely, but that 8 mils, I think it was 8 mils of grass at Adelaide as well. So similar. They usually leave a couple of extra mils on, don't they, to try and keep the pink ball in decent shape. And as you say, with a combination of the cloud cover and a bit of drizzle, yeah, both captains, I suppose, will stand there and will feel that it may be a bowling morning. We shall see.
So the last 2 tests that have been played here have actually been 3-day games. So South Africa, all of day 2 was lost to rain. They cleaned Australia up on day 4. The West Indies test was where Voges and Sean Marsh put on 449, and then that was the return of James Patterson and just rissoled the West Indies and consecutive days. So that was a 3-day test. Now we add a pink ball with overcast skies. There hasn't been a first-class pink ball match at the ground since 2016, so there's a little bit of the unknown to it all.
Well, if you're a pessimist, you'd probably look at the scheduling and saying the test starts on a Friday. They're hoping it finishes on Sunday, judging by those figures there. I mean, when you look at that South African test, it was tailor-made for someone like Philando. I think he got 5 for 20 that day. And then in the second innings, I think Kyle Abbott ran through Australia and got 7 from memory, something like that. So it is perfect for the seamers that hit the seam and get a bit of movement through the air. So you'd expect this test will be dominated by the ball. And at this stage of the tour, whenever a touring party has had a tough time of it, they start to look at what's next and potentially are already thoughts of getting on that QF flight wherever it's going to. I don't know whether it's back to Heathrow or whether it's straight to the West Indies. I'm not sure.
They got enough for a team, Athers?
Yeah, I don't know what that team is going to be, though. They've kept their cards very close to the chest. They haven't announced a squad. There's a few injuries to get over. So Bairstow's thumb, Stokes' side. I can't see there's any way that Hamid plays. I think he'll make way and Burns will come back. Stokes will play, but only as a batsman, I suspect, and not bowl. So how England balance the side. I don't think Jimmy Anderson will play. 4 tests in succession may be a bit much for a 39-year-old. So Broad likely to play, Wood play, Robinson maybe back in, maybe one of Wokes and Overton, and no Leach would be my guess. But it is pretty much a guess because, as I say, England have been keeping their cards close to their chest.
And on the Australian side of things, what you were saying just made so much sense, Simon, and that's the way that it's gone. So Usman Khawaja comes in to open for the first time in quite some time, and Marcus Harris is dispensed with for the moment.
Yeah, look, I don't think it was a knock on Marcus Harris as such because he's played okay, but it's more about the irresistible case that Khawaja's made. 200s, and there's only been 5 in the series, and he made them in 1 test on what was a tricky batting wicket. It wasn't a traditional flat SCG wicket, so I think they've realised that he's in rare form and he's a different player to the one that was dropped in 2019 in that Ashes series in England. So I think that was thoroughly deserved. Look, it will be a different challenge opening, but with his experience, you think, and this form that he's in and the confidence he's got, you think that he's going to be able to counter those conditions and deal with it. And if he doesn't, well, then that's something that, that's one of those things you probably, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So it is a tough call on Harris in a way, but at the same time, he left the door ajar. He hasn't made the most of those opportunities, got lots of starts, and unfortunately in Test cricket in Australia, if there's, you give someone an opportunity and they grab it, that's what happens. Someone else runs with it, and he hasn't nailed the door shut.
For Dave Warner and Usman Khawaja, it's a cricketing journey that takes them back to basically when they were 7-year-olds, and here they are at 35. They're going to open the batting together for Australia.
Yeah, it's an amazing journey when you think about it. Growing up together in Sydney and playing a lot of underage cricket for New South Wales and obviously against each other in club cricket. And yeah, it's remarkable to think that it's all come full circle, and now they're at that age in their careers where they're going out there with the freedom knowing that they're established players and don't really have anything to prove other than trying to win a test match for Australia.
A pair of 35-year-olds opening the batting wouldn't happen too often.
No, both fine players though, aren't they? Khawaja, as Kat rightly says, you just couldn't drop him after that last game. And Warner's one of the great openers of the modern age. So no spring chickens, but very fine players.
And Scott Boland looks like he's going to be right to play. They gave him every chance to prove his fitness, which is an endorsement of the work that he's done. Why wouldn't it be with the 14 wickets? He's building a compelling case to be the man of the series. He's only played half of it so far.
He certainly is, and the same for Khawaja. If Khawaja gets another 100 down here, he probably surpassed nearly everyone in the series for most runs, which is just phenomenal. Yeah. And they'll be on 2 tricky batting surfaces, you'd think. So Boland, same situation, irresistible case. He has to play. Jai Richardson was magnificent in Adelaide and has been when he's played Test cricket in those 3 tests he's played. So he certainly looks a Test prospect, but he's going to have to bide his time because Boland's been outstanding.
And good problems for Australia to have, juggling selection.
Well, they're lovely problems, especially when you're 3-0 up in the series. The Ashes in the bag, the threat of the whitewash has dissipated, thankfully, for England. But you sense that competition for places in Australia's team, which is a tremendous thing to have. When you've got that internal competition driving performance, driving standards up, that's exactly what you need, really. Players know that they can't rest on their laurels, that if they have a bad run, somebody else comes in, that could be done for them. So it's a way of constantly pushing players to keep their standards high, and particularly when you come to the end of it's not a long series in terms of the length of time, but 5 tests in 42 days means that 1 or 2 of these players will be running on empty. I think that kind of internal competitive dynamic is vitally important.
The oddity of the timing of this test, it is pink ball, but it's especially late with the 3 o'clock start to play. The prospect of a 10:30 finish with if matters are interrupted by rain, it is entirely possible you could still get the last over being bowled at 11:30 at night. She'll be nice and chilly in Hobart if that's the case.
It ties nicely into the night shift, Gerard, after play. But no, it is a remarkably late finish. But look, that's the way it's scheduled, and hopefully we won't have too many rain breaks. Although looking at the forecast today, I think there might be a few.
Yes, as what's on the radar is heading for the ground, so we'll wait to see how that pans out across the afternoon and well into the evening. Our experts in play for openers: Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We've enlisted some local knowledge as well. Alex Doolan, a fine servant of this state, just on 7,000 runs for Tasmania through his Sheffield Shield career. Served with great distinction, played 4 tests for Australia, so he's part of our panel throughout this test match as well. Kat's given you a little taster of the pitch conditions for Rainbird, Smart Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. If you were the captain and it lands in your favour, what are you going to do?
Well, technically, I actually didn't see the whole wicket because the Hessian was on it. But I saw the ends and they look green
He's
enough.
hedging his bets here. Hedging his bets.
Athers, I'm sending you in, mate. You're going to have a bat.
Very nice. Rainbird, Smart Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. This is our pre-game show for Blunston, built to last. Patrons are making their way in. We're down on the concourse. Plenty of Australian colours on display as they work their way through. And there's some English fans who are on my flight from Melbourne today who are going to be part of the action as well. We're here for Inspirations Paint. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint, Merton Vale Circuit, Kingston, or Cambridge Road, Mornington.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Attention everyone, just wanted to say a few words. Welcome home. Now that we can entertain at home again, let Husky's drinks and wine fridges add that finishing touch to your man cave, back deck or al fresco. For over 50 years, Husky has built reliable, stylish drinks and wine fridges with great energy efficiency. Husky, the celebration continues at home. Find Husky's drinks and wine fridges at a retailer near you or visit huskybrand.com.au.
All roads lead to Melbourne Park in January for the Australian Open, and it's going to be game, set and match to Betfair. With a wide range of tennis markets on offer, Betfair is serving up better odds this summer. Join the Barty Party and back Ash to win a 3rd Grand Slam title, or back the Demon to raise hell at the Aussie Open. If you want better value, Betfair is the place to bet on the tennis. Ace the summer and play your way on Betfair. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Where do you find peace when facing an uncertain future?
There are moments of confusion, anxiety, but underlying it all there's a sense of peace that comes over.
The one thing that's really helped us through this is the phrase, don't cross bridges till you get to them. Don't go too far ahead and think about how bad it's going to be.
Keeping the situation in perspective is a helpful way to work through a difficult situation. For more about finding peace in challenging times, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
SEN's coverage of the Australian Open is served up by Kia. All the big matches, winners and excitement, SEN and Kia will be there. The all-new Kia Sportage SUV has been unleashed. The Australian Open on SEN. Powered by Kia. Movement that inspires.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegambling.helpline.org.au.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 56. Catch every touchdown, every game day with NFL Red Zone, exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus condensed games in 40, highlights, and more. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 all-access pass to the NFL, live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Visit NFLGamePass.com.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
He's got an unbelievable cricket brain, knows his game so well, and he's always backed himself and he's always proved the critics wrong on that front. And I'm just so proud of him and the way that he's held his head high and gone back and played for Queensland, captain Queensland, captain Thunder, scored runs. Got a family now, with his wife Rachel, one on the way. It's just great to be a part, our friendship to be a part again in the same team, and to maybe hopefully go out there and open the batting will be another childhood dream. We've batted together plenty of times. We put a good partnership on in Perth against New Zealand, and we just know our parents are really, really proud of us, and that's what makes us smile is knowing that our parents are living the same dream that we are, and they're happy.
Dave Warner sharing his memories with Usman Khawaja and what they've experienced in cricket, what they're about to go out and do in the coming days here in Hobart. We're counting down to the 5th test of the summer, the first ball about an hour and a half away, just a little more than that. It's showery in Hobart for the time being, so we'll need an ounce of luck along the way. We're broadcasting at Blunston Arena for Inspirations. Paint avoid a paint project failed thanks to Inspirations Paint. Merton Vale Circuit, Kingston or Cambridge Road, Mornington. We're next to the giant inflatable urn. Why wouldn't you be? When you come to an Ashes test here, if you want to see us on the way in. Mike Atherton and Simon Katich with us. The fight that we saw in Sydney, Athers, it's what we've waited for from this English side. They're able to produce it. What can they harness from that for one last push?
Well, they'll have taken a lot from that. You can't get too carried away because England were a long way second in that game, and there were 2 sessions lost to rain. Australia declared twice. England didn't bowl Australia out in either innings. So there's no question that England came a long way second. But at least on that final day, they showed a lot of spirit and resilience. Players there that were hurting. Butler came out to bat, lasted 10 overs with a badly broken finger. Bairstow's got a chipped thumb. And obviously played well for his 100 and then 40 in the second innings. Stokes coming out to bat with a bad side strain. So they'll take a bit of heart from that and hopefully put in a performance here. And in the same way that talked about Australia having the motivation because they've got that internal competitive dynamic working for them, England have got plenty to play for as well because there's a lot of jobs on the line. Yeah. A lot of players playing for their places. They go to the Caribbean in a month's time, and who knows how many survivors there will be from this tour. So a good finish to the tour will at least send them into a Caribbean series in a bit better shape, I imagine.
Just going to hope that they are able to muster from that and not be counting the days toward the flight of what would have been a fairly exhausting and gruelling time.
Oh, it's definitely been a gruelling time for them because they've been absolutely hammered on and off the field, and that's what happens at this level when things don't quite go to plan. I mean, the one thing that could happen down here is if they do actually win a toss and get the right end of the conditions, if you do have that in a pink ball test, it can be a big advantage. So the toss could be crucial down here. I mean, the other part of today is teams who want to bowl first, but will also be mindful that the ball could get wet because we're a decent shower of rain at the moment, and it is lush down here. But I think you'd be a brave man to say, oh, no, we're going to go out there and bat, and then it clears up and everything's fine and the ball stays nice and dry. So, particularly with someone like Mitch Starks pink ball record, second to none. So, yeah, I dare say that's going to be the one thing that England hopefully have in their favour if they can win the toss. Gives them a little bit of an advantage early on.
The whisper from the nets is that Ollie Robinson's still feeling his shoulder and maybe Craig Overton.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of chat about Craig Overton this morning on the English journalists' media WhatsApp group. There's a bit of chat about Overton, so it sounds like he might get a go. He's a tall, hit the deck kind of seamer, not a swing bowler, but he offers batting as well. He's probably a decent number 8. And a good slip fielder. He's a terrific pair of hands in the slip, so he offers some all-round capabilities there. The balance of England's side is the tricky one. If Stokes can't bowl, I suspect Leach will miss out and Root becomes the spinner.
The Australian side of things, so Mitch Starc, it was the dare, wasn't it? I'm not resting, so drop me if that's what you want to do.
Good on him too, because it's happened in the past and he's missed test matches that every player loves to play in, most notably that Boxing Day test, or probably coming up nearly 10 years ago now. And I think in this situation, he's had a magnificent summer, not just with the ball, with the bat as well. And he's been quite useful in pink ball tests with the bat as well. So that's something that, certainly helps Australia's cause. Their bowlers from sort of 8 down have been influential in making sure that the England bowlers had to work hard for those last few wickets. And that's something that probably hasn't happened the other way around. And it's a big advantage when you know it. You can get a team 5 or 6 down, you can go through the tail. You get that sort of sense of, it's certainly an easier kill than when you're having to work hard for those last 3 or 4 wickets. So, he's been magnificent this series. And it's not been just purely because he's moved the ball. More often than not, it's just been because of his control. And he's hit some really good areas for consistent lengths of time, which has not always been the hallmark of his bowling.
He's been a big part of Australia's dominance in pink ball cricket, where the nation's undefeated in the format. Do you think that's played a role? So it's up to him now to prove that he can still be vibrant and vigorous and a weapon in a 5th test. These conditions and a pink ball might absolutely aid him a bit.
Well, I don't think he's ever had this opportunity to play a pink ball test as the 5th. I'm assuming this is the first of its kind. I know that they played the extra pink ball test against Pakistan at the Gabba, but I don't think that was obviously split series. So that in itself is a different dynamic to it's the normal 5 test series where, his numbers do drop away, and that is understandable with the workload and the fact that, particularly here in Australia, it's tough getting through a 5 test series, particularly as big as the Ashes. So this is a little bit different dynamic, and if he's saying he's right to go, you've got to back him in.
So the tale of the 2 captains has been a contrast right throughout our series. Is there a chance that this is Joe Root's last test in charge?
From everything we're hearing, he's going to carry on. That he has obviously put it to one side and said, let's get to the end of this series and then I'll make a decision afterwards. But everything we're hearing is that he retains the support of people at the ECB, and that if he has the drive and the willingness to carry on, they will probably allow him to carry on. I don't necessarily think it's the right thing to do, but England do have real dearth of options. Who else could do it? You could give it to Stokes, but he's got a lot on his plate, and he's just taken a 4 or 5 month break to look after his mental health in England. And there are really very few other options. So one can see why England's authorities are keen for Joe Root to carry on. I find it inconceivable that there won't be some casualty out of this. So that then puts the focus on Chris Silverwood. And clearly, when you're the coach, there are more options and alternatives in the coaching department than there are in the captaincy department. So I would suspect his position is very vulnerable, but Root likely to carry on.
It feels like Justin Langer's no more likely to carry on than Chris Silverwood.
It's a remarkable situation when you think about what he's been able to achieve in the last 4 years, given the nature of what happened with the scandal in Cape Town and the cultural issues that he's had to come in and rectify, and done a fantastic job doing that. Then winning a T20 World Cup for the first time in foreign conditions in the UAE, when Australia's form leading into that series wasn't great after heavy losses in the West Indies and Bangladesh. So he's done everything asked of him, just won the Ashes at home as well, albeit, I guess, in a situation that was expected, given where English cricket's at the moment and given Australia's comfortable nature playing here at home. But, yeah, it's remarkable. But maybe it's a sign of the times too that 4 years is the cycle for an international coach because of the workload. And maybe it might be that he remains in the role in a split role, and it might have the white ball and the red ball split, which I can see happening with other countries given the workload now with the amount of international cricket that gets played. So, yeah, it's an amazing situation. If he doesn't get recontracted, I've got no doubt he'll be in high demand wherever he wants to work.
We'll have him.
That's what I
We'll have him.
And it could be the ideal challenge for him because when you look at England's situation at the moment, they really need to develop 2 or 3 young batsmen for Test cricket and develop them into long-term players. They've got Root, they've got Bairstow and potentially Stokes there as senior players around them. But there's probably 2 or 3 opportunities at the top of the order where he's probably the perfect man for that, in identifying a talent and then working with them and really encouraging and giving them all the skills and utensils to try and get better at that level.
So how do you read the Langer scenario, Mike?
I found it very odd. An Ashes winning coach, a World T20 winning coach. I understand when the last English summer, when all the kind of rumours of dressing room unrest came out, and it seems to me, just looking on from the side, I'm obviously not as close to the Australian dressing room as Kat or others, but it seems to me that Langer slightly took that on board and has done the job just in a slightly more standoffish way, perhaps, than before. He's obviously an individual of great drive and determination, but I've just had the impression that he's just stepped away a little bit and let the players run things a little more, and that was maybe the source of some of the unrest a few months back. Kat's right. I mean, coaching these days, an international side, and particularly if you're doing it across all formats, is a very grueling and demanding role. And maybe there just is a period of 4 years and you just feel that you give it your all for that short period of time, and then a change is necessary and essential just because of A, burnout, B, the players needing a different voice. Who knows? So it looks odd to us when you see the success that Langer has had. And obviously I played against him and I've got great admiration for his drive and determination, and it's those areas that England are lacking a little bit, and I think we could do with a coach who complements Root in a slightly different way to Chris Silverwood.
So we'll have these conversations as the test unfolds. What of the idea that the senior core of New South Wales players are pushing for Trevor Bayliss? Is that the way that it should work? Should the players be pushing for the coach that they want? This is where footy and cricket are so fundamentally different.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it sounds like that's been the case. And look, from what Ben Oliver has said, who oversees all of this as the, I guess, head of cricket, so to speak, I'm not sure what his official title is, but in that role, you know, they have said they've spoken to all the parties concerned, so everyone's inputs have been put in, and that's natural. They're going to ask, when there's this sort of unrest, they're going to ask everyone. I guess the interesting thing is that if you're looking at where Australia are at the moment and where England are at, particularly in Test cricket, Trevor Bayliss did a magnificent job as white ball coach. So you can't question that. They won the World Cup and they probably didn't quite achieve what they would have at the T20 World Cup. And that can happen in a tournament like that. You just have a bad game and you get bundled out. But their white ball cricket's in a really good place. But when you look at their Test cricket, Trevor Bayliss has been in charge of that. And this is where they're at the moment. And obviously he hasn't been in charge in the last period of time, for the last probably year or 18 months or so. But now he's going to potentially step into the Australian role. So it's an interesting discussion around how this is all played out. But at the end of the day, I guess the senior players are going to have a say and are going to be influential in these decisions because ultimately they're the ones, if Justin Langer has taken a back seat and they've stepped up and done the job on the field, then they're going to feel like they've got more ownership of the direction they want this team to go in, and hence they probably feel like they've got more of a say in the matter.
Our conversation starters for openers, Mike Atherton, Simon Katich. We'll see you upstairs during the day.
Grand.
So it is, we've had rain on and off here so far today, so we'll wait to see what we get by the time the toss is to be effected. That's about an hour away. Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We're going to talk to Travis Head shortly. Anthony Hudson and Adam Collins have been out on the ground. The returning Australian batsman at number 5. We're live outside Blunston Arena for Inspirations Paints. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint. Merton Vale Circuit Kingston, or Cambridge Road Mornington. We're next to the giant inflatable urn. Come by and say good day. Here's the latest from the newsroom.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
Making SEN news this hour, around 300 beds in Victoria's controversial quarantine hotels will soon be used to house COVID patients as the health system struggles to cope with the surge in cases. In Vic, 34,836 and 18 deaths. 2 people have died after a man in his 70s armed with a shotgun opened fire on residents at a block of flats in Mordialloc in Melbourne last night. The Australian Open will get around 40,000 RAT tests to test all staff members, players and their entourage as well as media. And some comic nuts opened his wallet for over $4 million for a single page of artwork from a 1984 Spider-Man comic. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Some showers on the horizon ahead of the 5th test in Hobart, but looking at the radar, they look pretty light just coming over Cradle Mountain now. And in the BBL, the Adelaide Strikers are restricted to Perth Scorchers to 9 for 127 from their 20 overs. In reply, at last check, the Strikers 101 for 3 after 14.
Start your Saturday morning off with a laugh. Off the bench with Hudson and Katich. Live every Saturday morning from 8:30 on SEN SA.
Download the SEN app, pair it to your car and listen live anywhere.
Partly cloudy in Adelaide today, 25. Partly cloudy tomorrow, 27. Mostly sunny on Sunday, 29. Partly cloudy Monday, 25. And for the Fortuner, designed for the off-road, led by functionality, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
Ahead of the 5th test in Hobart, but looking at the radar, they look pretty light just coming over Cradle Mountain now. And in the BBL, the Adelaide Strikers are restricted to Perth Scorchers to 9 for 127 from their 20 overs. In reply, at last check, the Strikers 101 for 3 after 14.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
The story of Australia.
In parts, it is painful.
In parts, it is raw.
In others, it's beautiful.
Inspiring, great awe.
It brings us together.
And tears us apart.
We all have our views.
So where do we start?
By listening to each other.
And sharing our heart.
We're all part of the story. Australia Day.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best. Day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Transform your home into something incredible with Pillar products. Australian-owned Pillar products have changed the DIY game with beautiful whole house improvements you can easily do yourself.
From roller blinds, plantation shutters and window film to weed mats for the garden and more, Pillar products are designed to give you the look you want for your home without the costs of paying a professional to do it.
Get the look at pillarproducts.com.au or find everything at Bunnings Warehouse. Pillar products. We've got you covered, inside and out.
Ned's Same Race Multi is available on meetings all over the world. Bump up your odds by selecting 2 to 4 runners to finish inside the top 4. Available across all 3 codes. Take it to the Ned's level.
T's and C's apply. Visit the website for details. Gamble responsibly. Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
The fifth test coming up from Blunston Arena. We are broadcasting out on the concourse for Inspirations Paint. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint, Mertonvale Circuit, Kingston or Cambridge Road, Mornington. Anthony Hudson, hello, welcome.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, everyone. Great to be here. It's fantastic. I'm not sure what the weather's going to do. Our next guest is going to precisely tell us exactly what we're in store for today. But we've been here obviously doing footy. I know you've done cricket here before, but it's exciting to be here for this historic occasion.
I know that you'll be chatting with Travis Head shortly, so you'll take us out onto the ground.
And it's a darn sight warmer than it was the last time I was here, which was the most freezing Friday night football match I've ever been to. I commentated in gloves.
Now, presiding over affairs really today is Dominic Baker, who's the Chief Executive of Cricket Tasmania. Dominic, I think the right salutation is congratulations and welcome.
Yeah, I think it is. Congratulations. Great to be with you, gentlemen. Welcome to Tasmania and welcome to Blunston Arena.
Describe the sense of pride which was given full voice to the front and back page of the Mercury today, and we're watching it as people file through at Blunston Arena this afternoon.
Oh, well, it's a wonderful, it's a historic moment, I think, for Tasmanian sport. To be part of what is probably the greatest sporting rivalry in the world, and to have our place now in the history of the Ashes, I think is fantastic. As you can see, the punters have voted with their feet. Jimmy, it was like the landing at Dunkirk, watching the members scuttle up the stairs an hour ago. But look, it's fantastic for us as a cricket state. Fantastic for us as an organisation. I think to be able to prove to Cricket Australia that, with only 4 weeks to pull this together, with Christmas in the middle of that, still running a BBL program at the same time, I think we've done an outstanding job. The next 5 days will prove that, but hopefully we're sending a clear message to Cricket Australia that we're up and ready for this.
It is the biggest measure attendance, which has been held against Tasmania historically.
Yeah, look, I don't like to use attendance as the measure because, as a state, we've only got 550,000 people here. I mean, by rights, if you looked at the percentage of the population that turn up to this game as compared to other states, we'd be outstripping all of them. In fact, 5% of Tasmania's population will go through the gates here if we go 5 days. I mean, that's huge in anybody's estimation, but it certainly has to be, I think, one of the indicators. And we're sold out for the first 2 days. Our corporate hospitality sold out in 6 hours. Our members are strong. In fact, we sold $60,000 worth of memberships in something like 45 minutes when the test was announced. So look, I think the punters have demonstrated that they're willing to vote with their feet. So I think that is a tick. I think the other thing is we've demonstrated that we could bring this to life in 4 weeks. So I think that's just as important as well. I mean, Cricket Australia, we're in a bit of a sticky spot. I mean, yes, they could go back to the MCG or back to the SCG, but we were able to fire this place up in 4 weeks at a much cheaper cost than any other stadium in Australia. I think, as you know, we want to pitch ourselves as the best boutique cricket ground in the country. So I think we're trying to prove that just as much as anything.
What got you across the line, do you think?
Oh, there was a lot of work done behind the scenes. I was actually in Brisbane the third day of the Brisbane test when we got word that it was going to come to Tasmania, and there was a couple of board members of ours, myself, a couple of our staff who had been working feverishly in the background to get that done. But there's absolutely no doubt the support of the Tasmanian government, I think, swayed it, because it hasn't just been financial support. They've lent project management support. They've lent traffic management support to make sure this was a top class event. So without their help, I don't think we would have got it over the line.
But and you touched on it in your answer before, but to edge out Melbourne or Sydney to get another test where that may have been, at least from the outside, the easy option for Cricket Australia, you must have had a compelling case.
Yeah, I think the other piece of compelling information we had was we're a 1/6 owner of Cricket Australia, and if you had 6 donuts and 5 kids, you sure, or sorry, 5 donuts and 6 kids. If one didn't want one, you wouldn't not give it to the 6th child, would you? So, I think
did you use that in your proposal?
Yeah, I did get it right the first time. But I think the other thing that happened, and it happened really quickly, was that the other states came in behind Tasmania's bid as well. South Australia, Queensland, and New South Wales in particular were very keen to see the Test match come to Tasmania, and so we really thank them for their support. They've been great supporters ever since, lending us resource and just talking us through some of the logistics.
What's the legacy piece potentially in a test match like this?
Oh, hopefully it's another Ricky Ponting or Kristen Beams or another fine Australian cricketer. And I think sometimes we lose sight of the fact that having the game played live in your backyard is what rusts on fans and young athletes forever. We obviously, with a population of 550,000, we need every opportunity we can get to convert young athletes to cricketers. And so I'd like to think the legacy to this will be one day there might be a captain of Australia wandering out there on his home soil saying this was inspired by the Ashes test back in 22. So aside from that, maybe a few more test matches down the track.
Yeah, so you talk about the 6 states and typically test matches across the summer. So we haven't been here since 2016. Is that too long?
Yeah, I absolutely. Way too long. And I think what we're hoping to demonstrate is that when we play nations that struggle to fill stadiums, like Sri Lanka's and Pakistan's and South Africa's and even New Zealand at the moment, that this is a really great alternative. It's an economical alternative, and Tasmanians will show out what they are now, that we can really put on a good show.
What is capacity what's capacity today?
Today is 14,000. Usually would be 18 and a half. And I think we were mentioning the Richmond game before, and I think we had 17 or 18 that night. And it was the coldest night I've ever experienced in the footy as well, just by the way.
I thought that was just not
Brendan Gale and I sat out the front of the chairman's room, the only 2 people that did it, but we felt compelled to because we were Tasmanians. But it was cold. But so it'll be 14 today. And that'll be comfortable, but that'll also ensure that it's a safe test match as well. I think that's the other thing that we've guaranteed public health to put this show on, that we would be respectful of their rules and conditions.
Have you been radar watching? What lies in store for us as this afternoon and evening unfold?
I'm not a big radar watcher, but what I can tell you is that the majority of the rain will usually fall around the mount. So our curator he is an avid radar watcher. He tells me we'll be lucky to lose any play right through the test. It'll be little bits of stuff like this, and then it just disappears. So, no, we'll be right.
The absence of Tim Payne, I think, it's felt by a lot today in particular. Yeah. It's been there across the summer, but particularly today. Do you feel that? Do you feel a sense of lament that he is not here to lead the team in this Test match? What might have been his farewell to cricket?
Yeah, absolutely. We feel it as an organisation. I feel it personally. Tim and I are quite close. We spoke this morning. And, he's up on the Gold Coast enjoying some fantastic time with his family, which is all part of him looking after his and his family's health and well-being. But there's no doubt, as sad as we will be about him not being there, that the saddest person will be Tim. So I didn't know whether it was a good idea him not being in Tasmania for the Test match or not. But I think probably in hindsight it was the best thing. And for those who know Tim didn't want this to be about Tim Payne not playing. He wanted it to be about Tasmania celebrating an Ashes Test match and Australia hopefully getting a convincing victory. So I did have a chat to him this morning, and there was a little bit of bitterness in the voice from him around, I'd love to be there, Tom, but at the same time wishing us all the best. So as we wish him all the best.
So what's to be done? What's your role with Tim Payne from here?
Well, look, we're working with Tim on his return to cricket. And that's still very much up in the air, whether he returns to play with the Tigers side. Look, we're really well positioned in the Shield. We're third at the moment, just separated by percentage. We're right up there in the One Day Cup as well. We would love nothing better than to have the best wicketkeeper in the country behind the stumps. But that's got to be up to him. So we offered him the opportunity to come in and do a bit of training on his own time, in his own way over Christmas, which he came in once or twice. But look, it'd be fair to say that just at the moment the light's not on for cricket, and we absolutely respect that. I mean, our role now is to put an environment around Tim where Tim feels comfortable and confident enough to, one, introduce himself back to cricket, and two, then make a difference to cricket, because I think he still has an outstanding opportunity to add such value to the game of cricket in Tasmania. He, for all intent and purposes, is our flag bearer, and we'll be supporting him to do that, whether that's in coaching, whether that's in list management, whether that's to continue as a player. But he's got our 120% support. We did sneak him into the Big Bash game a couple of weeks ago. He sat up in the chairman's room, and he's a bit nervous, to be honest, to be back at the cricket, but look, he was embraced by everybody, and I think he walked away going, actually, life's going to be okay. So it was good. We hope he enjoys his time. He's at Currumbin Bird Park today, so hope he's enjoying that rather than being at the cricket.
Did you ask him, did he see the couple of drop catches by the keeper last week?
No, I don't think he's watched a lot of cricket, mate, to be fair. I think he's really been avoiding it a bit, but he'd be very supportive of Alex Carey regardless. Well, you know what Tim's like. Yep. He's probably selfless to a fault, as we now know.
Dominic, great to see you on an auspicious day for Cricket Tasmania. Good luck over the next 5.
Thanks, gents, and thanks for broadcasting live here today, too. It's great.
Dominic Baker is the Chief Executive of Cricket Tasmania. We're live outside Blunston Arena for Inspirations Paint.
What's that, Terry?
Project fail.
Dom said it wasn't good.
That's dismissed.
A bit of mizzle. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint. Merton Vale, Circuit Kingston, or Cambridge Road, Mornington. Haddo's going to head into the ground. We'll talk to Travis Head shortly on our pre-match show for Blunston, built to last.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
We love batters who light up the field.
For those in the trade, it's Illuminate Garden Lighting. Simple, safe and trade quality. Illuminate hits it for 6. How does your garden glow? Illuminate, Australia's easiest garden lighting system. Available from Bunnings.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131 5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
Australia's making positive energy and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding snowy hydro, so it's the biggest battery in the southern hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
As a small to medium business owner, you need a vehicle fleet that is fit for purpose. The new Nissan Navara is the ultimate workhorse, built tough to handle the harshest conditions. Packed with the latest intelligent safety and driving assistance tech, the new Nissan Navara is the ideal addition to your fleet. Let your local Nissan fleet dealer tailor a vehicle solution that's right for you and your business needs. Visit your local Nissan dealer or search Nissan Fleet today.
When there are issues with your bathroom grout, up to it. And you need someone to sort it out, up to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet freaks, you want the best to repair your leaks, up to it. Need an expert in the field, so now's the time to get Mega Seal.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Megasealed.
It's time to bet local with BBet. 100% Aussie owned and with over 20 years on-course experience. So, next time you fancy a punt, think BBet.
Sign up today for weekly promotions and special offers.
Plus, Fix, Bob and Best Tote Odds available on all Australian racing and daily markets for a huge choice of local and international sport. Bet anytime, anywhere with BBet. Find them in the App Store or at bbet.com.au. Always gamble responsibly. If you think you have a problem, call 1-800-858-858.
The Ashes on SEN. The Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
It is raining. The conventions of Test cricket, right? So the toss is scheduled for 2:30, but we know if that gets bumped, it all has to be bumped by a further half hour. So we want to blow through relatively quickly with 14,000 expected at Blunston Arena, where we're broadcasting out on the concourse for the moment for Inspirations Paint. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint, Merton Vale Circuit, Kingston, or Cambridge Road, Mornington. Travis Head is back into the Australian side today. He's at number 5, so the COVID interruption granted the way for Usman Khawaja and opened up a big debate. I wonder how that was for him. We'll head inside the ground where it's a bit breezy as well as a bit rainy, thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Travis Head is with Anthony Hudson and Adam Collins.
Travis, it's nice to be back. It's great to be back. The last few days I felt really relaxed, calm, being back in the group, and training's been great energy, great vibe, and we got another week to hopefully do something special and finish off the series really well.
Can you take us through the communication that with the selectors once what happened to you did, and then you obviously had to miss Sydney? What was the communication like?
Just be ready for Hobart, basically. Try to stay as relaxed as I possibly could be in quarantine, knowing that it was going to be tough watching the boys to go about it and get to Sydney as quickly as possible and start preparing myself. One, if there was if COVID or concussion was a factor in Sydney, be ready to I could potentially walk out of quarantine and have to fill a space, or prepare yourself to be ready for Hobart. So I had that in Sydney. I had three days of solid training, got here, a couple of days relaxing, and then 2 days of hard training in the last 2 days. So feeling really prepared, ready to go, a little bit refreshed. It would have been a long week for the boys last week. So positive and hopefully to impact the game.
And I suppose it reinforces your status as a senior player that you were always playing this week. You were never really in jeopardy about your spot.
Well, the first 3 games helped. I felt like, going into the series, there was a lot of question marks. It's been nice to contribute. The game's been set up well for me. There's been a lot of work done by the top order batters that have given me an opportunity to come out and express myself and play in a way. And I felt like Melbourne, I played a different role, and I felt like I grinded and grafted in that period, but not getting a big score. And I felt like it's been close, and I felt like I've been playing really well. So disappointed to miss a week, but it's been nice to know that I'm straight back in.
And first test of the year for you personally, but a great stretch away from home, starting in Pakistan. How exciting is that for you, getting to go to a part of the world that's not been a part of the touring schedule for the last 25 years?
Yeah, it hasn't. We've only spoken about it in the last week, sort of preparing for that. It'll be nice to finish off really well in this test, and then we go home, we get a little break, and you try and best prepare yourself for that. But it's exciting every time that you've got a series coming up. I know we've got a few over the next little period of time, so whenever you're touring, it's a great time to be in the Australian cricket team.
What's the attitude been in the camp, given you didn't get the win and it was such a thrilling finish in Sydney? How's Pat and the team approached it?
Yeah, really good. I felt like the way we played last week was how we want to play Test cricket, and we drove a game of cricket. We were in the position that we wanted to be in. We ticked all the boxes really, and it did eventuate into a win. But we tried everything we possibly could to do that, and that's how we want to play cricket. We played it hard, we played it aggressive, and we played it in the style that we wanted to play in. And I think everyone loved watching it, and I think that's the messaging back, that everyone's proud of the way that we're playing the game, and that's how we want to play it. And that we've got to roll that into this week and continue to put the foot down when we get the opportunity. And I felt like we played really strong cricket for 5 days.
There's obviously a little bit of weather around. It's a fairly green pitch. What are your expectations for here?
I think there is a little bit of live grass, but also it's very hard underfoot. And probably traditionally in Shield cricket, I know there's been a lot spoken about the last couple of days, I guess, with us, is the toss and what teams win doing what. And there's a high percentage of bowl first in Shield cricket. There's a high percentage of chasing wins in Shield cricket. But I think the wicket is a lot different. It's probably a little bit more tackier, a little softer on day one with that live grass. And then on day 2 and 3, as the wicket gets harder, it sometimes invites more nicks and but more opportunity to score. And I think we've seen that the wicket, how that is in Shield cricket in day 2 and 3, probably replicates what it is right now. I think in the last 2 days, it's looked like there's live green grass. It may look a little bit hairy, but it's really hard underfoot. And I think that will give good pace and good carry, and then hopefully see great opportunity to score, but also bring the fast bowlers into play.
So does Travis Heather, the captain, bat when he wins the toss or not?
Well, Pat Cummins got that decision, so it's nice. We'll see. I think a lot would depend, like you said, on overheads. Obviously, JL and Pat will go through those stats, feel like how can we best set up the game to win the game of cricket, and that decision we've made this morning, obviously, or this afternoon. But a lot would depend on this, and I think, it's obviously changed within an hour. The sun was out when I was having breakfast an hour ago, so we'll wait and see. It'll be an interesting toss. It'll be an interesting game plans over time.
Not a ground where you play Test cricket specifically, but you've had some success at Shield level, a barnstorming century in the 4th innings here a couple of years ago.
Some mixed results here. It's a game where I like batting here because the challenge, it challenges you, but there's also great opportunity to score. So if you can be really positive and aggressive in your stroke play and I guess hunt that bad ball, but being really strong in defence, it's exciting. It's a little bit like England. We've spoken about in England in the past. There's great periods of bowling. There's great opportunities to score. It's a fast outfield. I've seen some big runs scored here, and I've seen some bowlers dominate the game. So I think the game will ebb and flow throughout the week. Obviously with the pink ball as well, we're not sure. There's some unknowns with that. But it's an exciting place to play. I love Hobart. I love the week. I love everything about it. So I can't wait.
Great to see you back. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you, Bharat.
Almost 250 runs in the series. Travis Head back in at number 5 for Australia in this test match. So the showers are blowing through. It's relatively good now. The gentleman in the poncho who's just walked in doesn't feel with a lot of confidence, which is about to happen. The toss at 2:30 local. We'll see where it takes us. Adam Collins and Hutto coming to our broadcast position. We're outside Blunston Arena for Inspirations Paint. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint. Merton Vale Circuit, Kingston or Cambridge Road, Mornington. There's a lot happening in the nets as England try to work out who's fit, who's capable of being in this 11 while Australia have made their choices. We'll introduce you to Alex Doolan, who's going to provide all our local knowledge as well. We might put him on the radar and see if he can be as accurate as Hutto was with the Sydney radar last week. That's all coming up in a pre-match ahead of the 5th test, a historic day at Blunston Arena with Hobart hosting Australia and England.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here.
on SENSA.
Hi there, I'm Adam Pong with SEN News. Health authorities in Queensland say the peak of the current Omicron wave is about 2 weeks away as the state records 23,640 new cases and 3 deaths, none of which were vaccinated. In New South Wales, 63,018 cases and 29 deaths, while in Victoria, 34,836 new cases and 18 COVID deaths in the past 24 hours. Meanwhile, around 300 beds in Victoria's controversial quarantine hotels will soon be used to house COVID patients as the health system struggles to cope with the surge in cases. Tragedy has struck in the Mill Park suburb of Melbourne. A father allegedly stabbing his wife and 6-year-old daughter to death in a horror act of domestic violence. The other 10-year-old daughter managed to escape. The suspect is under police guard in hospital in a critical condition. A man is fighting for life after being shot in North Brisbane this morning. The address is known to police, but no arrests have yet been made. The Australian Open will get around 40,000 rapid antigen tests. Tennis Australia requires its 3,000 staff members, players and their entourages, as well as media, to test negative every day of the 14-day tournament. And a single page of artwork from a 1984 Spider-Man comic book has been sold at auction for a record US $3.36 million. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Waking you up every morning, join Kane Corns and Andrew Hayes for breakfast on your home of sports, SEN SA.
There will be 8 locals in the Australian Open women's main draw after no Aussies made it through via the qualifiers. Newcastle's return to the A-League action is in doubt after the club recorded 3 positive COVID cases today. The Jets were meant to visit the Central Coast Mariners tomorrow. And in the BBL, the Adelaide Strikers have beaten the Perth Scorchers with 3 overs to spare this afternoon.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it, or on the SEN app.
Summer breakfast. Gerard Whateley joined us from Hobart ahead of the 5th and final Ashes test. Ben Graham ahead of a massive wildcard weekend in the NFL. Brett Phillips as we continue this extraordinary countdown to the Australian Open on Monday. And Barry Hall, the turf war, finally confirmed, years in the making against Sonny Bill Williams. If you missed any of the show, just head to the podcast page at sen.com.au.
Tyre Power, here to help you stay safe on the road. Summer breakfast, weekdays on SEN. Breakfast with Kane and Hazy, back Monday from 6 on SEN.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Partly cloudy, 25 the top today, partly cloudy, 27 tomorrow, mostly sunny, 29 Sunday, partly cloudy and 25 on Monday. And for the Fortuner, designed for the off-road, led by functionality, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
And we're live outside Bunston Arena for Inspirations Paint. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint, Merton Vale Circuit, Kingston, or Cambridge Road in Mornington. Great to be with you. Anthony Hudson joined by Adam Collins and former Australian Test batsman Alex Doolan, a local, of course. He brings his local expertise for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hello, Collo.
G'day, Hutto.
Try that again.
Make sure we're on here, shall we?
Try that, yep.
Good afternoon, Hutto.
Good afternoon to you. Great to be here.
What a delight to be back at Hobart. As Gerard mentioned earlier, this is where we were back in 2016. The wholesale changes to the Australian team after they were all out 85. It was an auspicious week, really. It was the week when Australian cricket changed, and in many ways the week the world changed when Donald Trump became president. So that lives long in the memory being down here then. But great to get another opportunity to witness Test cricket here, and Ashes Test, very special for all the people who've been involved in Tasmanian cricket over the years.
You would have taken that well, I'm sure. Alex, great to see you, mate.
Thanks, Hutto. Good to be here.
How excited are you as a Tasmanian and former Australian and obviously Tasmanian cricketer to see an Ashes Test being played here?
I'm incredibly excited, and I hope people can really grasp how big this is for Tasmanian cricket. It's probably the biggest sporting event in Tasmanian history. So very excited to be here and very humbled to be a part of this telecast.
You played 4 tests for Australia, 118 first-class matches. How much would you have loved to have played an Ashes Test match here?
Would have been incredibly special. To play any Test match in Australia, Tasmania, but to play an Ashes test in Hobart would have just been something else. So very excited for the guys to be out there, and just hoping that it can be a really good game for everyone.
We'll dig more into that, I suppose, as we go. But what do you think it means to the city and to the state to host an Ashes test?
It's been incredible. The people that you speak to, the buzz that's been around the city, even for the people that aren't great cricket followers, it just means the world. And I think everyone's really, really excited to be here, and I hope that they vote with their numbers, with their feet today.
And it is interesting when you even put an Aussie rules perspective over it. Once they almost accidentally started bringing big-name teams down, to whether it be Launceston particularly, or to Hobart, suddenly it had a different feel to it. It was a real feel, and I think that, and while I understand how difficult it is to schedule a big team down here for economic reasons, maybe it's worth it, and that's what this week might show.
Yeah, potentially. And we spoke, we heard Don Baker speak earlier about just how big it was for young cricketers to be able to see professional sport played in their backyard, and hopefully that it leaves a real mark on them and we see some future Australian players.
Colo, the potential team changes here for England, we're looking at big numbers.
I reckon there's going to be 5 changes to the team that drew at Sydney. So Burns back for Hamid. That's probably the easy change after 6 single-digit scores in a row for Hamid. Sam Billings on Test debut. Great story. Test cap number 700. He's in, of course, for the injured Joss Butler behind the stumps. Ollie Pope. We didn't see that this morning, but he was netting out the back. Johnny Bairstow reportedly has been asked whether he's fit. Copped a whack to the hand yesterday. Woken up this morning and said, I'm not going to play. So Pope gets his opportunity after playing the first 2 tests of the series. Ben Stokes will play but won't bowl, and what that means is that Jack Leach loses his spot. They like using Stokes to balance the team, and when he can't play, they don't usually use a spinner. So Leach comes out, Chris Wokes comes in as the 4th seamer and to bolster the batting, and it's not going to be Ollie Robinson as the final seamer replacing James Anderson, who they're resting. He's got a shoulder niggle. So in comes Craig Overton, who played a couple of Ashes tests back in 17-18. He took 6 wickets at Leeds against India last September. And he's been the outstanding bowler in England domestic cricket over the last couple of years. He took 50 wickets for Somerset last year at 16. So he's a much improved player from the guy who was here 4 years ago. So 5 changes likely for England.
Where does that leave England, do you think, Alex?
It's a lot to digest. I think it can go one of 2 ways. It can really unsettle them that they haven't had that steady team throughout the whole series like Australia have, only making the 1 or 2 changes. Or it can actually really galvanise them. You can get guys that are coming in trying to take their opportunity and really perform for themselves to hold their spot, and in turn that bodes really well for the team.
It's disappointing, isn't it, though, the injury count? It would have been, actually, their best 4 bowlers haven't really actually bowled together, have they? And then if you consider that they didn't go with Wood in Adelaide, so they could have had the chance here to have Anderson and Broad and then have Wood and Robinson bowl together as those four fast bowlers, and then obviously Stokes, if he'd been fit, would have made it 5.
Yeah, and with Anderson, there's talk of a little hamstring twinge, and at age 39, they don't want to take any chances. Such is the nature of the international touring schedule that they're pretty much straight over to the Caribbean for 3 test matches, so they're managing Anderson. But it is a shame, especially pink ball test match, Anderson Broad conditions, which should suit, but not to be this week, and in turn, Craig Overton gets that chance.
A lot was made of how close the test match was in Sydney, and the finish was close, but the contest wasn't really that close, so it'll be really interesting, won't it, to see what effect, if any, that has on either side coming here.
Yeah, I think so, and Australia might consider themselves slightly unlucky that they didn't win that test match. If it hadn't been for the weather, then I think we were dominating all 5 days, really. So, really unlucky for Australia not to win the test match, but I think England might take a little bit of steel out of being able to draw that test match when they really weren't in the game for the last day.
Some individual efforts were really good. What about the pitch here? How's it going to play? Alex Doolan, the captain, what would you do? You just won the toss. You've called correctly.
$1 million question. I think I would bat on the wicket because I think the fear of batting under lights is probably greater than the fear of batting on a fresh wicket. I managed to speak to someone earlier who said the wicket looks very green, but it's very hard and firm underneath. We've seen a few changes in first class level of the wicket throughout the last few years, and I think they've really started to nail in what's a good cricket wicket, the balance between having something that you're able to take wickets on day one, but obviously doesn't leave the game running short because there's too much spice in it. So The answer for me is if I won the toss, I'd be batting.
And even that gap between the last time we had Test cricket here, that was effectively a 3-day Test match, as it was when the West Indies were here in 2015. So your sense is that it's improved as a track in the last couple of years?
Yes, I think so. And if you look at the previous 2 tests, there was a lot of unrest in the Australian lineup. There were debutants. South Africa were the better team through that little period. You then look at the game against the West Indies, and Australia was by far the dominant team. So the wicket mightn't have been the catalyst for the 3 days. It may have just been a stronger team each side. But I expect the wicket to be slightly different this time compared to those tests.
We're live outside Blunston Arena for Inspirations Paint. Avoid a paint project fail. Thanks to Inspirations Paint, Mertonvale Circuit, Kingston or Cambridge Road in Mornington. Now, the weather, 2 questions about it. Forecasted for us, first of all. And then how does that impact decisions around the toss with the pink ball and all that sort of stuff as well?
I don't think it'll impact the toss too much because I think with the weather the way it is now and obviously being a day-night test as it gets cooler, the wicket won't probably change too much today, would be my gut feel. And it very much depends on where the weather comes from in Hobart. If it's coming over the mountain, quite often it'll drop it all on the mountain and not make it over the river to Bellerive. If it's coming away from the mountain, so up from the south or in from the east, then we might get a little bit of weather. But by the looks of it, it's coming from sort of the northwest, so we might get a little bit of the edge, but hopefully not impacted too much.
What do you call this? This doesn't count as rain in Tassie at the moment. We're getting at the moment.
Just a light drizzle this one, Hutto. No, you'd play through this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you got on, you would.
You couldn't toss the coin in this weather, but you would certainly stay on. A bit of a quirky one this week here at Tassie is that ordinarily there'd be an extra hour for rain and the extra half an hour for slow over rates. But because we're starting so late...
Why are we starting so bloody late? Why is it 3 o'clock?
Well, your guess is as good as mine, Hutto. But what it does mean in practical terms is that they won't be able to take the entire hour because the lights get turned off here at 11 p.m. So only half an hour is available in addition to the slow over rate half an hour. So I suppose I'll have to make time up there in the afternoon. Maybe we will start much earlier in subsequent days.
Alex, tell us, we're getting back to the whole Tasmanian issue, I suppose, about how big presence, say, a Ricky Ponting has been down here going back and David Boone before that, and how important it is to have Tasmanians playing international cricket for Australia.
Oh, well, it really is. It's so important for the younger generation to come through and see a pathway and to be able to see guys like Ricky Ponting and David Boone and Tim Payne and great Tasmanians,
Alex Doolan,
come through and play. It shows the pathway. Whereas if there aren't Tasmanians in there, it seems almost, can seem a little bit a bridge too far.
Is there a bigger, stronger cricketing culture in Hobart rather than Launceston or any parts of Tasmania? Here's a good
Hey, can you choose? I'm from the north, so it's a very... Well, growing up, cricket was life. I can't comment on what it was like for Hobartians, but for me, cricket in the summer was life. It was backyard cricket. It was down to the local park to watch the local cricket. It was coming home from school and seeing the one-dayers on the telly. So,
who were you when you were in the backyard?
Michael Slater was my favourite. Yeah, I was a big Slats fan. I loved him. Had the pleasure of meeting him one day as well. So that was huge. Obviously, loved Booney. He was such a character and Tasmanian, and Ricky, as he came through, he couldn't help but love Ricky as a Tasmanian. He was, not only was he from Tasmania, but the way he played the game was just exceptional.
In recent years, we've had fantastic attendances down here at Bellerive for Big Bash games. Yeah. Not so much with Test cricket before that, but that culture of coming along to Bellerive Oval, a couple of new grandstands, it's a much improved stadium, and the people of Hobart have embraced it.
Yeah, they have. They really have. And the Big Bash has been huge for cricket in Australia, and they've done a great job with it. I'm really hopeful that the Tasmanians will come and, like I said, vote with their feet for this game, because it is such a huge moment for Tasmanian sport in general, let alone cricket. To have this contest as England, Australia, I mean, it's amazing. It's what we all grew up watching. It's what people will be watching for years to come. And to say that we've been able to come here and watch it in our own backyard, it may never happen again. I hope it does, but it's the first time, and cricket's been going for a long, long time, so very exciting.
Alex Doolan with us, part of our commentary team for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% prize beat guarantee. When did you finish up, Alex? Just last year?
Finished up last year professionally, but I'm still playing a little bit for South Hobart, Sandy Bay, just playing the white ball format, just to scratch a bit of an itch, and hopefully...
How are you hitting them?
we're going all right. I've been okay, playing a lesser role than I probably normally would, but no, we're going really well as a team, and the club's going really well also. So can't complain.
How do you look back on your career?
Very fondly. I feel very privileged to have lived the life that I have as a professional cricketer, and the people I got to play with and against, and still to this day call them close friends. It's a great privilege. As far as the way I played and the stats and performances, I guess the two things for me were the two Shield finals that we were able to win here at Bell Reeve. I mean, they're something so special to me, to be able to build a culture and a team for many years and then go on to win the Sheffield Shield was just the ultimate for me. So very proud of that.
How often do you think about the 89 on Test Day, Ben?
Only when people bring it up, really. My time in the Australian team was very brief. I wouldn't change it for the world. It was amazing, and just to be able to say that I was considered would have been enough for me. But it was very, very special, but it was very brief as well, kind of in and out. And perhaps I think Katich was mentioning earlier, you give someone an opportunity to take your spot and they grab it, you can very easily get forgotten about. And unfortunately, that happened to me. But never mind, we move on.
Yeah, but happy it happened rather than worrying too much about the other
He's played a few more tests and first class games in
Absolutely. I grew up in the backyard being Michael Slater playing Test cricket. So to actually achieve that dream and to experience it, albeit internationally, I would have loved to have played a domestic Test match, and especially here at Bell Reeve. But to be able to play in Australia would have just been something else. But I wouldn't change it for the world.
You still love the game? Still, obviously you do. You're still playing, but you enjoy watching it as well?
Yes, self-confessed cricket nuffy. So I watch it a lot, and I'm always talking about it and breaking it down. And very interested to see how the Test match plays out.
And who are you most looking forward to seeing in the flesh here, then, do you think, over this coming Test?
I've always been a big Ben Stokes fan. I've got the chance to play with him with the Melbourne Renegades. I love the way he plays the game. I love watching fast bowlers go about their work. It's something pretty special, watching someone like Mitchell Starc fly in and bowl at 145 kilometres an hour and knowing full well how the batsman's feeling at the other end and the jittery and the nerves that they'd be experiencing. And then from there, Davey Warner's probably one of my favourite batsmen to watch. I love the way he goes about it. He's combative, he's aggressive, he's very reliable. And he just sets the Australian team up so well.
Looking on the other side with England, we referred to Ollie Pope being a last-minute addition. Talk us through the psychology of that, being called up at the very last minute, showing up at the ground and saying, you're in.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if Ollie knew prior to today that he was a really good chance to play. So he would have been preparing probably for a week once he saw that Johnny Bairstow had that sore hand, and obviously Josh Butler out with a broken hand as well. He would have been preparing for this Test match. So, yes, he may have got the call up to today that he's playing, but I'm sure that he would have been preparing for this game for over a week.
Rain is falling at the moment. I'm not sure if the toss will take place on time in the moment. One last one, which I wouldn't mind exploring a bit more as the match goes on, just the evolution of bowling, and maybe since reverse swing has kind of been a bit more difficult to achieve, and we all know the reasons why, but the bowlers just with like the wobble seam, it seems to be really effective at the moment in Test cricket. What's that like to confront as a batsman?
Well, I think seam bowling is always harder to face than swing bowling, because swing bowling, it swings earlier, you get a look at it. Yes, it's challenging, but the ball gives you its reaction before it's even hit the ground. Seam bowling is so difficult because you've got to read the ball off the wicket, and fast bowlers can tell you they know which way it's seaming. I don't believe they do. So if the bowlers don't know, the batters certainly don't know. So someone like a Scotty Boland, for example, his success has been seam bowling. He seams it in at the batter, and then he seams it away and takes the outside edge. That is a batter, if you've got a bowler who consistently challenges your off stump and your outside edge, I mean, that's tough. And Scotty's not slow either. Scotty bowls at 140 kilometres an hour, so that's tough work.
Yeah, I think the WinViz or the CricViz stats show that he's one of the most accurate bowlers in the history of cricket since they've been measuring it, and faster than a lot of those other bowlers that it has been compared with. Alex, great to get your insights. We'll look forward to that, getting a whole lot more of that during this Test match. We'll take a break. We're going to head upstairs, hopefully, fingers crossed, for the toss of the coin. The rain is not heavy, but it is persistent and consistent at the moment. We're live outside Blundstone Arena, or we have been at least, for Inspirations Paint. you can avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint. Gerard's going to be with you from the Combox next as we await the coin toss.
The Ashes on SEN. The Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day, Rusty here for Bendix Ultimate Plus brake pads. Their advanced ceramic formulation means greater stopping power, and the high friction formulation means low dust generation, keeping wheels cleaner longer, low braking noise, and greater resistance to brake fade at higher temperatures. And what good are pads without brake rotors? Bendix Ultimate Rotors are the latest in braking technology and manufacturing, the perfect complement to Bendix brake pads. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. Want to build a big innings in a career you love? Talk to MEGT. From construction to IT and everything in between, MEGT can find the right apprenticeship or traineeship to suit you. MEGT can help you transition from school to the workforce too, helping you to open your career innings by earning and learning at the same time. So hit your job prospects out of the park. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 1369 63.
G'day, landscape gurus. Want something to make you look even better than you already do? Install Rainbird's Arvan rotary sprinkler nozzles. They're designed to improve water efficiency, throwing the right amount of water effectively and getting the best results from your lawns. You can have a green lawn in no time. Don't believe me? Just look at the MCG's outfield. Smooth and pristine green. They installed Rainbird, so install Rainbird's Arvan rotary sprinkler nozzles. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg, and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
We're live at the big cricket field in Chatswood. Looks like at the coalface has won the toss and elected to field. Still Blue has the new ball, bowling now to King G, who goes to drive but gets an edge, and Mongrel Boots there at first strip takes up blinder. Let's get a look at that on the FXD replay.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
You don't have to jump on a plane to find pals from around the world, or even leave the airport. Parafield Airport Liquor Store has thousands of pals in a huge old airport hangar. So maybe their pals are whiskies from Scotland, Ireland and Japan, but that's just some of their pals. With over 300 craft beers, 500 whiskies, and over 2,000 wines. New pals from around the world are closer than you think. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can grab yourself a free Makita brushless blower. When you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless lawnmower kit. Hurry, limited time only, offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
The Ashes on SEN. The Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
The toss has been delayed at Blunston Arena, but the ground staff is beginning its work. The full covers have been laid out, and I must admit it was a bit grimmer inside than I thought it was going to be, having come from the concourse. But there is an absolute determination to get the ground ready as best and as quickly as possible, given that the showers, I suspect, are going to continue to sweep through. The light ones, if we're on, you'll be able to play through, but their priority is to try to get the test underway. We are in a holding pattern though for the time being. Heavy grey skies, the wind is blustering across the ground, and the weather is coming from the worst possible from a rain perspective. Once it sets in, it can stay. And there's plenty on the radar that suggests wave after wave after wave, even though it's not going to be heavy. Gerard Whateley with you, Mike Atherton is with me. Athers, welcome back.
Thank you, good to be here.
Have you had a wander round?
I have had a wander round, yeah. The ground has changed a little bit since I first came here. It's a bit more built up than it was the first time I played here, which is like 30 years ago now, but it's a beautiful ground actually, and the aerial view is stunning because the Doolan estuary is just about 100 yards behind us, and then the mountains the other side. It has to be one of the most spectacular settings for a cricket ground.
And just stumble across the local produce.
Over the other side, where the written media are, is the most magnificent spread that Cricket Tasmania have put on. There's oysters, cheeses, hams, and I see you've just been tucking into a burger.
It was all I could get between our vantage point and the box, so I've had the worst of it. We're in the David Boone stand, the Ricky Ponting stand away to our left, and the hill is on the right for the visual once the test gets underway. Bharat Sundaresan is with us as well. Bharat, great to see you. Thanks.
And hello, Athers. Yeah, there were some things I saw in the written press box dining area which I'm not qualified enough to talk about, Gerard. I think you need a university degree to be talking about it. It's quite something, yeah.
Are you a no on oysters?
I've never had oysters before. I've never been able to afford them. So I wasn't sure whether I should tuck in, but maybe it's going at the rate of knots, I must say. A lot of them are really tucking in, so I should get there soon.
The net whispering's been pretty rich here this morning by the sound of things. What have you observed?
Yeah, so it started off with Steve Smith. I don't know what it is. Could be a stiff back. Throughout his net session yesterday, where Justin Langer kept wanging at him, calling himself Bob Massey, he kept flexing and stretching his back through the net session. And he was here very early today, 2.5 hours before the scheduled start of play. And he was still feeling that back. Could just be, I don't know, like a little stiffness or no, I'm not even going to say whether it's a back spasm or what it is, but he still was feeling it. He was getting them to bowl a shot of length at him just to test it out. It was funny that at one point Manas Labuschagne walked in to join Joe Root in the net. And the first thing that happens is he gets it in the box. So it's been a continuing trend throughout this series. I don't know whether it's a technical thing that you want to talk about, Athers, but in terms of England, they have been the walking wounded. Johnny Bairstow copped another blow to the right thumb yesterday. He was facing Graham Thorpe, and he did bat for 10 minutes after that, but we're hearing now that Holly Pope might be in place of him, and Craig Overton got a long net. Athers, I don't know what that means. Yeah. 2 nets as well.
Well, one thing we know for certain is that Sam Billings is playing because he's just been given his cap by Jimmy Anderson. So a quiz question for you. Billings is England's 700th Test cricketer, but cap number 699.
Right.
Why?
Oh, that's a great piece of trivia. Go on.
Well, Alan Jones played once for England against the rest of the world in 1969 or something. And later, though, it's when he walked out to bat, he did so as an England player, an England cap, England blazer. But then they were not counted as Test matches. So he has been given an England cap and England blazer, and he took a number. But I think Billings is number 699. Not Colo. I'm looking at Colo for confirmation, but we're not sure. But there is a slight fiddle there because of Alan Jones, who movingly actually last summer or the summer before was presented with his England cap and blazer finally 30 or 40 years after the event.
So what of Billings?
Well, Billings is from Kent. He's basically played a lot of white ball cricket for England. He's played about 57 or 58 games, 50 over or T20 cricket. He's kept in first class cricket very little over the last few years. I think once in 3 years for Kent. It was a combination of playing a lot of white ball cricket, playing a lot of franchise cricket, which has kept him away from domestic duties. And of course, he was here playing in the BBL and was about 90 minutes from getting on board his flight to go back to England, then to the Caribbean, where T20 cricket is happening 5 days after the end of this series, and then got a call to say, you better get yourself from the Gold Coast down to Sydney. So he had to drive, that's what, 600 miles, 9 hours, and then did a little mini period of isolation and is good to go now.
So he's had the cap presentation and the rest of the makeup is a little bit unclear.
Just one more question to you, Atherton. I saw Ben Stokes hand Mark Wood a cap, and I was just checking. Does that happen for every guy who plays 25th Test?
Yeah, England, well, certainly in recent years, have given caps for 25, 50, 75, 100, or in Anderson and Broad's case, up to 150, which is unbelievable, and they get a new cap each time they do a 25th marker, yeah.
We've just had our first look at the pitch from the broadcast box, at least with the Hessian removed, and it's only vaguely different to the pitches right and left. The white markings give it away, but other than that, that's a proper green top.
It is a green top, yeah, 8 mils of grass on it, and live green grass. And with the cloud cover and the drizzle, it'll be a brave captain that says he's going to bat first, I imagine.
Yes, it looks like a bowl first set up. The Australians are in their huddle at the moment. The English going through some warm-ups, having left and now returned.
It's Broadwood and Vokes who are marking their run-ups. There's no sign of either Overton or Robinson at the moment. Robinson's busy playing some keep-uppy.
Yeah, I think Robinson might still have a bit of a shoulder injury, and maybe Overton comes in and no Leach, which wouldn't be surprising on this surface.
What's net etiquette been like here, Bharat? It's been what have you observed over a few days?
It's been a lot of fun because I've watched a lot of it from the street, so I've had a lot of locals stand by me, watch them, and of course Joe Root has been at his sweetest, throwing away gloves. I don't know how many pairs of gloves he goes through a tour. He's been giving them all away. So there were a couple of kids who offered to give their free boost voucher to him. Of course, they were encouraged by me to do that because I said that he does come across as someone who'd like a boost, maybe.
Nothing says affectionate to an international cricketer like a free boost.
Absolutely, yeah. But he did turn down the offer, and he promised them that if he saw them the following day, he would give them the gloves, which he did. And there were other kids standing there, and he said, "Okay, fine, I'll give you a little batting masterclass." So he's
There can't have been an Ashes series with two nicer.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely. Cummins and Root, two lovely young men.
But I've picked up a few tips on parenting. Not that I have any use for them, Jared. There's one point, David Malan was batting the nets, and he was just upset with himself, and there was a swear word thrown in there, and he didn't notice that there was a mother and a young son standing there. There was this pillar obstructing his view. The mother asks the son, Did you hear that, darling? And he says, yes. And she goes, can you forget it? And he looks up and says, no, I don't think so. So it can't be easy. So there you go. There should be an age cap on watching the nets from the streets. Now it's been a lot of fun. And another thing I always also noticed was every time there was a father with a young kid, he would hoist him on his shoulders and ask the same question. You'd like to be in there one day, wouldn't you? And never did I hear a kid go, yes. Either it was, can we go to the fantasy park? And there was this other kid who said, can we go get me some soft serve? And there was one father who was very, very annoyed with his child. He said, mate, this is one of the best batters in the world batting in there, and all you're worried about is your bloody soft serve. The kid did get his way, though. Joe Root was left alone to bat by himself.
Beautiful scenes. You can get so close to the action, and that's part of the experience, part of this legacy piece that they hope will be emanating from this Hobart test, the first time an Ashes test has been staged in Tasmania. So the ground staff are doing some terrific work to get it ready as quickly as possible. Bowlers are measuring out run-ups, warm-ups at both ends of the ground, and the coin toss is going to be at 3 o'clock. So scheduled for 3 o'clock, and then the convention of the half hour. You know what will happen in the interim. They'll toss the coin, and then we'll get delayed. But it won't sit on the ground staff, who are doing a great job.
It feels like Christchurch to me, the pitch. A lot of test matches these days in New Zealand, that's the colour of the pitch. The reason they tell you there is they want their bowlers to be in the game even if they do lose the toss and they have to bat first. Especially with their bowling attack, you want something like this. And both the curators at Christchurch and Wellington do have this custom where they down a shot of whiskey as soon as the first ball is bowled. I don't know whether it's followed here. It's perfect weather for that.
Yeah, so Bangladesh fell for it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And I thought maybe could it be possible that they're just sticking to Leach? It's or maybe Robinson is fit enough to play. It looks like he's marking his run.
Yes, it does. Yeah, maybe those are the four. Wokes, Broad, Wood, Robinson, maybe?
Does look like Robinson is.
We're 20 minutes away from all being revealed on that front. We'll set ourselves up for the toss of the coin, which won't be too far away now at Blunston Arena. Heavily overcast. It's a thank God Friday for the time being. Our pre-match show is for Blunston, built to last, and for Inspirations Paint. Avoid a paint project fail thanks to Inspirations Paint.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Ever dreamt of Snaffle in glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
For 30 years, Radel has been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Radel.com.au.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm-grown, family-made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table, that's Nippy's. Delicious!
You don't have to head south to taste your way around McLaren Vale. Just head north to your pals. Sam and Jamie from Parafield Airport Liquor Store know every drop on the shelf. They can guide you through the McLaren Vale region all under one roof. Whether you're a weekend sommelier or just know you like reds, talk wine with your pals and they'll introduce you to their best McLaren Vale pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can land yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18V ×2 brushless wine trimmer kit. Hurry! Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
G'day, Flem here. Get your career out of the park with an apprenticeship through MEGT. Business owners can open their innings in 2022 by letting MEGT source the best apprentices and trainees, and even qualify for wage subsidies. Visit MEGT.com illuminate.com.au.
As the spotlight shines on the season of cricket, you can get your garden up in lights with Illuminate Garden Lighting. Simple, safe and easy to use, Illuminate Garden Lighting is DIY friendly. Sensational quality, Illuminate is the tradie's choice. Like making a century every time you bat, your home's garden will be unstoppable. Pick your lights, plug them in, turn them on and away you go. How does your garden glow? Illuminate, Australia's easiest garden lighting system. Available from Bunnings.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Back and lay bet on the Ashes with Betfair. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Light rain falling at Blundstone Arena. The toss still 20 minutes away as we welcome Luke White from Betfair. Afternoon to you, Luke.
Good afternoon, cricket fans. Day one of the pink ball test in Hobart, and the odds on the exchange are Australia $1.54 to back and $1.55 to lay if you think they can't. England $5.70 to back. The draw $5.50 to back and $5.60 to lay. You can trade your positions after stumps, watch the weather, and as always, gamble responsibly.
Thank you, Luke. Luke White there from Betfair. Betfair is the home of back and lay betting on the Ashes. It's at Hobart, and you can check out the markets online. And as he said, gamble responsibly. 1-800-858-858. Michael Atherton and Bharat Sundaresan with Anthony Hudson here overlooking Bellerive Oval and that green top, which is now just being covered up there, Athers.
Yeah, looks like a bit of drizzle has come in again. So the Hessian mat is on. It's not that heavy because all the players are still out there warming up. Australia playing football, or well, if Australia can play football, they're playing football, and England going through some slick catching practice.
Is that something you think you've got the edge on us?
we might just have the edge on you in that one.
All right, one of the battles that's going to be really interesting is, which we've seen just develop over the last couple of test matches, is Mark Wood against Marnus Labuschagne. He's picked him up the last 3 times, and both have spoken to the media about it. First of all, let's hear from Mark Wood talking about Marnus.
Yeah, I noticed he changed his technique in terms of his back foot, was coming across more, opening himself up a little bit more, trying to sort of counteract whatever I was trying to do. I was trying to be wide on the crease, but luckily I got him again. I'm not sure that's going to work every time. I wasn't the greatest ball-off ball, and I think it just bounced a little bit on him, might have hit a crack or something like that and bounced a little bit more, but he's one hell of a player, so I'm just pleased to get top players out like him. So hopefully that stays the same and I can keep getting the big wicket, but he's a guy that we certainly know we need to try and capitalise on the first 20 balls of his innings, really put him under pressure there, because if he gets in, he does a lot of damage. No, I don't think that was I think when Marnus came in, Joe wanted me on to obviously put the pressure on straight away if he felt like he struggled against me, but personally I've played games against Marnus where he's getting the better of me, so hopefully I can keep the pressure on him if I do play, but I don't see it as a huge thing in my mind. It's just that he's a top class player, and I want to raise my game and prove myself against the best players. It's always special when you get a big wicket like Smith or Warner or Labuschagne. These are top players. Any wicket, in fact, for that. This Australian side, you look down the order and they're all top players. So just trying to get as much out of that as I can.
So that's the view of the bowler. What about the batsman? Marnus was speaking on the Unplayable podcast on Cricket Australia about his battle with Mark Wood yesterday.
I'm loving the battle. I think that's what makes cricket good. I think Davies talked about that battle between him and Stuart Broad, but one, it's great to watch, and two, it's great to be a part of it because you're trying to work out ways to negate their best ball. You're trying to work out ways to score runs. You're trying to work out ways to get the upper hand. And look, that's what I sort of did that second innings. I'm just trying to get myself in a position, to sort of change what line and what length Mark Wood's bowling. And yeah, so that was sort of the change of trigger there and trying to get a little bit further across. I won't sort of delve into it too much more now, but certainly after the test we can talk more about my thoughts around why I'm doing it. But certainly just to negate that angle that he does, coming from so wide of the crease.
So So has he got the wood over him or not, do you think, Mark?
Well, he's got him out 3 times, hasn't he? I think he's bowled 52 deliveries at him across the series, so 3 times. And the wickets Wood has got, the big wickets actually. He's not taken lots and lots of wickets in this series, but he's got Labuschagne 3 times, Smith and Warner, these big names that he's getting out. And he's got him out in similar fashion, jumping a little bit wide of the crease, short-ish of a length rising balls outside the off stump, and Marnus's kind of luck, if you want to call it that he had at the start of the series where he was playing and missing a lot has turned a bit against him, and he started to nick them. And that's the challenge of a 5 test series, really, when you come up against a bowler who gets you out on a few occasions. That then is a mental battle as you get towards the end of the series. It's why these five test match series are mentally demanding things for a batsman in particular. It's a physical challenge for the bowlers, but for the batsman it's more of a mental challenge.
Hessian cover back off, so the main strip is exposed at the moment. The stumps are in. Fingers crossed that we will get the toss of the coin in about 5 or about 10 minutes' time from now. Bharat, you've watched them closely in the nets. Do you expect Marnus to continue to play in that slightly adjusted fashion, specifically against Mark Wood?
I was looking out for it the 2 days leading into this test. He went back to doing what he normally does. He's almost getting into a Steve Smith-like position, as you saw in that second innings, and he still did get out. It's interesting because he started the summer with a slightly new technique, because India, if you remember, bowled very straight to him. And I remember having this chat with him in Adelaide after a Shield game, and he spoke about how, as a result, he'd opened himself up to negate that angle. And then he goes to England to play county cricket, and he felt that he was nicking more balls than he had been previously. So he went back to being slightly more side on. And I remember him and Michael Divinito having this chat where they went back and forth before the Ashes began, where neither was convinced with the other's point of view. But Marnus stuck to doing what he was doing, but it doesn't look to have really impacted him in terms of what he's been doing in the nets. He's one of those guys you can read into it, where the bowler can get into his head and he really stresses over how he's been getting out, but that hasn't been the case, at least leading into this test.
It seems like, certainly with some batsmen, this is a constant battle about where they should, maybe in this case it's with one bowler, but how they should set up. Johnny Best, I think there's some big numbers on how he changed his game to suit white ball, and that maybe affected his test, and then he's changed back, and we saw some of the benefits hitting more through the leg side in Sydney. So it varies from batsman to batsman. Some are real tinkerers. I used to tinker a lot with my technique, and to my regret, really. If I had my time again, I would tinker less and just have a bit more faith and trust in your talent and the method that kind of gets you there. But when bowlers keep getting you out, it's very difficult not to tinker with your technique. But some players don't. Very few players at the end of their careers look exactly the same as at the start. There are some who don't change at all, but most. Take Rory Burns. As a young kid, he would have never batted like that. Well, it'd be interesting to see how
he didn't. He didn't. Somehow he's developed all these tics and mannerisms, whether that's partly superstition or just the fact that he just feels more comfortable that way. But there's no way taking up the game that you would start batting like that. So these things develop, and the game kind of gets inside your head. Any former professional batsman will tell you that the game messes around with your head, and there's nights.
As bad as golf, do you reckon? Or
I think it's very similar to golf, actually. I've covered a few golf tournaments for the newspaper right before home. I've been to the Masters a few times, and you see that kind of meltdown at the end of the Masters that you often see, towards the end of a test match when a team is completely flattened, and it's a draining experience mentally, I think, golf and batting in cricket, yeah.
I heard Ian Chappell in an interview on the BBC talk about how one of the great lessons Richie Benaud taught him was to keep cricket simple, and he did that when he was a young player playing in the Sheffield Shield. And then, of course, they got close when they commentated. He said he was such a simple man when it came to cricket, and the complete opposite when it came to golf. Richie.
Right.
And he said whenever Richie got the upper hand on him, he would go and buy a golf magazine. The equivalent of this today would be to send him a link on YouTube and get Richie to start overthinking his golf game.
Full of theories. Yeah, I mean, there are lots of similarities, aren't there, to technique, golf swing, batting technique, batting swing. Coaching has come into cricket now, and it's long existed in golf. You know, golfers travel around with specialist teams of probably 8 or 9. Some of them, you know, putting coach, driving coach, chipping coach, God knows what else. So a very, very technical game, and that's the challenge, I suppose, for batsmen is to. It's a complex game that you try and, at your best, you try and make simple. But occasionally, when things are going wrong, all those complexities start to drown. You drown in theory and technique, and that's usually when you're in a bad space.
Rory Burns, I remember sending you that clip after the MCG test finished.
Batting on one leg.
No, not that one. That was before the MCG test, yeah. So, where he seemed to have reduced some of those sticks, and it looked like he was being asked to do that, but just
funnily enough, I bumped into Graham Thorpe the day before this game. I'd come back from a long run in the hills and bumped into Thorpe on the back streets, and we were having a chat, and he was saying that they've tried to work on reducing the movement from Rory Burns. He has that big, front foot movement across, which the first ball of the Ashes was very memorable, wasn't it? And the problem is when you have those movements, when at the start of a series, when you're very nervous and your heart rate's pounding, and you accentuate or exaggerate the movement, and he just got too far across. So it'd be interesting to watch him today. The other thing is, it's not easy to make changes in the middle of a test series if you're trying to make quite fundamental changes. That's tricky, I think, because muscle memory is a hard thing to get out of the habit of, and that's what Burns has batted like this for years now, and that would be a very hard thing to change.
Perry, the lightest of rain falling at the moment. The cover's still off. We're standing by toss of the coin, hopefully not far away. Our pre-match show is for Blunston, built to last here on the first afternoon of the 5th test between Australia and England, an historic occasion. While we went, have you caught any of the action out of South Africa?
I didn't see any of Rishabh Pant's innings.
Magnificent innings.
Looked at the scorecard and followed, the progress of the test match. He's an incredible player. I've watched him score hundreds in England against England, and he's just an unbelievable player to watch, as you saw here, obviously, in that test series at the start of last year.
He loves a January century, doesn't he? Bharat? And then the drama with the DRS at the end of the day. Tell us what happened there, Bharat.
Yeah, I mean, it was Ashwin to Dean Elgar. He was given out, LBW, and it looked out just on, first viewing. Of course, he asked for the DRS and the ball shown to be missing. It hit him in the knee roll. He's not the tallest of guys. And I think it started with Maria Erasmus being caught on camera saying, "That's impossible."
That's impossible. That's fantastic.
Before he was asked to reverse his decision. And then, we of course had a bunch of Indian players go and speak into the stump mic, bring up the broadcasters, and also I think one of them said it feels like we're 11 against the entire country. Can be a little over dramatic under Virat Kohli at times.
All right, so we're just standing by. The two captains out there, and we're waiting on the thumbs up for the feed coming through of the toss of the coin. Still nothing at this stage. Sounds like we're not too far away. It hasn't yet taken place, so at least we.
I ask you to name them.
I think it's
that was a sprint.
Yeah, still the preamble. So we're not.
It's a nice moment for David Boone out there, isn't it?
Yes.
First Ashes Test match here in Tasmania. Got a stand named after him and a statue outside.
Yeah, it was noted the fairly slim statue, isn't it?
Yes, it's not. I wouldn't say it was a great likeness, or certainly not a likeness as to how he is now.
So what do you think whoever wins the toss will do?
Back them to field first. Couldn't have more tailor-made conditions to field first, I think.
Yeah, no, we're still a minute or so away. It looks like from Adam Gilchrist bringing us the toss, which was due to take, well, it is due still to take place in another minute or so's time, so that's fair enough. So which way is that test match headed, do you think? South Africa, they lost that wicket just before stump, still just over 100 odd to get?
Yeah, they need 111. They still have 8 wickets left. Temba Bavuma has had a very impressive series so far. But you know this Indian team, especially when they feel like they are victims, they can produce something special. Like Virat Kohli said, we'll give them, what was it, 3 hours of hell or whatever it was he said infamously in that huddle. I still don't know why the camera was so close to them that so that we could hear what they said. But yeah, South Africa is still a pretty brittle batting lineup. Can they chase down 200 plus in back-to-back tests? You never know. Bumrah's had a very good test match. It's not an easy pitch to bat on, but you'd still back South Africa with Keegan Peterson. How impressive has he looked so far?
He's going to be a player, isn't he?
Speaking of Laurie Burns and various techniques, he has such a simple technique. So he's been very impressive. So he's in there, unbeaten, looking very good. Rassie van der Dusen will join him, and like I said, Bavuma and a few younger names to follow.
And a lot of speculation on the future now of Rahane and even Pujara as Kohli sort of seems to have changed his batting. He's letting the ball go outside the offside. He's sort of taken over their roles, and it's quite fascinating. Might depend a bit on the outcome of the test match, but it could be the end of Rahane.
I think so. I think Ajinkya Rahane was on borrowed time. He's really not done much after that MCG 100 he scored here. And you have Shreyas Iyer and Hanuma Vihari waiting in the wings. So, yeah, maybe time is up for him and maybe even Pujara.
Cummins, Joe Root, and the match referee. Great to have you back, David Boone, the local boy. Pat, you got the honours.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Tails. We're going to box a bowl. Thanks, mate.
Joe, you've won the toss. You're going to have a bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, is that just the tinge of green again that seems to be following us around Australia at the moment?
It does. It's not been straightforward. Normally you come in, it's quite obvious what to do, but I think throughout this whole series it's been quite challenging to work out exactly what to do. But with the overhead conditions, slightly tacky nature to the wicket, and that live grass, nice opportunities to bowl first.
A number of changes to the team. Sam Billings debuts. That's a special moment for him. But how frustrating is it as a captain not to have continuity and a foundation of a team to work with?
Yeah, it has been frustrating, and it's something that we've had to battle with throughout the whole pandemic, really. The amount of cricket that we've played in this environment, in bubble environments, has been, I suppose it's the modern world, if you like, and it's something that we've tried to manage as best we can. But, we've got 5 days hard cricket here where we can show a really good account of ourselves, and we've got to take the opportunity.
Yeah, you gave yourself a great account of yourselves as a team to fight so hard on day 5 in Sydney. It wasn't a win, but it was a win for Test cricket. Everyone loved it and enjoyed it. The mood must have been quite buoyant from that to launch into this game and what lies ahead.
Yeah, it was very important that we got something from that game. I thought, as you say, the way we went about it on that last day in particular was brilliant, and it's something that we've got to harness and take forward into this one. So something to build on, and that's exactly what we want from this week.
Oh, looking forward to it. Okay, all the best.
Thank you.
It's Joe Root. So, Pat, batting first. Was that the way you were going to go?
We're probably going to have a bowl today. Pink ball, traditionally, you try and have a bat, but with a bit of weather around, bit of a bowl, but not too upset.
I asked Joe about day 5. I wanted to take you back there quickly. It looked like you guys were playing in the backyard with a bunch of mates. It looked like you really enjoyed it. Now you've got 2 guys at the top of the order that did literally play together when they were in the under-12s.
Yeah, it's a good way to describe it. We had a lot of fun. I think that's why we all love growing up watching Test cricket. That's what we... day 5 got really tight, and Damien and Uzi, they're like old chums. Those two always hanging out. So pretty cool story.
I guess you're not a selector, but the toughest input that you've had to have in leading out Marcus Harris.
Yeah, it's really tough for Harry. We're happy with how he's going. I thought the last couple of games is looking to really grow in his role. MCG was fantastic, but when someone knocks down the door like Usman did in Sydney, it's too hard to look past.
And there'll only ever be one captain of Australia that captained the first Ashes test at Blundstone Arena in Hobart. That's a nice one to have on your resume.
Yeah, it's been a great week so far. Everyone down here is so friendly. It's got a lot of history, this ground, a lot of history, but, old Tasmanian test cricketers, so pretty cool to be part of it.
All right, all the best, mate.
Thanks, Gilly.
So there it is, the news from the middle that Joe Root has won the toss and England are going to be bowling first.
So one change for Australia, Khawaja, of course, retaining his place in the team. Travis Head coming back in for Harris. 5 changes for England. Billings, Burns, Pope, Wokes and Robinson in. Bairstow, Butler, Leach, Hamid and Anderson are out. England winning the toss and bowling. Athers.
No surprise, I don't think that Root wanted to bowl. Pat Cummins would have bowled as well. Just the combination, really, of the green on the pitch, the grassiness of it, and then the heavy cloud cover and perhaps a stop-start kind of a day. 5 changes for England is usually a sign when a team is from game to game making 4 or 5 changes that things are not going well. Ideally, you don't want that many changes from test match to test match. The odd one obviously will happen, whether it's an injury or a resting of a fast bowler, but ideally you want a kind of core there that are going from game to game.
Robinson getting up though, at least.
Yep, he's had a couple of test matches off, and interestingly, before the game, Joe Root did a press conference to the English journalists, and he was asked specifically about Robinson's fitness, and he kind of intimated that he needs to get a bit fitter and a bit stronger. I mean, he's had a bit of a shoulder as well, but he's noticeably, his pace has dropped a little bit as A, you've gone through a day, and B, you've gone through a game. And clearly this is a great physical challenge to play 5 tests in this short period of time. So he needs to get a bit fitter, but he's got all the skills for sure, and will trouble left-handers. He's a very good bowler at left-handers.
Yes, he is still the leading wicket taker for England with 9 wickets at 26. Bharat, a thought from you?
On 5.5 changes almost. Ben Stokes is not expected to bowl. He didn't bowl at all in the warm-up. So England are down an all-rounder in a way. Ben Stokes is in as batter. So
got 5 in, 5.5 out.
Exactly, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Good to see Scott Boland just warming up. He was under an injury cloud as well, getting in. Doesn't have the greatest of record with the pink ball here. What averages around 60. His first wicket with the pink ball here. Alex Doolan, who will be joining us a little. I had to throw that in early on.
How many was he at the time, though?
Not too many, I think. So, but it's good to see that he has retained his place, as Athers will be on bowling average watch, I'm sure.
Well, yes. Well, what is it at the moment? Is he at 9 or something?
He's still 8.
8.68.
Crazy. All right, we'll take a break. We'll continue working our way towards the toss of the coin. Alex Doolan is going to come in alongside Gerard as part of that as we work our way to the first ball being bowled here at Blunston Arena. It's SEN Test Cricket, the 5th Test match. England have won the toss and will bowl.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park? Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit meg.com.au or call 13 63 48.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Stadium Super Trucks boss Nathan Kaiser reveals the real Barry Ryan.
People misunderstand Barry. You know, we see him for the guy that swears on TV and does that sort of stuff, but he's an incredible bloke.
Last time we spoke to Barry Ryan on this show, I think he was watching Maths. You think that's a joke? That's not a joke. That's dead serious. Yeah, that was dead serious.
Download the Driver's Seat app to listen now. This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made. Picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's. Delicious!
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best. Day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. With the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary new XGT 40-volt Max, Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now with a 5-year limited warranty on the new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
The Ashes on SEN, the Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
A delayed start to the fifth test in Hobart. Without being overly negative, if they'd done the damn toss at 2:30, we could have bowled the first ball at 3 o'clock, but that is not Test cricket's way. We're going to burn half an hour here and cross our fingers and hope that it's not raining, which is absolutely absurd, but maximising the dry time in the daylight is not Test cricket's priority. Still, after all these years, England has won its first toss since the Gabba. Joe Root doing what he should have done in Brisbane, and that is sending Australia in. How will it be judged by the end? It's a proper green top at Blunston, but sometimes you're not to be fooled by the colour of it. Gerard Whateley, Adam Collins and Alex Doolan with you. Alex, great to have you on air with us.
Thanks, Gerard.
What do you think of Joe Root's decision?
I probably would have gone the other way, to be perfectly honest. I was speaking to you off air about that. I think, for me, the fear of batting under lights is probably greater than the fear of batting on a fresh wicket. I say fear, but the unknown. I just think that if you bat first, at least you get to control the conditions that you're batting in. Whereas if you bat second, you're very much at the mercy of the team opening up.
And do you think rock hard underneath? It'll be, while it's green on top, it'll be nice and hard underneath.
Yeah, so I'm told it's quite hard underneath. It's going to do a bit. I mean, if you look at it, it is green. It might not be as green as it looks from here, but it is green. It's going to do a little bit, but that's okay. If you can get through that first session, we know that pink ball, traditionally, if you can get a little bit softer, it's quite nice to bat on. So, the first hour will prove pretty big in this test match.
Have you seen a few captains fall for the colour of the pitch here through the years?
Quite a few, not just here, up at the Gabba as well. They tend to fall for it. But yeah, I think the wicket's changed its characteristics a little bit since the last time there was a test match here. So I think it probably will be a little bit better to bat on, maybe a touch quicker than what it was last time there was a test here.
2016 was that test, Colo. South Africa won the toss, sent Australia in, and rather memorably, all out 85.
Yeah, at one stage it was 5 for 17 when Callum Ferguson on debut got run out. It's an extraordinary scorecard, really. 1-1-4, Smith 48 not out, North 3-3, 10-4, 8-2. I mean, it was a debacle, wasn't it? Australia bowled out. At one stage, they were 6 for 31. There was that slight recovery when Joe Menny, playing his one test match, joined Smith. But with Vernon Philander, who was born to bowl in conditions like this, taking 5 for 21, and Kyle Abbott likewise, it was an easy decision for them to take at the toss and to
to punch the bruise that they developed, having beaten Australia the previous week at Perth.
And the carnage that followed that was one of the greatest selection shake-ups we've ever seen.
Yeah, well, we talked about 5 changes with England today. That's what was forced upon Australia after losing here so spectacularly by an innings and 80 runs. It was a huge turning point, and 4 of the players that were dumped after that test never played again. Callum Ferguson and Joe Minnie were one and done. Peter Neville was left out, and they changed to Matthew Wade behind the stumps. And of course, Adam Voges, who had quite a successful test career, but just tailed off and they didn't pick him again. But the one player who did get another go was Joe Burns, and we've tracked his story over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it was an unforgettable morning, the way Warner got out to one of the worst wide drives of his career, and he got national condemnation like you would really experience. And first ball of the second innings, my memory is he played exactly the same shot.
He sure did. It could have been a pair for Warner. I remember Richard Hines, who was writing, I think, for News Corp at the time, saying that it was a brain explosion so significant that there was grey matter on the side screen. So it was that kind of day and that kind of day to write about it. And yes, at the other end of the ground to where we are today. But the conditions were very similar to this.
It was Warner 1, Burns 1, Kawaja 4. Steve Smith, nobody batted with him. He made 48 not out, which was an interesting study of his leadership of the team and command of the dressing room at the time. Voges naught. Ferguson ran himself out for 3. Neville 3. Joe Mennie 10. Stark 4, Hazelwood 8, Lyon 2, 32.5 overs only.
The other point from that test I'd raised from the second innings was that Usman Khawaja got through a torrid passage of play late on day 3, made it to a half century, got to 64, and look, they were miles behind in the test match and were rolled on the 4th day for 161. But Khawaja was important, just keeping things together. It could have been all out 85, all out 100 odd, but Khawaja stood between that ultimate humiliation, and obviously he's here again this week.
And the test prior to that was against the West Indies. That was the 449 run stand between Adam Voges and Sean Marsh. So 12 months apart, wildly different circumstances for Adam Voges.
Yes, 269 not out. In all truth, in all reality, like, he was probably burned of a triple ton. They didn't need to declare when they did, but that 449 run stand is the second biggest for Australia in Test cricket, behind, of course, Ponsford and Bradman at the Oval in 1934.
The ground has been prepared for the start of play at 3:30. There's the formalities to observe shortly. We'll clear our commitments and have you here for the start of the session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. England has won the toss and sent Australia into bat on SEN Test cricket.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. I take our National Tiles lowest price guarantee very seriously. Our team consistently check prices all over Australia to ensure National Tiles has the guaranteed lowest prices every day of the year. However, if we slip up, I personally guarantee National Tiles will beat any price on identical tiles by 10%. National Tiles, the guaranteed lowest price quality tiles in Australia. Conditions apply.
G'day, it's Dale Vine here. Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
For 30 years, Raydell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Raydell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Raydell.com.au.
Throughout the summer, whatever occasion you have, at Pals, we've got you covered. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies and 2,000 wines. Come into Pals. The team are ready to help. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Summer Sizzlers on now at Harvey Norman. Get 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, technology, and electrical. 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only on participating Latitude credit cards. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
G'day, Flem here. When it comes to hiring apprentices, get MEGT on your side. MEGT's been your go-to business partner since 1982. Contact your local apprenticeship experts on 136963 today.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The first session for Radar, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Alyssa Healy.
Blustery and overcast at Blunston Arena in Hobart. The capacity is 14,000. It's sold out. It's not quite full for the time being, with the anthems about to be observed to get this fifth and final test of the summer underway. Australia 3-0 retained the Ashes in Melbourne. A thrilling draw played out with Australia in the whip hand throughout the Sydney Test, but not able to get the results against a stoic England batting lineup throughout day 5. And now to a green top in Tassie, where England have won the toss and elected to bowl. Gerard Whateley, Alex Doolan, Adam Collins with you. Colin, just out of interest, we're in the timekeeper's box.
Good afternoon and welcome to Bluntstone Arena for the fifth and final Vodafone Ashes Test match between Australia and England. Cricket is a sport for all, and we welcome all fans and participants regardless of their identity, background, beliefs or choices. Please welcome the teams to the field. England, led by Captain Joe Root, and Australia, led by Captain Pat Cummins.
Crystal Learn sits in front of the Ricky Ponting stands. The players to line up either side.
Donovan Kosh, match referee David Boone, and our third umpire, Paul Rifle. Last month, so many of us across Australia were deeply affected by the tragedy at Hillcrest Primary School. Our thoughts continue to be with the families and the Devonport community. If able, please stand as we take a moment's silence to pay our respects to all of those impacted. Please remain standing as we are joined by Palawa Elder Auntie Brenda Hodge, alongside Palawa emerging leader Taylor Wigg, who will conduct the Welcome to Country. Georgia Wilkinson will then perform the English National Anthem, followed by Eloise Martin, who will perform the Australian National Anthem.
Ya, Polininya, Miladina, Mana, Mapalitu. Welcome to all of you here on our land. I'm a proud descendant of Manalagena and the Parabeni people from Tipukana in northeastern Tasmania. I welcome you all to our Miladina, our country, to share with you our rich culture and heritage, to offer you our ancestors' protection and guidance as you travel respectfully through our country. And remember our message of sustainability and minimal impact. We stand on the land of the Mumaramena people of the Paradarame Nation, people who are no longer with us. This land is where our people walked, cared and thrived for thousands of generations on the banks of the Timtu our river, opposite Nipaluna, Hobart, in the shadow of our mountain Punani, looks over the land and the sea of our island home, Lutruwita. Today, Palawa community are the custodians of country and culture across Lutruwita.
We celebrate the many successes of this Ashes series. As Aboriginal people, we are most excited about our brother, Scott Boland. His success will not only inspire emerging cricketers, but it will also give merit to those coaches, supporters and administrators who have battled to ensure pathways are created for First Nations people, sporting pathways and pathways to reconciliation. We're excited and inspired to see what the future holds for our people, the oldest continuing culture on the planet. I pay my respects to our elders, past, present and emerging, and I acknowledge all First Nations people here today and our allies who walk alongside us on what was and always will be Aboriginal land. Waranta Palawa, Miladina Nika, Narinina Tu. Thank you.
A terrific reception from the Tasmanian public who have turned out in force for the first day of an Ashes Test match. It's a pink ball test, it's a late start, it's been delayed for rain. England has won the toss and elected to bowl. The English stay out on the ground after the formalities have been observed. It's nits all round. It's that sort of day in Hobart as the Australians meet their retreat. Shortly we will see Usman Khawaja and Dave Warner walk out in the middle to open the batting. It feels like a good day to bowl, Mike Atherton.
It does, absolutely. There's a real tinge of green to the pitch. There's a lot of grass on it, 8 mils of grass, the groundsman tells us, and a lot of cloud cover, heavy cloud cover overhead. There may be an on-off kind of day as well. Maybe the rain showers will come in, but it feels as though they will pass quickly if they do, because there's a stiff cross breeze blowing from our right to left. So certainly for a swing bowler like Wokes, you'd think that there may be some assistance there on the breeze. But it's obviously going to be Broad who will kick things off, one imagines, with David Warner skipping to the middle now alongside his childhood chum, Osman Khawaja. Good story, isn't it? Two 35-year-olds who began playing together at the Waverley Oval when they were 8 years of age. Terrific story.
Sam Billings is below us. He's about to make his test debut, being presented with his cap. He's going through some nervous twitching as well as he prepares himself to keep wicket for England.
Yes, and he's not done a lot of it in first-class cricket. I mentioned before when we were on that in the last 3 years he's only kept in one first-class game for a variety of reasons. He's done it plenty in one-day cricket, 20-over and 50-over cricket, but for that and for the obvious reason that this is his test match debut, there'll be a few butterflies in his tummy right now, because he's probably expecting a nick from David Warner facing Stuart Broad as well.
The early thoughts, 0433 98 11 16. It's been one of the great features of the summer, how engaged you've all been. Doona's declared we won the anthems. Mario from Maslin Beach, even Athens would get some sideways movement on this pitch. 0433 98 11 16 to play along with us. Stuart Broads at the Church Street ends of Blunston Arena, the northern ends. 3 slips and a gully in place. Dave Warner is going to see the first ball of the match, 273 runs at 45 and a half. He hasn't produced the century that he would like to have, twice in the 90s earlier on in the series. And just a little bit of sunshine breaks through the heavy overhead cloud to greet the opening of the day's play.
Well, they'll be reminding him, I should think, that Broad has had his wicket 13 times. There'll be a chirp or two, no doubt, from the slips, just to remind David, even though he doesn't need reminding, that Broad's had his number a fair few times, and that'll be in his... It'll be interesting to see how he sets up. He often changes his guard when Broad comes round the wicket. That's the angle that he's given Warner real problems, and he's immediately round the wicket.
A historic moment in Tasmanian sports. The first Ashes test in the States. Stuart Broad bowls. Warner let it hit him. It's high up. They're up and appealing behind. Broad has toppled over onto the green top. Warner's unfazed by it all. A lot of action from the opening ball.
It was an unbelievable start. Warner left it alone. I'm sure it's too high. It's quite straight, but hit him on the back leg. And then Broad tumbled over and basically got into a freestyle or front crawl position, and then realised he better start appealing, but was in no position to do so.
That nipped back quite promisingly.
Too high, though.
Yes. All height, something to work at. Broad, naturally enough, around the wicket with Dave Warner in his sights. 3 slips, crouched down. Ball bowls and plays this time to middle.
I wonder who will open with Broad. I saw Robinson marking out his run, or getting ready to, and he's down at fine leg, so it looks like it might be him. I wondered whether, on the breeze that I was talking about, I wondered whether Wokes might be an opportunity to bowl here. England no spinner, of course, other than Joe Root's offies and David Malan's rarely spotted leg spinners, so it's going to be an all-seam attack for the most part, and England will have to have their wits about them as regards their over 8.
Some sawdust laid down right at the start of the test on the front popping crease. As the Barmies go through their ritual in the first over of the test match. They are away in the Ricky Ponting stand to the left as we look at it. Stuart Broad in operation with a luminous pink ball. He's in and goes to Warner, who leaves the rising delivery up over the off stump.
It is very luminous, that ball, isn't it? And it stands out against the green as all England slip fielders turn to the Barmy Army and applaud the latest rendition of Jerusalem.
So Root at first, slip, Crawley at second, Burns is at third, and Pope is in the gully. There's been a few configurations of the cordon throughout this series. That's England as it is today. The breeze blows across Blunston Arena, Broad bowls, and Warner drives off an inside edge out to mid-wicket, no run.
First touch for Billings, who gets the ball into the gloves from the throw, Milan at mid-wicket. I was looking back at Billings' recent, the games that he's kept wicket in, and I mentioned one for Kent in 3 years. Before that, he did it for the England Lions, but in that series, Ollie Pope kept wicket in front of him occasionally as well, whether they were just changing things around. But of course, Pope kept quite nicely at the end of the Sydney Test match. I wonder if England gave any thought to giving him the gloves and bringing Lawrence in. It seemed that they made a fairly swift decision on Billings.
Warner stares down the pitch, broad bowls to him, he leans again up over the off stump. Didn't quite carry as profoundly as you might have expected, taken low down by Billings.
Yep, early signs are that this is not a quick pitch. There may be some movement off the deck and off this lush patch of grass, but as you say, this carried through to Billings at shin height, or barely shin height, so no great pace in the surface.
Umpire Paul Wilson, down at the Church Street end, Rob Tucker, the two officiating umpires, and Paul Rifles in the TV box. To have a slight leaning towards Paul. It always feels like a waste when Paul Rifles the television umpire, but it has a big role to play as well, I suppose. Broads strides in, bowls, and Warner keeps the full ball out as it squirts away to points. And the first over of the Test match is made. The independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. And it looks like Robinson will open the bowling from the broadcast end.
Yeah, Robinson, who's missed a couple of Test matches, of course, started things off. He's still England's leading wicket taker, is he? I think.
Is indeed, with 9.
Yeah, 9, and he's noticeably was down in pace as we got through those Test matches that he did play in, but he should be fresh now, having missed a couple. And he's a good bowler at left-handers. I wondered whether it might be Wokes because of the breeze, but they've given the new ball to Robinson, and I suspect that's because he bowls really well at lefties. Of course, Khawaja and Warner, two of them at the top of the order.
We sit at the river end of Blunston Arena, so we're denied the best of the view. It's out behind us. You'll get plenty of it on television throughout these days, I'm sure.
A different challenge for Khawaja. I know he's fresh off 200s, but they were at number 5, and that's a very different ball game to opening.
Ollie Robinson bowls. Usman Khawaja is beaten on the outside edge. They were up behind. Robinson knew that it hadn't touched the willow on the way through.
Well, there was a sound, and it was one of those where, in days gone by, without the advantage of DRS, the fielding team would have been up, raucous appeal to try and get the umpire to give one. It just flicked Khawaja's back pad as it went through to Billings. It was a good ball though from Robinson, just there or thereabouts, and a bit of movement on the angle past the outside edge.
A promising start for Robinson. Twin tons in Sydney. Usman Khawaja's at the top of the order. He faces up and he's spinning at a ball. He was drawn to it outside the off stump. You'll feel he should have left it.
Yeah, this is just highlighting the very different challenge that opening the batting is in Test cricket from number 5. I did it once, 1 year for Lancashire. I dropped down the order and batted at number 5. I thought the game was a piece of cake compared to opening. I thought, if I come back again, I'm coming back as a number 5 for sure. Stroll out at 200 for 3 with little spinners on it. Lovely.
Khawaja averages 97 Test level opening. He's done it 7 times, including one pink ball century at Adelaide, making 145 there in 2016.
He's facing up to Robinson, who's asked her questions early. Khawaja is able to find the middle of the bat as he defends from pads. So 7 innings at the top of the order for 484 runs, as Colo mentioned, at 97. At number 3, where he spent the bulk of his Test career, 66 innings, 2,343 runs at 37. At number 5, rather memorably, the full swag from Sydney, 238, and that's the average. 3 times he batted at 6 for 60 runs, averaging 30. Khawaja faces up, it's full, it's clipped off the pads rather crisply, through backward square. Khawaja has one, and he'll double up with the first runs of the Test. A couple for Usman Khawaja.
His Broad's up, must be off the field, is he? Leach is at mid-on, has the ball in his hand. I'm looking to see why Leach is on.
Yes, not
Must be Broad. I
Change
can't
of
see
boots.
Broad, yeah.
He's over in the dugouts
Yeah.
at the Ponting stand.
Maybe after he took that tumble.
Yes, the reshot. Robinson over the wicket ball. That is in behind it. Relatively easy pace.
Very, that's the initial impression. It hasn't actually done that much yet, early days obviously, but very, very easy pace pitch. Certainly the ball is not flying through. I mean, Australia's bowls will be quicker, of course, Stark and Cummins. We'll probably wait and see when Mark Wood comes on to bowl. It'll go through a bit more quickly, but yeah, it looks easy paced.
Robinson to complete his first over. He's in and bowling. Kawaja leaves outside the off stump. None for two after 2 overs. The independent reserve scoreboard choosing independent reserve for Bitcoin.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we always go the extra mile. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegambling.helpline.org.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. None for two. England won the toss, sent Australia in. Stuart Broad in operation from the northern end. He is around the wicket bowling to Dave Warner, who's leaving outside the off stump. So a lot's been made of the Warner-Kawaja combination and the story that it brings together. They have opened in Test cricket once before.
They have against Pakistan in 2017 at Sydney. Kawaja made 79 not out, and David Warner made the fastest half-century in Australian Test history, a 23-baller, racking up declaration runs there. But he's also opened with Matthew Renshaw, Aaron Finch and Marcus Harris, the most recent time against India at the SCG in 2019.
It's Warner who's yet to score. He has the strike, Broad bowls to him, and he smashes it a wide one, reminiscent of that South African test. The horizontal bats, passes, Vernon Philander smiles in a bar somewhere.
Well, it was wide, and it was certainly cuttable. I think it was a fair enough shot from Warner, but he didn't connect. He can't have been that far away from the outside edge. Philander bowled well here, did he, in that test match?
He did. Australian batting plunged into crisis that day, Mike. It was quite the memorable day, just 33 overs after being sent in. All out for 85, and Warner shouldered a lot of it. He was talking about leadership, and he showed none that day. Faces up, and he's defending past his leg stump. A moment that had Broad's up and asking just for the injustice of it all that it didn't remove the bail.
Yeah, it never looks quite comfortable, does he, David Warner, who's a brilliant player, but you just feel Broad round the wicket. He's a bit jumpy at the start of his innings. That one thudded into the bottom of the bat or bottom inside edge and dribbled away past leg stump. He'd dearly love to get down Robinson's end, I think.
Searching for his first run. It's none for two. Broad with the headband on, the sweatband as well. He bowls Yorker, dug out by Warner. So Warner at the ground, he gets hung for that South African test. There's a bit more to his tale here, Colo, memorably against New Zealand.
Yeah, 4 test matches here, average 62, but in his second test back in 2011, in the second innings, carried his bat an unbeaten 123 in a losing effort, but he was brilliant.
And that's when the questions were still being asked whether he could make the transition to test cricket or not. And that had a big role in settling things. Broad bowls to him and Warner leaves. The ball that did shape as it reached Billings' gloves.
Yeah, it did. It just started a little bit too wide, and that allowed Warner to let it go. If it had been a couple of inches straighter, it would have been a good ball because it did straighten up towards the slips. And if that's what Broad's trying to do, then the breeze is helping him because it's a very strong cross breeze at the moment.
Out of the east, the breeze blows. Broad lets fly. Warner defends from the off stump out to point. Loud call of no run. And the end of the over. None for two on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
Robinson to Kawaja, start of the fourth over of the test, and Kawaja clips it off his toes, but he's picked out mid-wicket on this occasion, no run. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus.
So Tasmanian Grapes, who we're thinking of? Hunting, obviously. Boone, obviously. Who else is in the Tasmanian Hall of Fame?
So the Mercury today was doing the great. Well, they did essentially the Hall of Fame since Tasmania was admitted to the Sheffield Shield. They had the honour roll. Kawaja is leaving outside the off stump. So they went with Tim Payne, Ben Hilfenhaus, George Bailey, Matthew Wade, Xavier Doherty, Colin Miller, Jackson Bird, James Faulkner, Ed Cowan, Sean Young and Greg Campbell.
Greg Campbell, who's in charge of PNG now, isn't he? Papua New Guinea.
Robinson skips around the top of his mark. He's in and he bowls to Kawaja, who's squared up, wrapped on the front thigh pad safely to ground.
You got your Campbells mixed up. That's Ryan Campbell, who looks after PNG in the associate cricket. What's the change?
Oh, Greg, is Greg not the CEO there?
Sure. Oh, sorry. Ryan Campbell was coaching PNG. That's the...
Right. Greg is the CEO.
Right, my
I
apologies.
spoke to him before the World T20, because obviously they played in that. Jack Simmons has got to be in that 11. Come on.
So that's the Tasmania's Ashes players was the distinction that was being made with the first time today. Kawaja faces up and leaves a wider delivery from Robinson.
There's quite a strong Lancashire connection actually with Tasmania. Back in the day, a lot of Lancashire players used to come and play club cricket in Launceston. Warren Hegg came down here. Jack Simmons, quite a lot of them used to come. Michael Holding played here for a while, didn't he? Did he play state cricket for Tasmania? I think he did.
That's another subcategory of those who played for Tasmania, either internationally or from the mainland. Robinson bowls and Kawaja is fishing at it outside the off stump, beaten by a ball that left him.
Fairly certain Michael Holding played in a game for Tasmania against England, and it was the one time he refused to bowl because the pitch was too dangerous. I think he hit Derek Randall in the mouth and then refused to bowl.
Yeah, that was in 82-83.
The replay being shown at the ground and drawing a few gasps. That's an excellent delivery from Robinson. The replay for Blunston, built to last. Robinson bowls to Kawaja, and again he's drawn to it. Beaten past the outside edge. Maiden over. Tufts going early. None for two. Independent reserve. Scoreboard choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Stuart Broad bowls to Dave Warner, who takes him off his pads, firmly struck to mid-wicket. A bit of anguish in the field as it's knocked down. No run. So still Warner can't score from Broad.
That was the ball to get off the mark. It was a lovely, juicy leg stump half volley, really, but he clipped it straight to Milan, who was at mid-wicket, either side, and he was in business there, Warner.
Milan's got the fielding pads on under his stride, so presumably if a bat pad is needed, he's got to go in under the helmet.
I'm puzzled by that because Ollie Pope is a brilliant short leg.
Right.
So I'm puzzled why Milan has got the shin pads on.
Three slips gully points. A wide mid-off who's up on the square. Mid-on, mid-wicket and fine legs. Broad giving Warner nothing. It's down the leg side and he misses the tickle on the glance to score a run.
Fabulous ground this. Thinking it reminds me a little bit of some grounds in the Caribbean with slight hillsides around and the houses built into the hillsides and then obviously the sea behind. Thinking of places like St Vincent a bit.
St Lucia.
St Lucia, yeah, good call. Good call, yes, St Lucia.
Broads on approach. Bowls. Warner digs out the Yorker again. Trips it away to mid-on, no run.
Crawley applauding at second slip. He's got Burns next to him today. That's one of the consequences of the number of changes to England's team. 4 or 5 changes every time, and it means that slip cordon and gully has to keep on changing. So Burns is at third now, and Ollie Pope is in the gully.
15 balls Broad to Warner without a run thus far. Broad back in and at him, and Warner on the pads. It trickles away to backward square. I reckon they're going to be leg byes. Billings hears away and does the fielding. So still nothing for Warner off the bat. It's none for 3, but he's down the other end.
He is. We're very happy down the other end. I thought there was a bit of an inside tickle on that. I thought he was going to be given a run, but he's yet to get off the mark. But he'd be very happy to be alongside Blocker Wilson watching from the other end.
This session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Alyssa Healy. 5 changes in the England lineup. Broad's about to get his first look at Khawaja with the pink ball. Milan comes around to square leg out of mid-wickets. The rest of the field is kept the same. Broad just readies himself for the top of his mark. Strides in past the umpire and bowls to Khawaja, who jams down in defence. Knocks it away to mid-on.
Right on target there, Brod. He actually hasn't got it spot on against Warner, although Warner's not scored a run. I think he wouldn't say that Broad has got it absolutely right, but that's about the perfect line that he bowled to Khawaja there, making him play.
He's in the mid-130s. In the cool conditions of Hobart. Khawaja with the only runs off the bat. He's on 2. Broad in and bowls to him. Khawaja's flashing and missing on the drive. He's been beaten on the outside edge a few times. None for 3. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test cricket for Henley everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. Every good opener needs a sound number 3, so Alex Doolan comes in to join Mike Atherton. After 5 overs, it's none for 3. Alex, welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks, Gerard.
Ollie Robinson is bowling from the river end. Dave Warner faces up to him for the first time in the test. He's yet to score and he leaves outside the off stump. What have you made of the opening exchanges?
Fairly even. I think England probably have bowled a little bit too short, is my observation so far. I think on a wicket like this at Belrive, you can afford to be a little bit fuller and encourage the batsman to drive. Usman driving a Broad last over was probably the first time we've seen it so far. So I think England can probably work towards that length a little bit more as the session goes on.
Is this very typical pace-wise of pitches, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it looks very, very typical, the characteristics so far.
Robinson rolls the shoulders. He's in and bowling to Warner, who defends the straight, coming zeroing in on the stumps. He kept it out well.
I think if you look at it, the wicket, the balls that Usman's playing and missing at especially at this end of Robinson. They're quite a bit shorter, and he's missing them by quite a long way. I think you can really encourage to bowl full. Even if you get driven for a few boundaries early on in the session, it's going to bring about some opportunities, I believe.
Onto the pads as Warner looks to defend. Robinson sets in and bowls to him again. He's forward defending, full face of the bat to mid-off. Stokes gets around, fumbles, but doesn't give up the run.
So that's the one, that's the length there.
I think so, and I think England have got to make use of this new ball. If Australia can survive this first session with limited damage, I think they've put themselves a long way in front on day one. Typically the pink ball gets a bit softer, but the characteristics in Hobart, we saw that the swing was a little bit inconsistent.
Warner just pulls out as Robinson was 2 steps away. Bit of debris? No, the towel fell out of Robinson's strides.
It's something we've talked about before a little bit in the series. The fact that in England at home the Duke's ball swings basically for 80 overs. There's not quite the premium on going very full at the start, because often actually a Duke's ball only swings from about 12 overs onwards when the lacquer's gone off the ball, whereas here you're absolutely right, you've probably got 15 overs, 20 overs maximum with the kookaburra. You've got to make use of it.
Warner faces up and he's leaving outside the off stump ever so watchfully.
And I think the pink ball accentuates things even more, Mike, with the way it gets. It's probably got a few more characteristics of the white ball as far as it gets a little bit softer, a bit quicker, swings maybe for a little bit less than the red ball. But my experience here with the pink ball was the swing was inconsistent. It would stop swinging for a bit, and then out of the blue it would swing for another 5 overs, and then it would stop again. Made batting very tricky.
Warner's 20 balls without a run. Robinson bowls to him and he's forward defending off the inside portion of the bat. It squirts away to square, no run.
So first class cricket here, do they still take the game around the state? I mean, do they play first class games in Launceston still or not? It's all here, is it?
It's all here, yeah. Right. Big Bash goes to the other end of the state. Play two games of BBL, the Hurricanes, up in Launceston.
But is the standard of club cricket strong here?
Yeah, I think it is. The demographics probably a little younger than what it was in the past, but yeah, I think we're getting some strong cricket, some good juniors coming through.
Robinson on approach, bowls to Warner, who's edging and he's caught at second slip. Dave Warner gone for a duck. England strike through Ollie Robinson. Crawley takes a neat catch at second slip, and Australia is 1 for 3.
Well, Alex was asking for a fuller ball, and this is a lovely length from Robinson, and Warner's just a little unsure really. It looked an uncertain innings all the way through from David Warner, and that was a nice comfortable catch to slip, and a good bit of bowling from Robinson. So the breakthrough England needed, and they'll take the lesson from that. They'll try and push it forward. You've more chance of getting the edge.
22 ball duck. Really, Dave Warner's mode, he just couldn't find a way.
No, and perhaps that was broad round the wicket, gave him no width to play, and it wasn't quite full enough from broad to take his wicket, but it also didn't give him many opportunities to score. Where's difficult in Hobart is that so many balls are hitting the stumps from so many different lengths, so you don't get it like the bouncy wickets where as soon as they drop a bit short, you can climb into it. Hobart's not quite that.
So Warner got through the tough phase in Adelaide when he didn't score a run until his 20th ball and went on to face 167. But here he just couldn't find a run, and the outside edge, which he forecast, he spoke yesterday on SEN around what had been happening in the nets, and the outside edges were flying in an unnerving way for batters in the lead up to the test.
And from what you've seen so far, do you think it was the right ball to bowl? I mean, both captains said they wanted to bowl.
Yeah, well, it's proving to be so far. I said that I would have batted, and that's purely just because of the day-night scenario. But traditionally here, the way the wicket's been the last few years, yes, you would win the toss and bowl because the wicket does tend to flatten out. And on days 4, I haven't seen day 5, but day 4 it becomes quite difficult to take a wicket.
Alex Doolan with Mike Atherton for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. 1 for 3. Stuart Broad begins the fresh over. He's in and bowling to Kawaja. It's down the leg sides. Billings across wheel to take. So Kawaja 2, there's an extra. Want to go on for a duck, and Marnus Labuschagne at the non-striker's end. Australia's batting for Bundaberg Gingirbia.
Well, they'll keep these two going for a while, but with Labuschagne in, Mark Wood will get an early dart at him, I would have thought, at some stage.
This is the 7th over. Broad is in around the wickets. He bowls to Kawaja, who leaves outside the off stump. Pitching back. The damage was done in the first 9 overs. Last time we were here, Colo was 4 for 8 in the 9th over. And Warner and Kawaja were both gone at that stage after South Africa sent Australia in.
He got to fight for 17 not long after that as well.
At 6 to 31. I can vividly recall it all. Broad strides in, bowls, Kawaja drives, outside edge, through point and gully. Heading down to the 3rd man boundary. It will be overhauled as they complete the 2nd. Kawaja has 4. It's 1 for 5. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
Nice player to watch. He's a lovely, flowing, free-flowing player through the offside. We saw plenty of that at Sydney. First signs there. As Kawaja was looking to drive square on the offside.
Broad sets in from a sawdust pile. And he bowls to Kawaja, who drives him straight back down the ground through mid-on. Punched it hard into the pitch. The race is on. It'll be overhauled 10 in from the boundary. And Kawaja gets another pair. He moves to 6. It's 1 for 7.
Not got it quite right, Stuart Broad. Robinson's been better. Broad's just not quite honing in on the right spot at the moment.
Wouldn't be discouraged by having been driven a couple of times, though. I prefer that length. If I was captain, if I was Joe Root, I'd prefer him, Stuart Broad, bowling that length compared to his back of the length.
Mark Wood's thinking just that. Starting to limber up. Broad bowls full down the leg side. Kawaja had a whip at it but missed.
We saw how much the ball still moved with David Warner's. He was well forward in defence, but the ball moved a long, long way. If he'd been a fraction shorter, he would have missed it by 30 centimetres. So we've seen the length to bowl. England just really need to hone in on that. And Broad especially has probably just been that fraction short from this end.
No, that's not Wood. Wood's at mid-on. Who's pretending to bowl at Works? Back into the side for this 5th test. Brought in once more and he bowls Kawaja on the back foot, defends the last ball of the over. 1 for 7. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin with Hutto coming in.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
SEN Test Cricket, Bellerive Oval. It will be Robinson to continue. As I say, very good afternoon to Mike Atherton and Alex Doolan once again. Afternoon, Jono.
Afternoon.
It's great to be out amongst it for the anthem and the pre-game and get a feel for things and the atmosphere.
Have you been sat in the crowd?
Yeah, it felt terrific. Just out to our right here, where all the no-go zone around the sight screen. I was making sure I didn't become that guy filmed disturbing the batsman. So Marnus Labuschagne has made his way out to the middle. Robinson's on his way in. There's a leg slip in play. Robinson bowls full, marginally outside the off stump. Extravagantly from Labuschagne through to the keeper.
It's a very dramatic reaction then from Robinson and Root and the other slips. They must have felt this was quite close to the off stump. It nipped back a little bit. Fairly safe leave, I think, from Labuschagne.
Maybe trying to counter his antics with something similar.
It's always very interesting to watch, isn't it? No matter what's happening, Marnus is leaving, he's playing, there's always plenty happening.
Australia 1 for 7. Robinson full of his time, he beats the outside edge. Again, some movement and time away from Labuschagne, who has a big smile back, joining in the chorus of laughs, but beautifully bowled.
This was a lovely delivery from Robinson, angling in and nipped away off the seam. And that's the point that you made, Alex. If he's a yard and a half fuller there, he's a chance of nipping the edge.
Yeah, I think that's as short as you need to be, and if you get driven a few times, so be it. But you just see the movement in the wicket from the full length.
Tail up, Robinson bowls full again, that time middle and off. He's covering up all defence there from Labuschagne.
The movement won't be just one way either, it'll be both ways from that length. You saw Warner's already been nicked off from a ball that seemed the other way, so if you're that full, it brings so many more modes of dismissal into play.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. David Warner back in the pavilion at 22 ball duck. Australia 1 for 7. Robinson hunting for more. 4 slips down, a leg slip. He bowls full edge, dropped! Crawley diving to his left. That second slip couldn't hang on. I wonder whose catch it was. Either way, it's down.
Well, it was Crawley's catch, and he generally got pretty good hands at slip, but it's again another example of England putting down a catch in the slips. He's gone across to Root. Fair enough, it would have gone to Root, but once Crawley sees it and makes that instinctive decision to go, it was well within his reach and should have been taken. It was a nice catching height.
Wind blowing hard. Difficult conditions as Robinson full again. Testing, this time, and it's... No, as it went through to the keeper. Rotaka shakes his head emphatically. They think about it. Might be hard to hear, and it's so windy out there.
They could well rue that, Hutto. Marnus Labuschagne's played 5 day-night test matches. He's made 3 centuries and averages 80 against the pink balls.
And he's not a player you want to drop early on naught.
No sign of an edge, looking at the technology.
It's interesting to watch Labuschagne though, getting very, very turned around in defence, very square on.
Of course, dismissed by Wood in his last 3 innings for 128 and 29. So it's been a little while by his standards. Robinson again, that was well outside the off stump. He welcomed the width and let it pass. A super over from Ollie Robinson could well have picked up a wicket. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. 1 for 7.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Enjoy summer at home. Buy local and support Australian-made manufacturing. Big brand Australian-made Queen mattress from a low $599. The feature-packed Bradford 3-seater fabric sofa with powered recliners, $2,799. Miele 8-kilo front-load washing machine plus Miele 8-kilo heat pump dryer package. Great price, $3,699. Save $600. Save $200 on the powerful Acer Aspire 5 laptop. Now $997. On now at Harvey Norman.
Stuart Broad is going to continue. Usman Khawaja back on strike. So 3 slips in the gully. Broad powers in around the wicket. He's at the stumps. He's thick edging it just to point. And there's no run there. Broad into his 5th over.
Just talking about the changes that England make, 4 or 5 from game to game, and that slip cordon keeps having different personnel in it, which is far from ideal.
It's a very good catch. That catch of Warner went through quickly. You don't often see balls defended off the front foot carry through at shoulder height to a tall player like Crawley as well. So he's 1 from 1. But
here's Broad again. Khawaja is edging this down into the ground as he pushed across and it ended up in the cordon after bouncing a couple of times.
Tricky thing about fielding at the other end in the slips cordon is it's slightly uphill, so you always feel like you have to be a little bit closer to catch it. And it looked from the replay that ball hit Crawley before he was expecting it.
Were you a slipper here?
Yeah. Feel a long time first slip, bit the second slip.
Rod's really into his work now. Can he get another breakthrough? He's striving for it. Delivers full and outside the off-stump to Kawaja, who's not tempted.
I'd say there's a bit there for sure. I know we'd expected that because we were talking about the grass on the pitch, but when England have got it in the business area, there's been enough happening off the deck to keep both these two interested for sure.
Is this the bowling lineup you would have picked, Mark?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I'm assuming Anderson is weary, 3 test matches back to back. I think they probably had to leave Leach out once Stokes is not able to bowl. I think, given the conditions, that's probably the right thing to do.
Well, to Kawaja, and that's even further outside the off stump, and he's got even less interest in playing at that. It's still 1 for 7. Tight stuff early though. This first session for Radell. Half an hour delay to start of play. Radell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa here.
Spinners have much impact here?
They don't. Traditionally, they're the holding pattern, the spin, but I always worry when you go into a game without a spinner.
I agree. Yeah.
I like going to a game with a specialist spinner.
Each on the sidelines again. Rod to Kawaja, lets it strike him on the pad as he's heading down the leg side. It goes down to the fence for 4, it'll be a dead ball. So Australia will remain at 1 for 7 with no shot offered. Henley everyday advantage. Over 2,000 ways to customise our homes. That's with Henley Homes.
I agree. Generally, you prefer a spinner in your team, but the absence of Stokes as a bowling option, given the way Leach has bowled and the way the pitch looks, I thought it was probably the thing that they had to do.
Broad full again, and he's edging straight the first slip. Joe Root takes the catch, and Broad has picked up Kawaja. Australia has lost its second wicket, and they are in all sorts of trouble early in Tasmania on a green top.
Yeah, good bit of bowling from Broad. Absolutely in the right spot. Just drawing Kawaja forward with that seam canted towards first slip, so he's trying to take it away to the slips, and it's full enough to find the edge and Root a safe pair of hands at first slip. So 2 down, Australia, should be 3.
Yes, could well be 3. We'll take a short break. It's 2 for 7 on SEN Test Cricket. Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Bitcoin.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Steve Smith makes his way out onto Blunston Arena with Australia at 2 for 7. Unfamiliar territory of late.
Justifying Joe Root's decision to bowl here, Hutto, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
2 wickets, and like you say, could be 3. They're really starting to find their straps a bit of length.
Athers was quick to say it could be 3, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He's been waiting all series to say it.
Wait till he leaves and then he really starts sledging him. So, new over about to start as Labuschagne makes his adjustments. Yet to score. Smith yet to score. 4 slips piled up in the cordon. Robertson full, and that's more comfortable for Labuschagne. He whips him away through mid-wicket, and that skids across the damp outfield and into the boundary for 4. And the crowd enjoying it. It's a Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket, something to yell about in a positive fashion. Australia 2 for 11.
A lot rests on these two now, doesn't it, Hutto? With the 2 best players in the Australian team. If you let them make inroads here, trouble for Australia.
Robinson turns on his way again. Howard, that's struck Labuschagne on the pad. He didn't play a shot. a bit too far outside off. England resist the temptation, but that is a sign maybe of a little bit of indecision around Marnus Labuschagne. I mean, he did, I guess, confidently let it go, but not a lot in it.
I guess, there we go. We've seen the first 3 balls to Marnus from Robinson seem the other way and threatened the outside edge, and now he's wobbled one that's hit the seam and come back in and hit him on the pad. So he's found a really good spot here, Robinson, and he's troubling Marnus.
9 wickets at 26 coming in. He's the first Englishman, or the only Englishman, to get to 10 wickets so far in the series. He's 11. Bowls to Labuschagne, who comes across and works this to leg into the gap behind the umpire at square leg. Adds another run to his previous 4. 2 for 12. You can hear the encouragement for Robbo from the Englishman independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. It's 2 for 12 as Simon Katich jumps in alongside Alex Doolan here as our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Afternoon to you, Kat.
Good afternoon, Hutto, Dools, and all the listeners.
Bit going on.
There certainly is. Yeah, don't want to be an opening batsman on a day like today. Green wicket, movement all around off the seam. It's a challenging time, this. And I think the openers were trying to absorb it, but in these conditions, it's very, very difficult to survive.
Steve Smith not quite ready. Now he is. Robinson in the challenge. And it jumps up as it moved again from off to leg. It struck him on the pad and bounces away harmlessly.
Smith averages 43 pink ball tests across 8 test matches.
He's played 2 tests in Hobart as well, 89 runs at an average of 44.5, a top score of 48. Robinson has removed him once already this series. He's bowling, he's edging, and this time he's caught by Crawley at second slip as the parade of Australian batsmen departing continues. Robinson has a couple, and Steve Smith is out for a duck. Let that reverberate around the country.
Well, the Australians cannot believe this. Already 3 for 12, been playing for 45 minutes. And England and cock a hoop. It's like they're playing this test match in the UK here. It's almost reminiscent of English conditions. It's perfect for them. Green wicket, overcast, a little bit of rain around before. And the Australian middle order now is going to be under huge pressure against this new ball. Ollie Robinson is running amok.
And I think you might have let Steve Smith know about that. Whether he actually said anything, it was all just how he demonstrated, I'm not sure, but he was nice and fired up after removing him. And the ball is following Crawley, isn't it? Second slip. That was a pretty simple catch. No mistake that time. He has 2 catches. Root has 1. Crawley dropping one earlier on.
Hard to watch this, Cato, as an Australian fan. But I think Travis Head's going to play a really important role here because he won't muck around. He will get the game moving one way or the other. And that could be really important for Australia here, who are a little bit stagnant in their runs. If he can start hitting the English off their line and length, then it's going to free Marnus up at the other end as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what his attitude is most immediately here, won't it, Kat?
It will be. I mean, he's been very, very good in this series so far, albeit in slightly different conditions at times. I mean, he played beautifully at the Gabba with that 150, but it was a totally different scenario in that test match to what we're seeing now. So I agree, I think he will come out and probably play his natural game, but it will be very challenging to be able to do that, particularly here to Ollie Robinson, who's going to probably try and pitch the ball on middle and leg, take it away to the slips, and we're now seeing 5 slips plus a backward point.
They were just about to hold hands there in the slips, I think, just to get their positioning right. They are ready. The English fans are excited. Head waits for Robinson, and he tucks him up and played him quite well, actually, to mid-wicket dead head. And that's the end of another terrific over from Ollie Robinson. More success. 3 for 12 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuna, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats. To keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuna. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota!
Independent Reserve scoreboard 2 is Independent Reserve for Bitcoin. Warner, Court Crawley, Bold Robinson, no score. Kawaja, Court Root, Bold Broad, 6. And Steve Smith, the last man out. Court Crawley, Bold Robinson for no score. 1 for 3, 2 for 7. And it's currently 3 for 12 on SEN Test. And his Broad is going to continue here. So into a 6th over, something we haven't seen a lot of in this series.
I reckon Jimmy Anderson's sitting up in the rooms at the moment, disappointed he's not playing this test match. Ollie Robinson must be counting his blessings to get the nod for this one.
Indeed. Broad's going to go over the wicket to Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 5.
Wicket's changed a lot here, Cato, hasn't it, since when tests were regularly coming down. I was watching highlights of Mike Hussey's first 100 here, and the wicket looked beautiful to bat on. Very much a different colour now and different characteristics.
Yeah, it certainly has, Dools. I think even from Sheffield Shield cricket back in the mid-90s, where it was probably the best batting wicket in the country, to now it's changed remarkably.
So Broad over the wicket. Labuschagne lets it go. It just curled nicely away from the right-hander as it went through to Billings. What was it like in 2010 here? It must have been a pretty flat track here, was it, against Pakistan? Was it?
It wasn't early, because I think we lost a few early on the first morning. It was actually like this.
It was hooping around, wasn't it?
It swung a little bit first innings, and then I think Ricky Ponting, from memory, got dropped on North. Down a fine leg. I think Muhammad Amir dropped him off Muhammad Azif, and then he went on to get a double ton. But yeah, they're certainly flat the second innings, haven't
Broad, line, 5th stump line. What happened in the second innings, Cat?
No, it's all right, Hutto. We'll leave that one. I think we'll talk about punters double 100. But no, look, it certainly has been a very good batting wicket over the years. But probably in the last 10 years, Dawes, I reckon, and you've seen it firsthand playing down here in Tassie. It certainly changed a lot in that time.
Yeah, it did, and I think the catalyst was that Queensland were always having result wickets up at the Gabba and making Shield finals because of it. And I think in the quest for Shield glory, the wicket changed.
Broad, that is a massive bouncer. He's dug it in very, very short. And it didn't cause any dramas at all for Labuschagne as it sailed through, but didn't show any danger of clearing Billings' head. They would have dropped well and truly by then, had to be called a wide. And it was. And so Australia will take every run on offer at the moment. They are 3 for 13 at the moment. That is on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Bitcoin. Simon Katich for the record, exactly 100 in that third test of 2010 after making 11 in the first innings. Ponting 209 and Clark 166. Broad. Labuschagne, he was drawn to that, another ball that just moved away and is causing all sorts of dramas for Australia right now.
And this is part of the problem with batting on a green wicket. What happens, and you see it in this ball that Labuschagne's just faced, because there's so much happening off the deck, batsmen become indecisive with their footwork and they get caught on the crease because they don't want to commit, get too far across because they're worried about the ball nipping back and getting LBW, but then it ends up exposing them because they're not in a good position to cover the line of the ball outside off stump. So it's a real catch-22 position for the batsman in this situation.
4 slips, no gully, and again he targets the 4th stump line. It was coming back towards Labuschagne that time. He's happy to let it pass.
I think that's where Travis Head can play a really important role because his nature and his style of cricket is to be really aggressive. And I've seen him do it down here for South Australia. He's come out when the wicket's been typically like this and he's put the pressure back on the bowler, and before you know it, he's 40. A few good shots, a few nicks over the top, but he's put the pressure right back on the bowlers, and it's unsettling for them. And it really helps the guy at the other end as well.
He's blowing across the ground. Broad on the chart. Labuschagne again gets the ball well outside his line of the off stump. Talk about differing views coming through from you out there, which we welcome for Tyre Power. This wicket is a disgrace. I'm not watching or listening anymore. This is a wonderful wicket for the 5th test. And the last Hobart will have for years from now. But still wonderful. Australia should have bought their lawn bowls on this deck, says another. Aussies playing at balls they shouldn't be. To some of our feedback. Brought to Labuschagne, who can drive this time. And drive he does. Up through mid off and out towards the boundary for 4. It may not have been plumb out of the middle of the bat, but it will get there. He was able to get forward and drive that time. Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel, for the love of cricket, at the end of the over, it's 3 for 17.
Bowling to Max now, who smashes it to mid-wicket. It goes past the rope. People are cheering. The man who did it is raising his bat to score something for something.
Pace your innings. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Visit drinkwise.org.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
James says this is Marnus's moment to prove himself a mature leader. He got an over pitch ball which he dispatched to the boundary for 4. Now, this is more fun and games. 5 slips on a green wicket. Big crowd. Whatever you think of the pitch, it's providing some excitement on day one. Robinson to head. Tucks in behind it and works it away. Big short leg, slight misfield. Ryan has to hear after it. There's 3 runs to be had here. And Head happy to take everything that's on offer. He moves to 3 with his first runs. And Australia 3 for 20 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's the challenge that Ollie Robinson's got because he's getting so much movement away from the left-hander. He wants to make them play, so he's trying to pitch the ball on and around leg stump with the excessive movement. But that's also presenting scoring opportunities. And Travis Head clipped that nicely through square leg then.
11 wickets, 22 in the series, Robinson.
So if they could just have their best attack all up, fit and firing at once, it'd be interesting to see what they could achieve. Doing well here. Labuschagne faces Robinson, and again he's fanning at it. Did he nick it? He did not. Those behind thought he may have. Those in front are unmoved, including the umpire.
You can just see Labuschagne's just trying to protect that off stump. He's getting across, covering, and then trying not to get lured into sparring at the ball outside off stump.
He looks a little indecisive of which side of the bat he's trying to cover at the moment, whether he's covering for the outside edge or that nip back to the LB involved.
Robinson is pitching up, and Labuschagne drives handsomely through the covers. Some of the pace was taken off as it heads out towards the boundary, but despite that, Stokes can't reel it in, and it's another 4, so a mini counter-attack here from Marnus Labuschagne. A couple of lovely drives of late, and Australia 3 for 24. Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket, and there is plenty of love for the wicket as well coming through from our listeners. The bloke who said that he doesn't like the pitch ain't watching or listening. Can't be for real. This is great cricket. Toys out of the cot early from old mate. Cricket at its best when conditions suit the bowlers, says another. 4th test finished on Sunday. So will the 5th test. That's Darryl from Reservoir. And then Australia always get ahead of themselves when a series is decided. Arrogant attitude towards selection coming out once again. Too busy future planning and not worried about the now.
Wow. Who's that referring to?
Let's bring in Karaja now.
Yeah.
For sure. So Labuschagne settles. Soon bowls, he lets one go. It was really threatening the off bail. Goes thudding into the gloves of Sam Billings on test debut.
The test is far from over just yet at 3 for 24. Yeah. These two are certainly trying to do something about it. And all they can do at the moment is play each ball and not look too far ahead. And that's what seems to be the case. Labuschagne played a couple of nice drives now. You still got to stay positive because when the ball is in the right area, you can still score off it. It's just going to be harder. It's going to be less of those balls at the moment.
Still 4 slips as Robinson bowls to Labuschagne, who jams down on a defensive shot. This exciting first session for Ray Dell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Hi guys, wondering if Australia were bowling and had England 3 for nothing, that people would be saying it's a bad wicket. That's Tim from Ballarat. And Arvo boys, Matt from Albury says it's his head's moment to show why he is an automatic inclusion. Go Tigers. Thank you, Matt. 3 for 24. Robinson, this time that jumped a bit on Labuschagne, who had to adjust as he lost his balance on the crease, falling forward. He kept it out. The over is bowled, and it's 3 for 24 in SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippy's flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm-grown, family-made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table, that's Nippy's. Delicious!
Warner Naught, Kawaja 6, and Steve Smith also a dark. Labuschagne is 13, and Head is 3 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Drinks at the end of this over. Australia are 3 for 24. Travis Head, as we said, a magnificent 152 from 148 balls in Brisbane, 14 fours and 4 sixes, and then 18 and 51 in Adelaide, 27 in Melbourne, and of course, missed Sydney. Mark Wood for the first time, replacing Stuart Broad. He's going to bowl over the wicket first up to the left-handed Head, who is driving confidently, but straight to Stokes, who hurts his hand at mid-off. Just 3 slips in the gully for Wood, rather than the 5 slips we saw for Robinson.
Yeah, it's an interesting call, this, because Chris Wokes is more of a new ball bowler than Mark Wood. And Travis Head at the moment with the ball moving around, would have expected someone like Wokes to get the newer ball. But I think it's probably more a case of Wood getting it because of what he's done so far in the series.
And to Labuschagne as well.
And probably, yeah, that match-up with Labuschagne. But if you wanted a match-up, you're probably looking at Wokes to Travis Head, but he might be bowling this end next.
Bowls to Head, who defends pretty confidently up on the leg side.
That little bit of extra speed too, Kat, might mean that there's not as much movement off the wicket as well. Typically you see that down here, that the faster bowlers, because they kiss through the wicket a little bit more than those who really bowl into it, the seam movement isn't as much. So this could be advantageous for someone like Travis Head.
Yeah, I agree, because I think that skiddier trajectory, if he doesn't get the length right, Travis Head will try and pounce.
Yeah. I guess to that is who you go to, because Robinson can't bowl all day from this end, so Wood's got to bowl eventually.
Wood speeds in. And Head plays late, almost chopped it on. Thick inside edge. And Billings jumps around to do the fielding. Unconvincing shot from Travis Head. Well bowled Woody. It's 3 for 25 now.
Did you hear Marnus then on the stump cam? Said, righto, Woody, mate. He's ready for the contest. He knows about the build-up.
Jules, you've played against Labuschagne a fair bit over the years.
Yeah.
What have you seen in him in the big change from when he first started for Queensland and now, and having dominated Test cricket in the last couple of seasons?
Not a huge change. Technically, yes, quite a big change. But I remember playing, I think he debuted, if it wasn't his debut, it might have been his second game at AB Oval in Queensland. And he looked a good player then opening the batting for Queensland.
Wood versus Labuschagne. It's well outside the off stump. Wood falls over. Nothing unusual about that. Although we did see Broad tumble earlier and the ball went harmlessly through. So Mark Wood, 8.4 overs, 3 for 17 against Marnus Labuschagne. Picked him up twice in Sydney. Caught Butler for 28 and then caught Pope for 29 after nabbing him for just 1 in Melbourne. And he did make that adjustment. He talked about that in the interview interview without giving too much away of how he had made that slight adjustment, and then Wood adjusted it as well himself, didn't he? Bowled a bit wider of the crease again.
He did, and he's certainly forcing him back, angling the ball in from wide of the crease, trying to get him sparring outside off stump.
Fuller hand, that's comfortably in the hitting zone for Marnus Labuschagne. Takes him off the pads and powers a shot away through mid-wicket for 4. That's his third boundary at Foxtel, 4K4. Always on the lookout for runs, Marnus Labuschagne. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Labuschagne goes to 17 and Australia 3 for 29 with a little counter-attack.
What I do love about Marnus and admire about Marnus and Steve Smith in particular is their ability to change in-game and through different series and just counter with different technical changes and game plans to suit the style of cricket that's being played.
Thriving on the battle, Wood. Tried to tempt him outside the off stump and it goes through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over from Mark Wood. Gerard's coming in, or it's Collar coming in? It's Drinks, in fact. Collar's got his hand up. He's coming in, 3 for 29. Kawaja out for 6. Warner and Smith for ducks. SEN Test cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. Over 2,000 ways to customise our homes. And Drinks are on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Look, if you want a lush green backyard, there's one easy way to get it. Install Rainbird. Don't believe me? Look at the MCG's outfield. Check out the Sydney Cricket Ground's Jade Field of Envy, Perth's Optus Stadium, spring green year-round, your neighbour Derek's backyard. Now that's emerald turf. All of these places installed Rainbird, so talk to your landscaper about their irrigation and sprinkler systems. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghhelpline.org.au.
To Warner, who's edging and he's caught at second slip. Dave Warner gone for a duck. England strike through Ollie Robinson.
Broad full again, and he's edging straight to first slip. Joe Root takes the catch, and Broad has picked up Kawaja. Australia has lost its second wicket, and they are in all sorts of trouble early in Tasmania on a green top. Bowling is edging, and this time he's caught by Crawley at second slip as the parade of Australian batsmen departing continues. Robinson has a couple, and Steve Smith is out for a duck. Let that reverberate around the country.
Ginger Drinks break the great Australian brew. England won the toss and bowled, and they've gotten it right. They've gotten it really right with Ollie Robinson, bringing him back into the team. He's picked up 2 wickets out of Warner, who was the first out again for naught from 22 balls. He also picked up Stephen Smith for a duck, caught him the cordon. Between times, Broad found the outside edge of Kawaja. He was out on 6, and it's Robinson to go again, away from us at the river end. Delivering here to Travis Head, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Nice carry through to the gloves of Billings on debut. Adam Collins with you, Simon Katich with me. They've done just about everything right so far, apart from that one chance Labuschagne put down on the duck
naught rather, by Crawley in the cordon.
Yeah, and how costly that could be. Labuschagne now eased his way to 17. He certainly had his fair share of it this summer with the plays and misses and stuff like that, but one thing that has stood out with Marnus Labuschagne is that he's disciplined and he tries to make the most of it. He's certainly doing that after that drop.
3 slips in a gully. Robinson delivers to Head, who flips just around the corner down towards long leg for an easy single. Head moves along to 5. Australia 3 for 30.
And England have been very disciplined, particularly with the ball. I think Stuart Broad and Robinson set the tone early. They bowled good lines. There's been probably a couple of balls like Kawaja's dismissal. He probably could have let that ball go, but it's tricky in these conditions with the ball nipping around. You feel like you have to play at the ball at times when maybe it's not quite around the off stump. Warner got a good ball. And then Smith was an interesting dismissal. He didn't really do a lot. He just didn't really cover the line of the ball, and in the end, probably a little bit tentative and just sparred at it. Caught the second slip.
With Labuschagne on strike, Robinson has a 4th slip. Hope in there. He bowls here and leaving alone Labuschagne on the 5th stump line. It's hard not to wonder, isn't it, Simon? Going back 6 weeks, start of this series, England, first test at Brisbane, they leave out Broad and Anderson, their 2 most experienced seamers, on a pitch that wasn't anywhere near as green as this, but did provide assistance on that opening day. Joe Root took the conservative option, batted first, and it backfired so badly. Had they taken that chance on morning 1, I just wonder how the start of the series would have played out. Robinson again delivers here to Labuschagne. Down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it, ends up in the gloves of Billings.
Yeah, I think Joe Root can blame Nasser Hussain for that. The toss at the Gabba, because I think he got spooked by what happened all those years ago. I think it was, 2003? Something like that.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of what Nasser Hussain did and what Bill Edridge did that freaked out Root, and the rest is history really. But they're putting in a great account of themselves today. They've not thrown in the towel, England. A gutsy draw at Sydney and right on top at Hobart. Robinson to Labuschagne here down the leg side. Again, a wasted delivery. Well down the leg side. Probably the last over of his spell.
You'd think so. 7 overs is a decent stint, but in these conditions, when you've got 2 wickets to your name, someone like Ollie Robinson's probably used to bowling 8, 9 over spells in England. Similar sort of conditions. It's not overly hot. There is a bit of humidity down at ground level. Certainly feel the sun tried to get through before. There's a little bit of warmth coming through.
Robinson, last ball of the over. Cloud cover everywhere. Delivers here. Labuschagne leaves alone on length. End of the 14th over. On the Henley Everyday Advantage, or rather make it on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Bitcoin, Australia 3 for 30.
Greyhound racing is always a great day out for the whole family. So get along to any of SA's 4 major greyhound racing venues for an exciting day out. Head along to experience the thrill of greyhound racing. Enjoy some great meals with family-friendly dining options available. You can also head trackside and see these amazing athletes in person. Head to greyhoundracingsa.com.au to check the schedule. We love our dogs. Gamble responsibly.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage. Over 2,000 ways to customise our homes. It's going to be Mark Wood starting his second over. Northern End arrives and bowls here at Head, who drives well. Oh, great diving stopper cover though. Knocking it down into the offside. Ben Stokes predictably in the long sleeves. Keeps it to a single, parried away. Head moves to 6, Australia 3 for 31.
Oh, that hurt Ben Stokes. That was a magnificent bit of fielding. That was looking like it was 4 off the middle of Travis Head's bat. We talked about it last over, about the fact that Mark Wood with the extra pace might just present some more scoring opportunities with the skiddier trajectory, and so far it just looks like he's finding it hard to find the right length.
That previous delivery was up at 147 kilometres an hour. Of course, Woods picked up Labuschagne 3 times in quick succession since he went to number 1 in the ICC rankings. Gets a chance here. Second ball of his over. Labuschagne defends with soft hands out towards backward point. No single there.
Yeah, Wood having trouble with his footing as he always does. But particularly here, probably a little bit slippery under the foot with the moisture and the grass on this wicket. There's plenty of sawdust out there, but haven't really maximised it like you would see on a day like today. Normally there's frequent trips to the sawdust, which is located just behind his top of his bowling mark now.
Yeah, none in the footmarks as yet. He's sprinting towards Marnus Labuschagne. Bowls here, wide of the crease. Labuschagne takes him through mid-wicket, just in front of the square leg umpire. In fact, gets a single. Labuschagne up to 18 from 29 balls. He's been busy after being dropped on none. Australia 3 for 32. As we mentioned before, Labuschagne averaging 80 in pink ball test matches and getting that chance. Second slip. It was Crawley's catch, wasn't it?
I actually think he could have left it for Joe Root. It would have been a comfortable catch for Joe Root at first slip, but the problem Zach Crawley's got is he's a big man. He's got a big wingspan, and he probably backs himself to catch those. So it just did him for pace.
So a change of direction. Wood's going to go around the wicket to head. He's got a packed cordon. He bowls here, and head driving again, this time beating Ben Stokes. That's a lovely shot. Out towards the Ricky Ponting stand and runs into the rope. Head moves to 10, Australia 3 for 36.
Yeah, and there's this skinny trajectory, just goes straight into the middle of Travis Head's bat. He's now 10 off 9 balls. He feels like there's no problem whatsoever out there.
So twice in the over, Head's been able to get on the front foot and drive. Ben Stokes can cut off the first one, but there was no stopping that. Head back into the team. Had a good series. Facing up again to Wood, who delivers. And Head flips behind square. Down towards Robinson beneath us, gets a single. He's 11, it's 3 for 37. In this inning so far, Labuschagne passed 300 runs. He's the highest scorer in the series. I doubt there have been many Ashes series where the leading run scorer is only in the low 300s. There are 9 players between 209 and 300, but Labuschagne now through that barrier.
Well, I think it's been a byproduct of the wickets that have been played on. We saw life in the wicket at the Gabba. We saw life, particularly in the wicket at the MCG, and even at the SCG last week, and now here. So, realistically, it's only probably been the Adelaide wicket, and that was a pink ball test where the numbers do come down.
Wood to Labuschagne. Last ball of his over, delivers, and Labuschagne punching off the back foot through point. There's a gap there. There's runs there in front of the hill. Labuschagne into the 20s with a lovely boundary. An expensive over. 15 gone, Australia finding their feet. They're 3 for 41.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
This pair have added 29 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. From 3 for 12 up to 3 for 41. Labuschagne has 22. Head has 11. There's going to be a change of bowler from our broadcast to southern end, the river end, and it's going to be Chris Wokes, who has had a struggle of a series. 3 wickets at 76 in the 2 test matches where he was selected at the start. But playing here because they wanted to give their batting a bit of extra depth, and they don't trust Jack Leach when there's no Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for them. It just goes to show how much of a hole that Ben Stokes' side injury has filled with his bowling lineup, because they would have been able to play the spinner if they wanted. But saying that, in these conditions at Bellerive, traditionally the spinners don't have a huge role to play here, particularly with these sorts of conditions and the overheads.
And these conditions are perfect for Chris Wokes, the way he goes about it. He's got 3 slips and a gully over the wicket to start the Head, who drives again through the offside. He's put that away through cover point. Travis Head looks good. He's 15, Australia 3 for 45.
Well, Alex Doolan was spot on 10 minutes ago. He said that this is how Travis Head's going to play in these conditions. That was a genuine half volley from Chris Wokes. Not exactly what Joe Root would have wanted there, starting his spell with an absolute loosener. But very well put away by Travis Head.
The run-a-ball partnership of 33. Wokes goes again, in here at Head, over the wicket, Head, forward, gone towards mid-off in the air, miscued entirely, off the back foot trying to hoik it away. It just hung there. ever so close to being within diving range of Ben Stokes. He gets down the other end, he's 16, 3 for 46. Simon Katich, what's going on there?
Yeah, he dodged a bullet there, Travis Head. He tried to pull that one to the leg side. It looked like the ball probably seemed away from him. And in the end, bat just twisted a little bit in his hands, didn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat. Spliced it up and just fell safely over Ben Stokes at mid-off.
Just got a bit big on him as well. So there's 4 slips and Marnus says, no, I'm not ready yet. I'm counting the fielders. I'll tell you when I'm ready, Chris. This time he faces up to Wokes. Passes umpire Tucker, bowls here and leaves alone on length. Chris Wokes away from home averages 54. And in Australia, 13 wickets at 56. Many people have said he should have his passport confiscated, never to travel again.
Yeah, look, he has found it tough on these shores, but if he's going to succeed anywhere, it's in this test right here at this point in time, particularly here today with the clouds in, pink ball in hand, green wicket.
So he's in here to Labuschagne, he's looking good. Finds the outside edge here, albeit all the way along the ground towards fourth, where Ollie Pope's fielding no run.
You can hear Marnus Labuschagne on the stump mic then saying, get through. Willing that to split the gap between second and third slip. But it went safely straight to ground. And that's what we'll see more of throughout this test match. Here today, there's some good carry, and the ball has certainly carried to the slips nicely. But as this test wears on, generally the bounce goes and the carry through to the slips is not as prominent as is on day one.
So it's Wokes to Labuschagne again. Clips it through mid-wicket, finds the gap, that's 4 more. Taking Australia to 3 for 50. Labuschagne to 26, but 2 full and put away.
Yeah, these two making it look like an easy batting surface now. Amazing how the test can change in the space of probably 20 minutes. As soon as Woods come into the attack, and now Chris Wokes has already leaked 9 runs this over. Australia making batting conditions look completely different to the first hour of play. Beautiful shot there from Marnus Labuschagne. Took that from off stump through mid-wicket.
So it's Wokes again to Australia's number 3. Bowls here and Labuschagne leaves alone on the 5th stump line. That's the end of another productive over for Australia. 9 runs coming from it on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin Australia 3 for 50.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131 5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
The early collapse, but Australia are now putting the foot down. Adam Collins with you and Bharat Sundaresan joining me in the commentary box for Anaconda. Play more Payless with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Bit of a conference before Wood starts his fresh over for Bharat. Ollie Robinson, this might be a big turning point in his career. He's not far away from being the attack leader.
Not really. In fact, after the first couple of tests, Colo, it looked like he was the primary bowler. He looked like he might end up playing all 5 test matches. And today he's shown why.
So Wood's going to go around the wicket again to Head. He faces up here. Head leaves alone outside the off stump into the gloves of Billings on debut.
And he got the length right, didn't he? He got them not sure whether to come forward, go back, whether to play, whether to not. That's what he does, and he creates that angle as well, right? You had Marnus Labuschagne, who's such a good lever of the ball. Most occasions, go and play balls which are almost on 5th stump, and he's someone who can leave balls which are 3.5. So, creates different issues than, say, an Anderson or a Broad.
So it's Wood here, bowling to Head, wearing the short sleeve jumper, facing up, and Head plays off the back foot, finds the gap just in front of point. He struck it really well. Pope has lots of work to do. Narrow right of the crease, right of the wicket rather here at Bell Reeve, so they nearly get 4. They're happy with 3. Heads up to 19. Australia 3 for 53.
Oh, I've seen him do this so often. Colo for South Australia, Travis Head. Move the game. That's his mojo, isn't it?
And the dimensions suit him. I mentioned it's quite narrow here. about 10 metres narrower than the MCG, for example. So just there, steered away off the back foot, nearly got him 4. He's winning this stoush so far with Mark Wood, who now gets to have another crack at Labuschagne here on 26. 3 slips. The catching men. Wood bowls here. Labuschagne pulling out over the top of square leg. Doesn't get all of it. Just pitches and rolls into the rope. Another boundary for Labuschagne. He advances to 30 from just 35 balls. Australia rocketing along there, 3 for 57.
And I think Manas Labuschagne's changed his approach ever since Travis Head walked out. And these are conditions where you just have to play your shots. If you just hang in there, like they say, the old cliche of that ball with your name on it will never be too far away. So what Travis Head does so well seems to have
a second man out, it prompts a field change. 2 out for that exact shot. Wood bowls here to Labuschagne, who drives, and on drive. Beautiful shot down towards the pavilion. We'll get at least 2, and I'll come back for a third. Will it make it to the rope? No. Ben Stokes gets the dive in the nick of time. That moves Labuschagne to 33. Australia up to 3 for 60. They're just going to check whether it's 3 or 4. We'll get a couple of looks at the replay, I suspect. Fairly confident, Bharat, that he wasn't touching the rope. It's the first impression from our vantage point.
He was running to the other end of the ground from where we are seated, but yeah, it did look like he'd done it.
So no concerns there. 48 from 42 now, the partnership. Labuschagne has 28 of those.
Yeah, you just get a feeling this is going to be a test match where either wickets fall quickly or runs get scored quickly.
Well, a bit of that county cricket philosophy, isn't it? There might be a ball with your name on it. Chris Rogers spoke about that. Sometimes you just have to go. And go they are. Head facing up to Wood, around the wicket bowls here. Head, soft hands out towards point. Quick singles on. Well steered away again. This pair are enthusiastic. It's 3 for 61. Heads into the 20s from just 15 deliveries. Good calling there.
What's this positive energy to the middle, Andy? Travis said he has, if you think about it, been practicing more against the pink ball than any of the others because he came out of his isolation during the SCG test. And all he's done in the last week is face the pink ball.
That was quick. 150 clicks. The problem is, Woods conceded 27 runs in 2.5 overs. So 2 fielders remain out on the leg side. Last ball of his over to Labuschagne. Bowls here, wide of the crease, and Labuschagne crunching through the covers off the back foot. That is a stylish boundary to finish. He's up to 37, and Australia, after 17 overs on the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for Bitcoin of 3 for 65.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
A session for Radell, the branded choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. This pair have put on 53 in 44 balls. If you read the scorecard and you see Warner out for naught, likewise Smith, Kawaja 6, all caught in the cordon. You wouldn't believe this is possible in the second hour, but they are really throwing their hands at it and putting pressure back onto England.
And Mark Wood is was the kind of bowler you want to face in these conditions. The ball skips on, he bowls different lengths, generally short of length. He won't threaten your outside edge as often as Ollie Robinson or even a Chris Wood should.
So Wokes to start his second over momentarily. A twig to the field. There's now let's call it a catching cover point, about 15 metres from the bat. David Milan in there. Wokes has 3 slips as well. Over the wicket to Travis Head, who swings and misses outside the off stump. That wouldn't have been a pretty dismissal had he feathered it through to Billings, but it went just above the blade. So Head's going to keep trying to cut and find that square boundary. Wokes just passes umpire Tucker. A lovely moment for Rod Tucker this week as well, of course. Played a decade for Tasmania in the 80s and 90s. Fantastic all-rounder. Umpiring his 75th test match His first here at Bellerive Oval, his home ground. So that fielder in close on the offside for the miscued slash. Wokes bowls to head. He was pulling along the carpet, out through square leg. It might just about go for 4, you know. A lot of work to do, just dragged in. Mark Wood does the work there. Nicely executed slide. Labuschagne.
Again, just missed his length by a little bit. That was enough for Travis Head.
Yeah, Travis Head rather is on 23 from 17 balls, 3 for 68 now the score. Just a controlled pull shot. Previous delivery had a slash. See that point rope, but that's been his downfall.
Yeah,
a number of times at test level, but that's a more convincing stroke. If they can get the lunch 3 down, it'll just about be Australia's session in context to the most sporting surface here at Bellerive Oval. Wokes away from us. David Boone stand in, delivers here. Labuschagne down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it.
It has not been a very flashy start from Chris Wokes. Stage is really set for him. If you remember, similarly, bowler-friendly conditions at the Gabba, he was given the new ball. He's had to wait his turn this time around with Broad and Robinson getting the new ball. He needs to get the length right.
Yeah, he's got to take advantage of this. It's well suited for him. The lights are on now at Bellerive. He bowls to Labuschagne. Wokes defended into the onside. Waits the call, and they're happy to leave it roll out to Ollie Robinson. A dot ball that stays at 3 for 68.
How good was that boundary of the last ball from the wood over? It just sounded so good. Manus has been raving about his new bats. He spent a lot of time, I think, in Melbourne just getting the match ready. That sounded really good. I was raving about it to Steve Smith, and Steve Smith wanted to know how he got new bats into the bubble.
How did they achieve it? Here's Wokes bowling, squaring up Labuschagne. It spills out towards third slip off the outside edge. They pull out of the appeal, but not far away. That's the length that Wokes needs to be at. Asking the right questions there. Labuschagne not quite forward, not quite back.
Yeah, opened him up that time. So that's the length. Yeah, he needs to be there. 6 balls in a row. Yeah, Manus reminded Steve Smith that we're not in a bubble anymore. So that's how I got the new bats in and ready.
You can imagine their bat chat, can't you?
Oh,
I suppose you hear a lot of it, or overhear a lot of it in the nets watching them, but obsessed with their bats. I see Manus has been tweeting this week as well. You might pick that up with Gerard after this last ball of the over. Wokes bowls and Labuschagne drives. Wokes collecting his follow through and takes a ping. It hits Labuschagne, the crowd, bit of pantomime booing. Another busy over, 3 runs coming from it. 18 overs gone. There'll be a change of commentary on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin Australia for 3 for 68 with Gerard Whateley coming in.
Oh, that's not the sound of Barbies firing up for the new barbecue season. That's the sound of pressure. It's the difference between getting your guests fired up with your perfect steaks or Uncle Rex firing up over the one that's overdone. And you really don't want Uncle Rex getting fired up. You've got the skills from Barbecues Galore. So fire up this barbecue season and become the barbecue legend you were born to be. So rest easy, Uncle Rex. We got this. Barbecues Galore. The range, the price, the knowledge. Now you're cooking. A wicked counter-attack from Australia's batting pair. Labuschagne 37 from 41 deliveries and has been at the forefront of it. The energy came from Travis Head. His immediate arrival in the middle prompted runs straight away. 23 from 17. Australia's batting for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. It all amounts to 3 for 68. As Damien Fleming joins us for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Flem, hello. We'll rattle around and find Flem there somewhere. Come on! The independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Stuart Broad is coming back into the attack. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Bharat? And we're already down to just 3 slips, Gerard. So the counter-attack is working. Much more back slip got it the last time Stuart Broad had a ball in his hand. 2 in the deep on the leg side. Robinson 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 15, and the other 2 have been expensive. Broad begins his fresh spell. He's in on the pad straight away, and he's taken away by Head wide of mid-on, and he will be able to get a couple
And advanced to 25. It's 3 for 70. Flem, have I got you?
Jared.
Excellent.
Listeners, a little bit boring. Can we get some wickets and runs? It's been unbelievable, wasn't it? Gee, Aussies might have been 6 or 7 down at lunch, and now that they're going to be over 100.
Zach Crawley is going to have an interesting dinner break. He's taken 2 catches, but he dropped Labuschagne on naught, and it looks expensive. Broad end bowls, head leaves tight to the off stump. So just talk us through the bowlology at the start as Broad and Robinson went to work.
Yeah, it's interesting, guys. For a green seaming pitch, I think the pace of the pitch has been excellent for the bowlers and the carry through. So it's just bowlology, beautiful conditions. If you can attack third, fourth stump line, it's going to look after you.
It's Travis Hendick in here, tapping away. Broad is around the wicket bowling to him, and head's jammed up in his defence. It squirts away. Labuschagne calls him through for a single. Billings closes. By the time he got there, head was well home at the non-strikers end, 3 for 71.
And I think Bharat spoke about it. That, the job Wokes has got to play. Like he's a star all-rounder in English conditions. 12 tests in Australia now, 24 wickets at 47, and he's been belonging the ball up in a half volley and getting smashed. You can't do that. You've still got to be able to hit the right length and line, and hit the harder you hit the pitch, the more the ball will do.
Fine leg, the only man out with Labuschagne on strike. He's on 37. The lights are on at Lumsden Arena. All of this has happened through the afternoon. Now the second man goes back in the deep. And we can play through to 11 o'clock tonight. So goodness knows where the game will be in 6 hours' time if the rain stays away.
Late till 3 a.m. this match will be over, Jared.
Broads over the wicket. Bowles and Labuschagne leaves tight to the off stump.
But Broad and Robinson, they've got the blueprint, haven't they? They are getting the ball through to Billings, the wicketkeeper, on debut. I don't reckon it's a pitch. A bit later on, Mark Wood will play a bigger part, but I'll be looking to use the slowest seamers early on here for England. The outside edges have definitely come into play. But really love the way that Labuschagne and Head have gone about it. Travis Head's 26 off 20. I mean, this is a game opening or a test opening innings.
Broad bowls tight to the off stump. It nips in at the off bail through to Billings.
And plenty of chat about Marnus being a lucky batsman. Well, it's starting that way again here in Hobart, but you have to make them pay. And he's been at his run scoring best again too, Marnus, 37 off 43. So it's been a brilliant partnership.
It started Warner, caught Crawley, bowled Robinson for naught. 22 ball innings from Warner, where he was thoroughly challenged, contained, and then removed. Broad bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. Much tighter from Stuart Broad. 3 for 71 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
This session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. It has been a very lively session at that. Chris Wokes from the river end from our broadcast position, the 3 slips in play. So Warner was snaffled by Crawley. Snaffle, visit snaffle.com.au. Kawaja by Root at first slip from the bowling abroad for 6. It was 2 for 7. Wokes in and bowls full, driven back down the ground. Head didn't get enough of it. Wokes fields in his follow through. And then Smith caught Crawley, bowled Robinson for naught. It was a 2-ball duck for Smith, 3 for 12. And in the middle there, Labuschagne was dropped by Crawley from the bowling of Robinson when he was on naught.
It was the Smith decision. dismissal that said to me, wow, that was short of a length and it still flew through, that I think it's quite hard underneath this pitch.
Alex Doolan's scouting ahead of the test was exactly that, Flem. Lokes bowls left alone by Head.
So, for me, bowling-wise, you know, these are green conditions. You need to attack before the pink Kookaburra ball seam flattens.
Breeze still coming out of the east. Stiff breeze. The flags stretched on top of the President's box. At the Church Street end, that's where Travis Head faces out from. It's full, clouts the drive, wide of mid-off, but not wide enough. It's fielded by Stokes, who's been prepared to fling himself around, cause himself some harm. A single taken. Head is 27, it's 3 for 72.
Tough work for Stokes, Bharat, isn't it? That it's teasing that he is a gifted swing and seam bowler and he's not going to get to be able to bowl in these conditions.
Oh, absolutely, Flem. And, you know, the one time he did have a pink ball in his hand, they got him to bowl. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're missing him.
Labuschagne on 37. Lokes in and bowls to him. On the pads, lifted up over mid-wickets. Magnificent strike into the deep. One bounce across the rope for 4. Marnus has a mood about him. He's 41. Appendix breaks, big moment. Put your foot down with confidence, Appendix breaks.
Who would have thought this? With those 3 early wickets, you thought there'd be another few and Australia might be around 50 at the lunch break and Marnus goes, nah, I want to get to 100 as the team. But this is brilliant batting. He gets inside the line, has it comfortable and then flicks it through for 4.
This has the feel of an Iron Maiden song, doesn't it, Flem? It starts slow, but, you know, Bruce
2 minutes to midnight, I think you're trying to refer to.
There you go, there you go. This is around the time Dave Murray's hit his solo, so we're reaching the crescendo point now.
Yes.
Stuart Broad wants the ball changed. You got to try something at the moment.
Wow.
He's getting a good hearing too. Initially dismissed, now the umpires are going to come together and see what they can come up with. Rod Tucker marches it over to Paul Wilson. Blocker gives him the thumbs up. Tell him to get on with it.
Yeah, we can't obviously get a real close-up there. No, they're going to keep with it. I mean, it looks fine from a distance. Sometimes you can tell when it's out of shape.
It says a lot where this game is. If England want this ball changed, the same ball that got them all those wickets.
Might want a couple of their bowlers changed. So 2 in the deep on the leg sides. Marnus Labuschagne on 41. Lokes bowls 2. It's full. It's turned away through square leg. And one of those in the deep comes off the rope to do the fielding. Labuschagne is 42. It's 3 for 77.
Marnus is really conscious to move across and more hit to the leg side, isn't he, in this innings, and it's working.
So 6 from this over. Lokes is 3 overs after this ball. None for 18 so far. It was a 3-over stretch. The Australians took 35 just to alter the course of the session. Guru taking a bit of extra time with his field. He's got the 3 slips in place. Now 2 deep on the leg side now for Heads. Lokes in bowls to him. Head leaves outside the off. 377 independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
In response to the Omicron COVID-19 variant, free rapid antigen or PCR tests are available at testing facilities for people who are in close contact, have symptoms, or have been instructed to test by a health authority. To further help in testing, over 70 million rapid tests have been secured by the Australian government, making it easier for all people to get them in the coming weeks. Visit australia.gov.au to stay up to date. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
The session will Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy.
It has been an excellent session. 3 for 77, all that you could ask for in Test cricket. A delayed start, heavily overcast, a green top. England captain wins the toss, sends Australia in 3 for 12, and then the momentum shifted as Damien Fleming and Alex Doolan come together. Alex, welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back.
Good to see you,
flagged-
Jules.
Yeah, you
Yeah, you
flagged
too,
this change of momentum. Labuschagne crosses stumps, dumps it to the leg. Draw vacant mid-wicket. There'll be 2 with the field set deep on that side of the wickets. 42 for Labuschagne. It's 3 for 79.
Hey, Jules, just talking then about Marnus's technique, moving across the crease, sort of covering the line and whipping through the leg side. He's found a way to not only survive but score with that.
Yeah, I'm loving the way both these guys are playing. Travis was always going to play this way. That's his natural game. But he's taken Marnus along for the ride, and it's putting the pressure right back on England here and taking the advantage away from them.
Forcing a lot of thought around the field. So cover is going to move across to mid-wicket because of the Labuschagne approach. To cover the off stump and just take whatever's on offer on the leg side. So it's 3 slips, point mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, then deep square and fine leg. Broad over the wicket bowls. Labuschagne pumps him back down the ground, didn't get it at all. Broad throws it into Labuschagne's boots as he had his back turned and he makes a villain of himself. Stuart Broad again to an Australian crowd.
Bit happening.
A lot happening. So Labuschagne jumped down the wicket, toe ended it. Broad took absolute exception to it, picked it up, hurled it at Labuschagne, hit him in the boot. It all makes for quite a replay from Lumsden built to last.
Just a big guy in a headband doing that adds to it.
Bring back memories.
Labuschagne on 44. Faces up to Broad.
No run.
Out to point. Pope Fields, no run.
Been really good mix, hasn't it, with the right-hand, left-hand combination. Marnus looking to get forward, hit through the leg side, and Travis just staying back, playing square of the wicket. Been an excellent batting partnership.
Does it make it difficult with both players? Yes, right hand, left hand, but they're also got big pre-movements. It must make it difficult for the bowler to hone in on where he's trying to bowl to them.
Definitely.
So Broad pauses for effect, makes his angled approach in. He's bowling to Labuschagne who leaves outside the off stump.
And the other thing that can come into play here, Dools, is actually after a good opening bowling partnership wickets, with the change bowlers, the expectation is you're going to get wickets. Yeah. And I think Wood and Wokes in particular were poor.
Yep. We spoke about it a little earlier about Mark Wood's extra pace is almost a disadvantage to him on a wicket like this. It's more the Broads and the Robinsons who actually run in and bowl the ball into the wicket that tend to get the most out of it, whereas Wood with his extra pace, it's probably more friendly for the batter to be able to use that, less movement, give them more options to score.
One of the substitute fielders is just in front of the fence at the dugout, and Labuschagne just points it out to Joe Root. Says, hey, it looks like you've got 3 in the deep there, get him to bob down. Labuschagne is ready now, Broad is with him defending in behind the stumps to third slip.
What have you made of the wicket, Flem?
I'd love to be bowling on it, Dools, because I think Gerard mentioned, you might have said in the pre-match, because it's the hardness. At the Gabba, it was a slow seamer, so you had to get your length right, whereas that dismissal of Smith was short of a length and it still flew through.
Yeah.
These are great seam conditions.
Yeah.
67 from 67 balls. That's the partnership that these two have put together. Labuschagne faces up to Broad and he's leaving the ball that again just shapes in towards the off stump. 3 for 79. Independent reserve scoreboards. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
England have been successful. The pressure on the speaker that Colo mentioned previously. All Colo's stats and facts and meanderings, notions, crazy thoughts for Nilex Garden Watering Range available at Bunnings Warehouse. The box of pinks is out there, Colo. They're getting the ball changed.
They're building momentum. That suspension of standing orders can't be far away. Just one for you here, Gerard. Stephen Smith averaging 31 in the series.
And England are down 3-0. Well, they lost 3-0. So I think Smith's the only reason Australia holds the urn. They stayed right on top of Smith and it did them no good.
You can see what he was able to achieve the last time around here in 17-18. He averaged 137. Significant drop off there.
But the sun managing to peek through, just as it did for the first ball of the test match. The rest has been under heavy grey cloud. The lights are on, so it's quite the mix of lights as we look down on Bellerive Oval. Lumsden Arena as it is now. Wokes is going to begin his new over, so Wokes and Woods have been culpable for relieving the pressure. Wokes over the wicket, bowls to Head, who defends the ball to the offside. So these two in a great battle for the Bingley player of the session. Grab a deal today. Labuschagne 44 from 52, Head 27 from 25.
Yeah, it's been exciting. And Travis Head, you've got to remember, he's missed the test match. He hasn't batted for a fair while, and he comes in on a green seamer. And besides one little missed shot that nearly got caught by Ben Stokes, it's been proactive. It's been a great counter-attack.
Wokes bowls to him. He leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, I really love the balance that Travis Head gives to this batting order. You've got someone who comes in at 5, and no matter the situation, he's super aggressive, and he puts the bowling team right on the back foot straight away. And I think that's really important nowadays in Test cricket to have that. With the wickets, especially this series, being a little bit spicy, to be able to have someone come in and just take the advantage away from the bowlers is huge for your team. Huge for the guy sitting up waiting to bat next.
Wokes in, bowls to Head. It's full. It's driven outside edge past the dive at points. It'll race away across the turf and tap the rope for 4. Travis Head to 31. Australia 3 for 83. These moments are all combining. Bendix breaks, big moments. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks.
Well, there Trav goes again, doesn't he? I mean, he didn't get it right in the middle, but he didn't need to. It's a lot of players might have let that go, but no, I'm going to have a go at it. Square of the wicket. Another boundary to Trav. Excellent stuff.
A dozen boundaries between this pair. 71 from 71 balls.
Think about where the game was at 3 for 12. Head faces up, snags down on the ball that was coming at the stumps, defends well.
And Dools, back to your point, you want your 5 or 6 as a quick scorer to open up test matches. It's important with Trav at 5s because Cam Green's still emerging. He's trying to work out the right tempo to test match cricket.
Yeah, and no doubt, Cameron Green's got a huge future in Test cricket. He really does. But you're right, and we saw it 2 Ashes ago with Brad Haddon. Did the same thing for Australia, was the one who made the tempo.
Wokes 3 slips in place. Head nibbles at a ball that he might have left. He knocked it away to points. He won't get a run.
It was the whitewash series, Flem, where a lot was spoken about Steve Smith's batting and Michael Clarke, but Brad Haddon had a terrific series, and was able to put the English on the back foot. So I think he scored 5 50s and 100, didn't he?
I mean, he was a great Ashes player, Brad Haddon. Yeah. It wasn't just that series.
Wokes in, bowls, Head. Almost shagged that one. Inside edge into the pads. It rolled away across the popping crease. A lot of interaction between batters. They don't go. 3 for 83. independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
Yeah, Brad Haddon made 493 runs in that series at 62, with the century at Adelaide and 5 other scores above 50.
Yeah. And it was almost that first. Yeah, it was actually with Mitch Johnson, a partnership in the first innings of that series that really got them on their way. So, no, you need it. And Alex Carey's finding his feet. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities either. So, no, Travis Head locking in number 5, but also just the strike rate's been amazing.
Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Gingibeer. Head 31. Labuschagne has the strike on 44. Broad is about to begin his 9th over of the session. 1 for 14. 4 of those have been maidens. Broad over the wicket bowls. Labuschagne's bowled round his legs. He's flat on the pitch by the time it all finished. He got it horribly wrong. Broad fired it past him, disturbed the stumps, and Labuschagne drags himself off, and it's the long walk home. Labuschagne out for 44, 4 for 83. A dramatic dismissal, Alex Doolan.
It looks like he just completely slipped with his front foot. Is that? Yep, his front foot slips from straight out from under him and ends up making him look a bit like a goose, but just that greasy bell reed wicket with that little bit of rain on it, the green grass, he's just slipped straight out from it. Fortunately, it's brought him under.
Yeah, the bowlers have been slipping, haven't they, with their front foot sawdust, but unfortunately he probably went too far. He was going to be cooked anyway, but the ungainly fall is what will remember in that dismissal. It actually reminded me a bit of a Ricky Ponting dismissal. Adelaide, Jar Callis just went near Ricky's the end of his career. But you don't see that a lot from a batting perspective. But the strength we were talking about, unfortunately, has led to the dismissal of Marnus.
So a wily bowler has taken his time to study what he's doing. And so Labuschagne made hay while Broad wasn't bowling, essentially. He's giving a big look at the leg stump. He's so far over, he's been bowled on middle stump.
Yeah, and I think Broad's deliberately had a crack at his stumps there, but Marnus would have been expecting that. That's the reason he's moving over there is to try and get the ball in line with his body so that he can make better and easier decisions on how to play the ball. He would have fully expected Broad to have a crack eventually at his leg stump, and unfortunately for him, he's lost his footing there. Otherwise, he may well have clipped that down the front leg.
It's an unflattering replay for Blunston, built to last. It's a replay that will last. The world's number 1 batsman, A over T, clean bowls.
Tough conditions for Cam Green because he is so orthodox. The orthodox shots have been finding the outside edge.
In before dinner, 4 for 83. Cam Green just takes a little stroll over the square leg to settle the nerves. It's a bat pad, 3 slips and a gully. And Broad is calling in. He's going to have 4 slips and a gully instead of the points. Loading up the cordon. Why wouldn't he? Broad with 2 for 14. He's in and bowling to Cam Green, who plays forward, big foot plant. Bat meets it, knocks it away to mid-off, no run.
Hey, Dools, what's your summary of Cam Green's batting technique?
Yeah, I really like watching Cam Green bat. It's so simple. There's not much going on there. He's a big, tall guy, so he's got the advantage of the big stride. But I've seen firsthand how good he can be at Shield level, and I think he's right on the cusp in Test level. And it's not going to be too long before you see him making big scores and really dominating for Australia.
Broad is threatening. He's over the wicket bowls. Green leaves outside the off stump.
I do remember though, Flem, he debuted here against us and took 5 for in a Shield game, and he bowled 140 plus kilometres an hour as a young man. Big, tall dinosaur that he is. And I remember going to Perth. Adam Griffith was coach, and he said, this bloke could be as good, if not a better batter than Mitchell Marsh. I said, you're kidding. Mitchell Marsh, is a gun. And Cameron Green was a fast bowler who was batting at 9 at the time. And he was right. He's pretty good.
He's coming off 74 in Sydney. Broad bowls to him, and Green is leaving outside the off stump.
Yeah, I remember seeing some highlights of one of his first games. I don't know if it was against you, Dools, where he smashed like a 40 off 30 balls. So we saw it against India at the SCG and a little bit against England SCG. When he decides to up the tempo, he can go.
Oh, yeah.
But I find without a declaration committing him to it, he's finding it hard to initiate himself.
Yeah, he's probably just finding his feet a little bit, isn't he, at the level? I really hope that batting with Travis Head, he takes Cameron Green along with him here with that momentum and the aggressive play.
Broad in bowls, full. Green got down on it, jagged it out to bat pad.
Jules, you mentioned Green's debut here. He does enjoy it here. In February 2020, he made 158 not out against Tasmania in a Shield game. He averages 69 here in first class cricket.
Yeah, he's a quality player, and to the naked eye, he has very, very few weaknesses. Big, tall guy, he can play off the back foot, he can stride forward and play off the front foot. And for a really tall guy, he seems to have good balance. Sometimes you see with the taller fellas, they tend to not have the best balance compared to the shorters.
Green faces are brought to him in behind, defending and getting his first run as he in fact turns it away to fine leg. A single from the last ball of the over denies the wicket maiden. 4 for 84 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. All of Colo's thoughts for Nilex Garden Watering Range available at Bunnings Warehouse. For Zach Crawley, he will eat a little easier at dinner. It cost them 44 runs as all of Warner, Smith and Labuschagne should have been out for Ducks. Crawley dropped Labuschagne having caught the other two, but at least he's not there at the break. The fielding for Robot Building Supplies, Robot's got us.
Yeah, I was really surprised. Give Crawley a little bit of credit. He took a very good catch at the first one. I'm surprised with how quickly the ball was travelling to him at that end. Traditionally at Bell Reeve, a little bit slower on day one. The nicks tend to loop to you and you've got plenty of time to catch them. So clearly just the pace of the wicket not only was catching the batsman off guard, but also the slippers as well.
Last over before the dinner break for huskybrand.com.au. Green just takes a little more time before the over starts. 3 slips in the gully. Chris Wokes in from the river end. He bowls and Green in behind it. Knocks the ball away to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, I think the pace of the pitch is easily as much a story as the seam. I just would have thought in the first hour in particular, not all those edges would have carried. And players could have actually changed their shot a bit and played with soft hands, but it zinged through.
Yeah.
Just shy of 10,000 in.
Very good.
Was the last report. Wokes bowls Green. Forward defending, everything neatly intact. This is only the first 2 hours of play. It does set up for. It's not going to be bright at any point. So I imagine it stays fairly tense in the middle session, and then if the rain stays away and we get a full session under lights, blimey, this test could hurtle along. Wokes bowls, turned away by Green, up under the armpit, down to fine leg, and he takes a second run. 4 for 85, independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
Love those soft hands. That's good signs there from Cam Green.
Yeah, he's very good. I know that he hasn't had the summer that he would have wanted so far, but it's just a moment. It's just one moment where, and that might have been his last innings that he had where he was able to get after it. That might have just opened the door for him to be the catalyst. 2 in the deep on the leg side as Head faces up to Wokes. It's full and left alone outside the off stump. Billings has his first fumble.
And
what I'm interested... Sorry, let me go.
It's fair to say it's been a bowler-friendly series too. So he's not on his own if he, averages high 20s or early 30s in this series. But you have a look at his bowling average. He's not always going to average that low with the ball.
Whoops. Hustles in and bowls to Head, who's on the back foot of defending. The leading run scorer for the series is Marnus Labuschagne on 330 after his dismissal, and Travis Head second now on 279 for Victoria. Please for non-urgent, police assistance call 131444.
What'll be interesting, Flem, is how the ball reacts now the lights are starting to take effect. Whether we will see more swing, whether the ball starts to seam again a bit more under lights.
Loose balls, Head defends.
watchfully rolls it away to mid-off. And that will get Australia to dinner. England won the toss, selected the bat. They've got 4 wickets to show for it. The counter-attack from Head and Lamashane primarily. I mean, there's 85 runs on the board. There were 24 overs only in the session. England might play for free. They might pay to play by the end of all of this. 4 for 85. Green is 2. Head is 31. Warner, North, Kawaja 6. Smith, North, Labashane 44. The men out on the independent reserve scoreboard choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Damien, Fleming, give us your assessment of that 2 hours of highly dramatic Test cricket.
Yeah, well, we'll give England the first hour and then Australia the second hour, but that was a very significant wicket from Broad, knocking over Marnus. But going forward, if we can get 4 wickets a session at 4 runs per over, bring it on.
Yes, there's plenty to assess in the aftermath of Lumsden, built to last. From a bowling perspective, Flem, where are we here? 2 wickets each for Broad and for Robinson. So the new Spinalese mattress, spinalese.com.au, brought 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 15. Ollie Robinson, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 15. The opening bowlers for England did the job beautifully.
Yeah, they're just born to bowl in these conditions. Robinson's going to get hundreds of wickets in English conditions. He needs to get a bit fitter so he can go on tour and bowl longer spells. Agree with Dools. Wood will probably play a part when the ball's a bit softer and there's not. I mean, he hardly seemed to ball. Wokes is disappointing. If they're going to win this Test match, Wokes is going to have to bowl to the standard that Broad and Robinson bowled. And, geez, I'd love to throw the ball to Stokes. But unfortunately, that injury is going to stop him from doing that.
Labashane dismissed for 44, Head not out on 31. Alex, which of the batsmen do you want to give the nod to as the batter of the session for Bingley? Grab a deal today.
I'm going to give it to Travis Head because I think when he came out to bat, he really changed the game. And not only for himself, but the way he dragged Marnus along too, with his intent, his always looking to score and take it back up to the bowlers. I think that really changed Australia's fortunes when he came out to bat. And I think if he'd come out and looked to just hang in there and get through, we might be sitting here with Australia in a fair bit more trouble than what they are.
Flem, we'll talk to you in the next session. Alex Doolan, thank you. The catches was snaffled by Zach Crawley and Joe Root. Snaffle, visit snaffle.com.au. So the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Australia 4 for 85 at the break. The fall of wickets 3, 7, 12 and 83. The budget truck rings rental. No matter the job, they've got a truck. In the break here, we'll have a chat to Brett Phillips, get the tennis scenario on the Friday ahead of the commencement of the Australian Open. And Peter Lalor, the chief cricket writer from the Australian, will run his eye over what's transpired, what this means for Tasmania as they host the first session of Ashes Test cricket here at Lumsden Arena. If you're looking for an exciting Triple A this summer, head to visitmildura.com.au. There's plenty to see and do with the whole family and amazing weather. 0433 98 11 16 to ping through your thoughts. What a session. 4 for 85 Australia at the dinner break on SEN Test cricket.
Tyre Power. Selected Kumo tyres at 25% off.
Making SEN news this hour, New South Wales Police have ruled out fining the organisers of a Hillsong Church youth camp where crowds were filmed without masks singing and dancing. Victoria has announced it will treat around 300 COVID-19 patients in 2 transformed quarantine hotels to ease pressure on hospitals. In Brisbane, Workplace Health and Safety are investigating after a crane snapped and caused extensive damage to a building in West End around 5:30 last night. A new heat record's been set in WA's northwest. Onslow in the Pilbara can now boast Australia's equally hottest day ever at 50.7 degrees. And this year's Oscars will look a little more traditional. There will be a host for the 94th Academy Awards on March 27 for the first time since 2018. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer.
Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne looking to steer the Aussies back on track after a horror start in Hobart. Dave Warner, a duck. Steve Smith, a duck. Usman Khawaja, 6. So at last check, the Aussies 3-4-65. And the Adelaide Strikers too good for a depleted Perth Scorchers in the BBL this afternoon, winning by 6 wickets with 3 overs to spare.
Trackside, your daily fix on all things racing. All the results, all the news, all the form. Live daily on SEN Track.
Summer breakfast.
Gerard Whateley joined us from Hobart ahead of the 5th and final Ashes test. Ben Graham ahead of a massive wildcard weekend in the NFL. Brett Phillips as we continue this extraordinary countdown to the Australian Open on Monday. And Barry Hall, the turf war, finally confirmed, years in the making against Sonny Bill Williams. If you missed any of the show, just head to the podcast page at sen.com.au.
Tyre Power, here to help you stay safe on the road. Summer breakfast. Weekdays on SEN. Breakfast with Kane and Hazy. Back Monday from 6 on SEN. Tyre Power. Big holiday sale now on.
Partly cloudy, 25 the top today, partly cloudy, 27 tomorrow, mostly sunny, 29 Sunday, partly cloudy and 25 on Monday. And for the Fortuner, designed for the off-road, led by functionality, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN. The Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer. When painting, tools make a difference. Monarch premium quality brushes and accessories give that professional finish. Get inspired at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
Montaigne, everybody's talking about Montaigne.
Hi, Miles Fitzner here, and everyone is talking about the exclusive shipment of Kia stock to Montaigne Kia and Cheltenham Mount Barker. Over 100 Kias ready for immediate delivery, including the all-new Kia Stonic, Kia Sorrento, Kia Stinger, and the world-famous Kia 7-year warranty on all deliveries this month. And that's why
Everybody's talking about Montaigne.
BD 182170.
G'day, it's Rev Hughes here. In my day, I loved battling the ponds, but these days, my missus is the enemy. Why? I snore really badly. But she saved the day by sending me for a CPAP direct sleep test. Now, the snoring is gone. I'm refreshed and revitalised.
CPAP Direct, now open at 600 Port Road, Allenby Gardens. From sleep studies to the latest CPAP gear at Adelaide's best prices. Sale on now.
If you snore or wake up tired, head to cpap.com.au.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
Get into Anaconda for half price Christmas essentials. Spinnerbed standard gazebo, $99. Ultra getaway chair, only $39.99. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
Remember this?
There is nothing like a crown. Of picking it up and putting it down.
They're right. There is nothing like a Crown. For the best range of new second-hand and rental forklifts. For the best parts and service on all makes and models. And for unique and innovative technology. Guaranteed reliability and superior quality. Crown, the forklift experts. Check them out at crown.com or call 131 604. No risk, no worries.
Hi, Shane Heel here. Catch every game of the NBL live on ESPN with KO. This will be the biggest season yet with the return of NBA superstar Matthew Dellavedova. Even LeBron loves Delly.
I love Delly. What he brings to our team is just brings toughness and grit.
There's also NBA stars in the making with Osman Dieng and Kai Soto, 7-foot Chinese giant Joe Chi, and the LeBron of the NBL, Bryce Cox. The NBL is here. Watch every game live on ESPN with KO.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Wood to Labuschagne. Last ball of his over. Delivers it. Labuschagne punching off the back foot through point. There's a gap there. There's runs there in front of the hill. Labuschagne into the 20s with a lovely boundary. Bowls to him on the pads. Lifted up over mid-wickets. Magnificent strike into the deep. One bounce across the rope for 4. Marnus has a mood about him. Brought over the wicket bowls. Labuschagne's bowled round his legs. He's flat on the pitch by the time it all finished. He got it horribly wrong. Broad fired it past him, disturbed the stumps, and Labuschagne drags himself off, and it's the long walk home. Labuschagne out for 44. Drinks break on SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solution. 85 is an interesting number in Australia's recent history at this ground. That's what they were bowled out for against South Africa in 2016 when last a Test match was staged here. 4 for 85 this time after being sent in at the dinner break. Hit 31, green is 2. If you like your cricket in fast forward, there was plenty there for you. 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Big holiday sale. So 4 for 85. The independent reserve scoreboard. She's independent reserve for crypto. Head 31, green 2. The top scorer, Labuschagne, on 44. You heard his dismissal there. For Anaconda, play more, pay less. Chance to catch up with Pete Lalor, chief cricket writer for the Australian. Pete, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Hey, Gerard, when they were 3 for 12, I reckon I'd have taken 85 as an in score. That was the most extraordinary 2 hours of cricket I've seen for ages. When Marnus walked in, I think the second delivery, Ollie Robinson seemed to bowl a leg cutter to him. Marnus's eyes lit up and he looked down the pitch and he said, "This is going to be fun." It was fun for Marnus, but it wasn't much fun for Marnus, and a little bit of fun for Travis Head. But, gee, that was some crazy cricket.
It was. It is Warner and Smith both made ducks, and Labuschagne was dropped when he was on naught. So Australia's premier batsmen should have all been fired without scoring. Pete, just as a starting point, is you still in the shed in Marrickville? How are you?
Thanks for asking, Gerard. Gerard, frustratingly, I felt I turned a corner. When I woke up this morning, I felt fit, and I thought maybe I can get on that plane to Hobart. But unfortunately, technically, I'm not allowed on a plane yet. I am feeling well, so that's a good thing. So, I'm stuck. I'm not at the cricket yet again. I seem to find a way not to be at the cricket all the way through this series, which has been endlessly frustrating. But anyway, such is life at the moment, and lets me keep up with a few other things that are going on. Did you, just quickly, Gerard, before we get back to Hobart, have you been following the test between South Africa and India? Because Virat Kohli made a very interesting allegation on the pitch last night. He said he got frustrated by a DRS decision. He walked up to the stump microphone and he said to the local broadcaster, "Focus on your team for a while. Focus on your team while they shine the ball, not just the opposition. You're trying to catch people out all the time." Now, that's pretty interesting in light of what of course, the local broadcaster catching the Australians, the sandpaper gate over there. And visiting teams in South Africa have always said that the cameras are always on them, but never on South Africa when they shine the ball. Anyway, that's a little bit of by the by.
There is a deep sense of conspiracy around touring teams to South Africa, isn't there?
Yes, I remember in 2014, David Warner had the temerity to suggest that AB de Villiers might have been doing something with the keeper's gloves and the ball at Port Elizabeth. For his troubles, he was fined 25% by the match referee at the time. I remember saying to the producer of the broadcast, I said, "Why don't you keep the camera on the guy with the gloves?" He said, "We're not doing that, Peter. We do not do that in South Africa." So yes, there's a tension on one team and not the other. Which I don't mean to sound churlish. I mean, obviously, the Australian behaviour in Cape Town was grotesque in 2018. But nonetheless, it's interesting that they're up to their old tricks there. And it's interesting, isn't it, that wherever Virat Kohli goes, there's trouble. The trouble's left the Australians. They're a much calmer crew these days. It always seemed to be the Australians in trouble. Now Virat's taken that mantle and spreading distemper around the world.
So there was the DRS that even the TV umpire was heard to suggest wasn't even possible what came back. But the upside was, while you might have wanted to watch the BBL with Richard Part doing his thing, he was captivating in the century that he put up in a low-scoring test match.
Oh, yeah, I think he got to hit 100 out of about 180 odd. I mean, if he didn't do that, India had lost the test match. So that's beautifully poised, that match. I think South Africa have to make 100 runs to beat India on day 4, and they've got 8 wickets in hand. But I might have 2 screens running later tonight.
Yeah, you won't be alone there. All right, so what we've seen at Lumsden, what did you think when the covers were peeled back and she's a beautiful green top, a proper green top?
Wow, I couldn't believe my eyes, but I was listening to Glenn McGrath before play, and he was saying, "Don't worry, it's not what it looks like. It's actually quite a good wicket. It's not going to do anything." And there's a bit of, really, mate? You would say that, you're a bowler. But it was as it looked, and you got really worried, didn't you, when you heard people like Atherton talking about the lovely thatched grass and the English conditions, and Michael Vaughan described that as the perfect conditions for England. A conspiracist, Gerard, might wonder what's going on. Is this their revenge for what happened to Tim Payne?
The Tasmania might have turned on Australia.
I think so. It looked like that for a while, but it's also interesting to see that, David Warner, here he is. I mean, in our minds, David Warner exists as this slugging, hard-hitting, fast-scoring opening batter. If you look at his strike rate, that is not the truth. He's far more controlled of that. But the way he approached his innings, at 22 balls and didn't get a run, and Usman had 3 scoring shots in the first half hour, scored 6 runs in 40 minutes. Smith couldn't get bat on ball. I thought it was interesting that the approach that Labuschagne and Head took, which is not to do the right thing, to be the disobedient ant, to just sort of put away trying to defend deliveries and just trying to attack at all costs, and it paid off. It was a great change of tactics, and it was a worry to see Travis Head in 15 minutes before the first drinks interval. He and Marnus turned out to be the absolute right people for those conditions. And I'm sure that Rory Burns is very happy with the way Marnus has got out, because now Rory Burns doesn't own the most dismal dismissal of the Ashes. I mean, that was a spectacular fail, Marnus. I mean, I know what you were trying to do, and you've done very well to that point, but dear oh dear, when you get bowled all ends up and you actually have to pick yourself up from having landed face first on the wicket, says there is no greater humiliation in cricket, is there, than what he suffered in that moment.
No, it would be bad for a number 11, never mind the number 1 ranked batsman in the world. Pete, there was, Dan Breddick did reproduce a quote from the head curator from Tuesday, where he spoke about a tinge of green, and there'll probably be 1 or 2 mils of grass left on. Now, there's 8 millimetres of grass left on, so maybe you could pad out your conspiracy theorists with a bit of misdirection as well.
Well, he said yes. Perhaps he's a monarchist, Gerard. I don't know. He certainly made the wicket that England would have really wanted here. But in a funny way, I just reckon that little partnership there, that's put Australia really back in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see what happens when England have to bat on this pitch, and whether there's still some life in it. It did settle down there in that second hour, but I think the ball, once you start hitting those pink balls hard, they do damage up very quickly. And I think a chunk went out of it at one point when it went into the advertising hoardings, which are quite sharp and take a chunk out of the ball. I was disappointed that the umpires eventually changed the ball, but I guess that's what they do. And maybe I'm showing that I was barracking for Australia at that point. But that's the extraordinary 2 hours of cricket I've ever seen. I wouldn't have been surprised there that first half an hour that if England were batting at lunchtime, the way it was going.
Yes, it had a few historical tones to it. Stay with me, Pete. The player of the day for Bingley, grab a deal today. You could split it between Stuart Broad and Ollie Robinson, who have each taken 2 for 15. More with Peter Lalor during the dinner break on SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. It's 4 for 85.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
With this warmer weather, having heaps of pals makes for a cracking catch-up. And at Parafield Airport Liquor Store, they've got thousands of pals.
Like over 200 gins.
Over 300 craft beers.
And over 500 whiskies.
And over 2,000 boutique wine.
Wow. So, if you're having a catch-up this spring, have their pals meet your pals.
All your spring specials are available at Parafield Airport Liquor Store.
Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet? Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval. Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky. Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
Steve, are you still looking for a new forklift?
Yes, why?
Crown have a great range of quality second-hand forklifts.
Like what?
Oh, like their Encore range of reconditioned forklifts that are as good as new, with the same warranty as a new one for a lot less money. Or their range of certified used forklifts, which offer unbelievable value, and you get guaranteed reliability and superior quality.
I'll call Crown today. Crown's second-hand forklifts, the right forklift for any budget. There is nothing like Crown. Check them out at crown.com or call 131 604.
If there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it, and you need someone to sort it out. Hop to it.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au.
Where do you find hope when disaster strikes?
The house was totally wiped out, lost everything, even the shirt I'm wearing now. Someone's worn it before me. That's still a donation from the recovery. Now it's part of who I am, part of my new identity, as it were.
You can never get back what you've lost, but you can have a new beginning. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. Trying to make sense of disaster can be confusing, but there is hope to move forwards. For more about coping with disaster, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
SEN's looking back at incredible summer Snapples. Brought to you by Snapple. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Big Bash 10 had some incredible catches. And who could forget this one by Harvey, off the bat of Alex Hales.
Full toss, outside off stump. Catch! Unbelievable catch! Mackenzie Harvey takes a flyer backward point.
SEN's Summer Snapples. Thanks to Snapple. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe to Snapple today at snapple.com.au.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Our week in fishing, which culminated in 130 odd kilo bluefin tuna.
We hooked up and your dad goes, I think we're on.
Oh, blew my mind.
I'm like, what, you reckon, John? But anyway, we thought this fish would just shy of an hour. In the end, it was about 45 minutes I worked out. You did very well.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Doing a bit of painting? Tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories are much softer, hold more paint, and don't leave brush marks. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
SENSA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
It's the dinner break at Blunston Arena, 4 for 85. Travis Head 31, Cam Green is 2. The dinner break is for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. Gold Standard taking out the trash at 5 minutes to 6 on a Friday night. The federal government has announced that it has cancelled Novak Djokovic's visa for a second time. Pete, shall we stray from cricket to tennis? Shall we wade in federal politics?
It's the only tennis story I've ever been interested in, Joe. Incredible. As you say, taking out the trash. 10 to 6 they've left it. The Alex Hawke has said, I exercised my power under the Migration Act to cancel his visa on health and good order grounds on the basis that it was in the public interest to do so. So, Gerard, it's been done in the interests of the Australian public at 10 to 6 on a Friday night. What an extraordinary episode. Dear God, it doesn't sit right with me. I mean, I'm no fan of Djokovic. I'm no fan of his stance on vaccinations. I wonder if he's been slightly deceitful, but certainly the Australian government aren't alleging that. But once he gets here, it's a failure of your processes. It's not to do that. It just seems so grotesque to throw him out of the country now. But I know a lot of people want this done. So what an extraordinary episode. What extraordinary times we live in. It is one of the biggest sports stories we've ever had on. In fact, sorry, Joe, since we started measuring, it's the biggest sports story we've ever had on the Australian newspaper. It's never had a sports story this scale.
Yeah, it has been. I've felt the whole way through it. It has been the most emotive sports story since Sandpaper, which broke for all different reasons. But the fact that it ties in the pandemic response and the failures of all level of governments, one of the most abrasive sports figures on the planet, as well as one of the best, and an attitude that, frankly, if we had all taken, this country would be more buggered than it is if we'd all taken the approach of Novak Djokovic. So, yes, the failure of process has been really clear, and Tennis Australia's role in that and the way they have weighted, I think, Novak Djokovic's needs and wants and desires ahead of the values of the tournaments haven't served it particularly well. So, who's to say this doesn't go back to the federal court as well? There's probably a scenario in which Djokovic plays a round or two before he's deported in its most absurd playing out. I wonder if Djokovic packs his rackets and goes home as a result. I suppose we'll find out. Hey,
I reckon there's probably a High Court judge feeling a buzz of his phone in his pocket right now, just as he's easing the cork out of a bottle of red he's been saving up all week, or she's been saving up all week.
I wonder if that plays any role in the timings of it as well. Hey, the timings here, Pete, this is a pink ball test, as we know, because the fifth test was a prime time test in Perth, and all the advertising had been sold through television to support that. So this had to be in prime time. The timings are weird, though. We'll go through till 11 o'clock tonight, unless it rains.
11 o'clock at night is no time to be playing test cricket, Gerard. I know that these day-night tests work really well for people who work in offices and who come home and get to watch cricket, and it's great, they get to watch something that approximates real cricket, real red ball cricket, even though it's played with a pink ball. But, I mean, can you imagine how cold it's going to be sitting out on that hill tonight in Hobart? It is the coldest test match venue in Australia. I mean, it's not child or family friendly to be playing at those hours in those conditions. And talking to a few of the guys in the BBL, they just say it's a terrible place to play at night. Hopefully the weather is kind, but that's ridiculous. You can't be playing test cricket after 10 o'clock at night. I don't know. Am I getting old and grumpy, Gerard?
No, I rather look forward to seeing how many people are here for the last ball. I think 9 o'clock makes sense to me, and maybe you add the half hour on so that you play till 9:30. But I just can't wrap my head around stumps being 10 o'clock with the extra half hour 10:30, and with rain it nudges out to 11.
No, I don't know how, Gerard. I haven't been up at 11 o'clock at night all year, so it's going to be a test for me. I'll probably have to drink something stronger than Milo tonight to get through that last session. But anyway, I will watch with interest. The crowd is fantastic down there, and the atmosphere looks outstanding. So, I mean, it's a lovely ground, and it's just a great part of the world to visit. And it's fantastic that they've got a Ashes test down there finally. When it was raining this morning, I got a message from somebody in Perth who said to me, "We've never had a test match watched out in Perth." I said, "Yes, but you won't let us play test match cricket in Perth anymore, so no point pointing that out, is there?"
No. All right, last question is from a correspondent, 0433 98 11 16. Pete, what do you reckon a par score that Australia would be happy with? I think it's 180 to 200.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. If they could get to 220, they'd be smoking cigars after the way they started on this. This is a very difficult pitch to battle.
Pete, great to catch up. Look after yourself.
Take care, Gerard. Bye.
Pete Lalor, the chief cricket writer from The Australian. This has been the dinner break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. 4 for 85 with Travis Head to resume on 31 and Cam Green on 2. There's a lot of correspondence coming through. I'll leave Hutto to deal with all of that. 0433 98 11 16. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer.
Hi there, I'm Adam Poll with SEN News. We have a decision on the Novak Djokovic situation. The Australian government has decided it will cancel his visa for a second time and deport him. His lawyers have indicated that they will appeal the decision, hopefully for him in time for him to play in next week's Australian Open. New South Wales Police have ruled out fining the organisers of a Hillsong Church youth camp where crowds were filmed without masks singing and dancing. Premier Dominic Perrottet clearly unimpressed and says if they are found to have breached public health orders, then they need to be held accountable.
But even if it is through a loophole, I mean, if we have to tighten loopholes, we will. But I don't want to do that because that means it will capture a whole lot of other organisations that are doing the right thing.
So the numbers, 63,018 cases and 29 deaths in New South Wales, 34,836 and 18 deaths in Victoria, and 23,630 and 3 deaths in Queensland. Victoria, meanwhile, has announced it will treat around 300 COVID-19 patients in 2 transformed quarantine hotels to ease pressure on hospitals. A horror act of domestic violence in the northern Melbourne suburb of Mill Park. A 40-year-old man allegedly stabbing his wife and 6-year-old daughter to death last night in a frenzied attack. His 10-year-old daughter managed to escape. He's under police guard in hospital in a critical condition with self-inflicted wounds. Prince Andrew will no longer be a Royal Highness. The Duke of York has been stripped of his military titles and royal patronages as he defends a civil sexual assault case in the US and follows a judge ruling the case against him can proceed and he'll be defended as a private citizen. This year's Oscars will look a little more traditional. There will be a host for the 94th Academy Awards on March 27 for the first time since 2018. But there's been no announcement regarding who's got the gig. And rescue crews have found 4 bodies overnight as they search 12 mangled coaches of a train that derailed in India's West Bengal state, bringing the death toll to 9. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Tyre Power, selected Kumo tyres at 25% off.
Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne looking to steer the Aussies back on track after a horror start in Hobart. Dave Warner, a duck. Steve Smith, a duck. Usman Khawaja, 6. So at last check, the Aussies 3-4-65. And the Adelaide Strikers too good for a depleted Perth Scorchers in the BBL this afternoon, winning by 6 wickets with 3 overs to spare.
Australian Open 2022. It all begins from January 17 on SEN.
Thanks to the super fast charging all-electric Kia EV6.
Download the SEN app, pair it to your car, and listen live anywhere.
Partly cloudy, 25 the top today, partly cloudy, 27 tomorrow, mostly sunny, 29 Sunday, partly cloudy and 25 on Monday. And for the Fortuner, designed for the off-road, led by functionality, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN, the Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Ever dreamt of Snapple in glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can Snapple hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snapple.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
With this warmer weather, having heaps of pals makes for a cracking catch-up. And at Parafield Airport Liquor Store, they've got thousands of pals.
Like over 200 gins.
Over 300 craft beers.
And over 500 whiskies.
And over 2,000 boutique wines.
Wow. So if you're having a catch-up this spring, have their pals meet your pals.
All your spring specials are available at Parafield Airport Liquor Store.
Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 56. Catch every touchdown, every game day with NFL Red Zone, exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus condensed games in 40, highlights, and more. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 all-access pass to the NFL, live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Visit NFLGamePass.com.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
Now we cross over to Harper Reid, live on the scene. Thanks, Evie. I'm here to report Australia's best ever summer of safety with 0 child drownings. All these children in the water have been taught to swim and they are all being supervised. Back to you in the studio.
Kids play fantastic games of make-believe, don't they? Wouldn't it be great if we could make it real? Fence the pool, shut the gate, teach your kids to swim, it's great. Supervise, watch your mate, and learn how to resuscitate. I'm Laurie Lawrence, Kids Alive, do the 5.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghhelpline.org.au.
Out in the middle, we love star batters who light up the field. For those in the trade, it's Illuminate Garden Lighting. Simple, safe and trade quality tub. Tradies, you're going to hit them out of the park with Illuminate Garden Lighting. Decking and entertaining areas, barbecues and gardens. The heavy-duty, high-quality Illuminate Garden Lighting range will bowl you over. How does your garden glow? Illuminate, Australia's easiest garden lighting system. Available from Bunnings.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. If you're an employer, make sure you get on the front foot and recruit MEGT to help catch a great apprentice or trainee for 2022. MEGT are your local apprenticeship experts. They can help sign up an apprentice or trainee and even check if you're eligible for financial incentives. Start building a great business innings with MEGT by calling 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN, the Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Quite something if that's the case. The curious case of Marnus Labuschagne continues. It was a fascinating way to go out after an interesting leader from Broad, who got his man and has Australia, well, precarious position, but not as bad as they were at 3 for 12.
Oh no, they were in all sorts, weren't they? So that was great counter-attacking from Head and Marnus. Big wicket for England just at that last minute.
So Wood is going to start proceedings. And bowls to Green, pitched up just outside the off stump, allowed to pass.
Big spell here for Mark Wood. His extra pace, didn't find the Australians in too much trouble. It was almost too quick to see him around, whereas the slower pace from Broad and Robinson had the Australians in all sorts. So let's see if he can get the ball to move a little bit off the axis.
Yes, they just had to bring Broad back on, didn't they? They were leaking runs, and it worked for them. But Wood, they'll need more out of Wood. None for 31 in 3 overs. He's set now. The lights are on. He's bowling to Green, who got forward and found the gap. For one. Australia's first points on the board after the break. 4 for 86. Lauren explaining to
Yeah, good signs from Cam Green. He's very watchful. He's playing the ball late. Just the 3 singles. Just seeing some footage from the dressing rooms where Marnus is replaying his shot that he got out on in front of his teammates.
Yes, it was a strange way to be bowled around your legs, basically middle stump. Talk more about that in a moment. Head's on strike. There's 3 slips. Wood's on the full charge. Oh, and Head took evasive action and it struck him. Short ball jumped alarmingly. We'll wait for the replay to see exactly where it's hit him, whether it's a helmet that needs checking or it was a little underneath that, but he really ducked straight into it.
Oh, it was a great bouncer. That was the trouble, wasn't it? The pace and bounce, and Trav initially looked to duck it, but it didn't get up.
And struck him high, just under the shoulder rather than the head. Wood charging it again. Over the wicket to the left-hander. He stands up to play this one defensively. Back up the track. It's still 4 for 86. Plenty of feedback to the news on Novak Djokovic. His visa has been cancelled again. I won't go through it all. I'll just read
what's pro and what's negative.
I'll just read one bit of feedback only, sort of SEN style feedback. Bye Novak, get out of Australia, you flog.
Okay. So is that the general gist?
That's the main sentiment.
Okay. Let's focus on the cricket then.
Indeed, there's plenty happening here at Belrive. Wood, again he's jumping to defend, but he plays with soft hands in front on the offside head and there's no run.
It's just skidding on, isn't it? Trav's reading that short ball as if it's going to get around shoulder height, but it's just getting around chest height. Got to watch the ball when Wood's bowling. Good pace.
Yeah, maybe when we get the next chance for him, I wonder what you would tell Mark Wood as a bowling coach from what you've seen, given he does just charge in and bowl generally as fast as he can, whether he might have made some adjustments. Plenty of effort as he comes in, and Head gets the ball that's right up in the block hole. He defends, he'll get a run for it. It's a chase for Broad as he basically defended with just a slight bit of aggression past mid-on. That is the end of the over. And it does give us a chance to expand a little from Mark Wood. 4 overs, none for 34. That cost just 3. Australia 4 for 88 flat.
No, I wouldn't be suggesting too much. I mean, he's doubled his run-up and he's played 4 of the 5 tests. So that says to me that it's helping him through that injury run, or he's becoming more resilient. What's hurt him is he bowls big reverse swing, Hutto, but there hasn't been too many pitches that have damaged the ball that way. So, he's a trump. That extra pace, he'll play a fair bit of test cricket going forward.
So even though he's gone for runs here, he just bowl exactly the same?
Pretty much, I would have thought, yeah.
Ollie Robinson, who was on fire early, removed Warner, and also Steve Smith. Both for ducks. He has the ball first up after the break. Delivers to Green. It was the slowest loosening I've ever seen that curved away. It's 115 from Robinson. So hopefully that was a slower ball, not just a loosener for him.
Or he slipped because he's laughing. But he didn't play around where he landed, did he? So maybe that's it. But can you add about 15 kilometres to that, please, Ollie?
Tries again. Again, it's slow, but it's outside the off stump. And Green just presses forward. A lovely off drive. It's going to go for 4. You wouldn't have thought that off the bat. It was beautifully timed as he just leaned into an off drive. 4 for 92 now. Foxtel, 4K4 Foxtel, the love of cricket collar.
Just 112 kilometres an hour with the second ball.
Right, what do you make of that one?
So instead of warming up, he's warming down. Hello.
Well,
gone from 115 to 112. Hey, I thought the outfield looked pretty slow, but he just eased into that, Cam Green. That was just a check drive.
That surely has to be deliberate. What's he going to bowl this time? Get it slow-ish as he gets across and turns it for 114.5 again.
He's not bowling his off spinners, is he?
This is quite curious. Plan? I mean, he was going so well early on.
Plan. And it doesn't look like he's in discomfort, does it?
No, it doesn't. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Head on strike now. There's 3 slips. Robinson stays over the wicket. Marching in. Get it slowish and head saw it early and takes it over wide mid wicket. Dispatches it for 4 runs. The invitation gladly taken up by Travis Head, who sends it over mid wicket. He goes to 37. Another Foxtel 4K4 Foxtel for the love of cricket collar.
that was 116. So we've got 115, 112, 114, 116 to start the spell.
What is going on?
But something's got to be up, because otherwise you will just treat him like a spinner and play those type of shots.
4 for 97 now. Robinson, a little quicker as he ducks a bit off. Only slightly though, 116.8. Even Rodney Hogg didn't bowl as slow for a whole over when he was coming back on.
No, he'd just give you two balls like that, and then he'd get back to 140-kilometre bounces, Hogg.
So 115, 112, 115, 116 and 117 in the over. Let's see what the last ball delivers. Australia 4 for 97. Robinson to head, and it almost took off Starr. It was a better delivery, but it was 112.5. We will take a break. Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Thinking about an SUV? Well, think Hyundai SUV. Imagine a range of 5 SUVs all equipped with the technology, performance and safety features to tackle your kind of action in style. Imagine yourself behind the wheel of the up-for-anything Kona, the multi-terrain-ready Tucson, or the bold 8-seat Palisade, and anything in between. Because whatever your next adventure, from down the road to up the coast, we've got the SUV for you. Contact your local Hyundai dealer to find yours.
And Ollie Robinson is going straight off the ground, so one can only presume that he has some sort of injury worry, but he finished the over. 4 for 97, and instead of 6 begins. Wood to green, a short ball, and at that height, he had to duck quickly. There was nothing slow about that. What a contrast. He got out of the way successfully.
That's a different pace, isn't it? So, there's obviously something wrong with Robinson, isn't there?
Unusual that he would finish the over, though, if there's something seriously wrong. Collar had another mysterious or mischievous suggestion.
Well, I thought it might have been a big dinner, but a correspondent here saying it's a real return to the office after a 4-pint lunch over.
One suspects not. 4 for 97 is the score. Wood to green. Another effort ball outside the off stump. Green very happy to allow it to pass. Yes, 149.5.
Genuine heat. It's disappointing first 3 overs. Went for about 10 and over, Mark Wood, but maybe it's the quickening up. He'll get his lines right. He's going to be a constant threat, you'd think.
Maybe he didn't have quite as big a helping during the break. He's giving it his best. Wood to Green. He's across. He's slashing. Horizontal bat. It just goes over the top. That was 150.6. If he'd got some sort of wood onto that, it would have flown away, you suspect, over the slips. It was too close to the body to be playing a cut shot, you would think, Flem.
Yeah, exactly, Hudder. Yeah. It was sort of it was a lead, wasn't it? It wasn't even a back foot punch.
150.6. We have enjoyed Mark Wood, though even the stats and the tracking back up the fact that he hasn't had a lot of luck. Predictive average would be 26 rather than in the 30s. He's bowling now. And Green gets right in behind it and takes a single as he just eased it off his pads out to mid-wicket to get to the other end. And away from the heat in the kitchen. Green is 9 and Head is 37. 4 for 98.
And Travis Head's just been so exciting, hasn't he? He's missed so much cricket, but then come straight in this test match. They were all at sea, the Australian batsmen, but going in around and run a ball, he's been sensational.
Yes, straight away changed the pace of this innings. Labuschagne was happy to jump on board until his curious dismissal. Head taps away on 37. Wood delivers, he's flashing it. And mistiming a lavish looking drive. I was turning my head out to the cover boundary, such was the intent of the shot. Mistimed it, and he just gets a run on the placement rather than anything else. 4 for 99.
Yeah, he'll take it though. Take it there, Hutto. Big partnership for Australia, hoping Cam Green can keep progressing, get a decent score. I'm pretty sure this pitch will move for the whole, well, however long it goes, how many days it does go for this test.
Yes, that's the question, how many days it does go for. Last ball of this Wood over. Green is playing this well into the same gap as he did previously for a single. So turning the strike over cleverly. That's the 100 up at the end of the over for Australia. 4 for 100 after 27 overs. And the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard with the Laurenex Cleaning Incident.
G'day, Greg Rust here. If you need to replace the brakes on your European vehicle, look no further than Bendix Euro Plus disc rotors and brake pads. Bendix Euro Plus disc rotors are available for a wide range of European cars and utilise a high carbon metallurgy for optimum stopping performance and driving comfort, with the advanced SwiftFit protectives and coating for quick, easy installation. If you drive a European car, ask your mechanic for Euro Plus brakes and drive safe with Bendix.
4 for 100. Early in the second session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time. So no sign of Ollie Robinson and Colo. Some of the social media pundits suggesting there could be a back issue with him.
Yeah, there was a replay where he reached for his back after the first ball. So whether that's related to what happened, he's not been seen since going down the race. He didn't come back to the benches yet.
So Chris Wokes is going to step in, and he needs to step up on his performance in the first session. He did finish stronger than he started, it's fair to say, but 5 overs, none for 23, and what's been a pretty barren summer for him so far. His third test of the series. He's bowling to Green with 3 slips in support. Nice fourth stump line. Green not interested first up.
Yeah, it's a bizarre one with Chris Wokes, isn't it, Hutto? I mean, he hasn't enjoyed previous tours to Australia, but these pitches look like they would suit him.
Yeah.
But he's still failed to get wickets, and at times his pace is high 130s, but it just doesn't look threatening at all.
Yeah. Plundered in Adelaide particularly, didn't he? Treated him with disdain by and large. Bowling to Green here. He's in a defensive frame of mind, just patting it on the offside. Good challenge again for Green to follow up his 74 in Sydney here, Flem, too, isn't it?
It is, and signs have been good so far. I think he's played the ball really late. He's provided a full face. He's setting himself up nicely.
131 runs at 26 in all, helped by that 74 for this series. Wokes to Green, it's there to drive, and he looked fluid in doing so, but There's no placement straight to Stokes in the covers. Still 4 for 100 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. One of the other aspects of this very late start, Flem, is the crowd that have got involved probably from quite a few hours before the play even started are fairly well lubricated right now, and you can hear them.
How will they be going at 11 o'clock, Hudson?
It's a good question. Renovated on the hill. Wokes is bowling to Green, who plays a rather lavish leave outside the off stump, and it remains 4 for 100. It's a bit of a wave trying to get generated out there on the hill. It's not going too far just at the moment. It is a terrific atmosphere under grey skies with quite a bit of weather around before the day started. Lights have taken over now. The breeze continues to blow from the east across the ground. Looks to Green. He stands up and plays that late again, as Clem suggested, just opening the face and cleverly angled away into the gap wide of Gully. He just saunters back for a second. 4 for 102. It's quite an English feel, really, the whole ground, and certainly matched by the conditions.
Yep, certainly so. Great atmosphere. England won the toss and decided to bowl, and the first hour was owned by them, but Australia fought back well. Green, as you said, that was a good shot. He defended it, and then it had enough time just to open up the face.
Next ball is full, and again a handsome looking drive. Good fielding by Wokes on his follow through. There's no run into the over. 4 for 102. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Shh. Can you hear that? Hang on. Here it comes. The new Kia Niro has landed. Available as a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. It's Australia's broadest electric SUV range. Technology moves fast. Meet 3 ways to catch up. The new Kia Niro electric SUV range. Check with your local Kia dealer for details.
Kia, movement that inspires.
2 out behind square for Travis Head as the new over is about to start. He's not out 38 and Green is 12. Statement sent through from the federal government from Alex Hawke regarding his decision on Novak Djokovic. We'll get to that in a moment. Woods bowling and Head doesn't pull. Instead he awkwardly defends, fending it really from high up. Good bowling from Wood. He'll get a single due to the placement into the gap on the onside, and it's 4 for 103. Statement reads, today I exercise my power under section 133C brackets 3 of the Migration Act to cancel the visa held by Mr Novak Djokovic on health and good order grounds on the basis that it was in the public interest to do so. The decision follows orders by the Federal Circuit and Family Court on 10th of Jan, quashing the prior cancellation decision on procedural fairness grounds. In making the decision, I carefully considered information provided to me by the Department of Home Affairs, the Australian Border Force and Mr Djokovic. The Morrison government is firmly committed to protecting Australia's borders, particularly in relation to COVID-19. That's the statement. Here's Wood, about to the Green again. He had to react quickly, which he does. Smartly ducks underneath it. It goes through to the keeper. Well, that was just listed at 123 k's an hour. I'm tipping that that's not quite accurate. These two have put together 20 runs now with some pretty diligent batting from 37 balls. The biggest challenge is being provided here by the pace of Mark Wood. The Hill are dancing. Wood is bowling, and Green is flying late and square of the wicket. He can't beat point. There's no run.
Yeah, it's interesting again in this session. Wood is just not making the ball go off the straight line that he's bowling. It's very interesting. It'll be when Broad with Robertson gets another go, whether even in the second session we can see that excessive movement.
You may not be able to hear the chants from the hill. You work it out for yourself if you can. Green is 12. His focus is very much on Mark Wood, who's coming right at him and delivers another Effort ball beating the back, short single, shot to stumps, and it's going to go for overthrows as it was deflected away. Well, it would have gone for overthrows, but Green had already run his second just by following through on his run, so it doesn't cost them in the end, as Ben Stokes was the fielder and had the shot and missed. 4 for 104 now. Deflected from Green, so there was no intent to run.
No. I saw a plate of Alan Border, Prime Minister's 11, where Bharat from India ran a couple after that. Alan Border gave him the biggest roasting I've ever heard on a cricket field.
The bowling here would fall in a lovely controlled off drive by Travis Head. Beautifully timed up past mid-off. It won't be 4. Again, he just checked the drive. He'll get 3 instead. He's into the 40s. Head to 42. And Green is 13. It's 4 for 107.
Nice shot. Yeah, they're generally check drives when the ball is straight and when they've got a bit of width. In particular, Travis Head, he swung really hard at one square of the wicket. So really good batting again after lunch or after the dinner break by Green and Travis Head.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. England winning the toss and sending Australia in. 4 wickets falling in the opening session. No further casualties for Australia so far. 4 for 107. Wood bending his back. Delivering to Green, who's edging this one for 4. He played just late enough and with soft enough hands for it not to fly into the cordon. Instead, it went into the gap. Mark Wood shakes his head. Into the over. 4 for 111. A Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
Curse or 2 from Mark Wood at the end of that over, as dispatched through the slips, not with complete control for 4. Green is 17, Head 42. Alex Doolan jumps in to join Flem, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price bet guarantee. Alex, up or evening?
Thanks, Hudson. It's good to be back. It's been a good start for the Aussies this little period.
Positive, isn't it?
Very positive.
Wokes is going to continue over the wicket to the left-hander. He's just adjusting the second man out in the deep on the leg side. So there's 3 slips, 2 out for the pull shot, as that was very close to the body, and that extravagant square drive, which Travis Head can play so well, and then at other times bring about his downfall.
Yeah, I think you've got to love that from Travis Head. It's what's making him so effective in this innings, is the fact that he's been prepared to take it back to the bowlers. It looks a little ungangly at times, but has been extremely effective so far in this game.
4 boundaries so far for Head. Wokes bowls. That's more to his liking. A punch, square of the wicket. It could well go for 4. Again, the timing of Travis Head coming to the fore. Such a controlled shot. He doesn't need to play the extravagant ones when he can do that. Foxtel 4K4, Foxtel for the love of cricket. 4 for 115 now. Head looking for a half century.
Well, that was tighter in at the body, so that was the correct shot. Just a back foot punch, and he just timed it beautifully. Excellent execution.
And the next one beats the outside edge, so well bowled from Wokes. It may have been, we may claim he was withdrawing at the last moment there.
But Hutto, you can't afford in green conditions to be getting punched off the back foot like that. Wokes has got to bring him forward, encourage the cover drive on the up.
Head to 46, following his 152 and his 51 and his other scores of substance in the series so far. Wokes does have him coming forward. He had to field pretty well. It was a lovely straight drive. He blocked it on his follow-through.
Day one at Belrive, Flem. If you're going to be hit for 4, it's either got to be a good hook shot off your nose, off the batter's nose, or you've got to be driven down the ground. It's as simple as that. It's been far too much width, far too short from the English paceman, especially since Head's come to the crease.
You just
Joe Root is warming up,
don't you, when it's short of a length?
Wokes bowls, struts him on the pad, maybe pitching outside leg over the wicket to the left-hander. It may have hurt Travis Head.
It's just the thigh pad, I think.
Yeah, it's gone through the gap.
But even that, Dools, in green conditions, the lack of LB shouts. What does that tell you?
It's just been far too short, so when the ball does move, it moves far too much and you don't get a chance to hit it. You see a lot of really sexy balls where it looks amazing because the batter looks in all sorts, but in reality, they miss it by such a long way that they're never in trouble.
3 slips, no gully. He was right back on the stumps there, but the ball pitching well outside leg. Wokes again, he goes back, and that jumped at him. He takes the hand off the bat in a hurry.
Over.
As it went to cover, so some encouragement for Wokes. It's 4 for 115. On Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, even into your budget. Experience safety technologies, comfort and style, all within a compact SUV. And enjoy standout features like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Plus, you're all backed up with the confidence of Hyundai's 5-year warranty. The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, stands out everywhere. Test drive the Venue today. T's and C's apply.
Green 17, Head 46-4 for 115. Andrew from Strathdowney wants to know more about AB versus Manoj Prabhakar, Flem, when we get an opportunity.
Yeah, I'll rock into that after 9:30 p.m. tonight. Word for word.
We might have some time to fill. Wood starts a new over and Green turns him cleverly off his pads in front of square on the leg side for 1. This is a very strong start here from Cam Green. He's 18 and Head is 46.
Yeah, I reckon I was 19, so I hadn't been exposed to a lot of international cricket. And when Manoj, a random throw hit his bat and he ran an extra 2, AB, who was at peak grumpiness. This is peak AB grumpiness.
So what year are we talking?
We're talking 1991. So he still had a couple of years to captain, but wow, what an eye-opener for a teenager.
Bowls and Head tucks him down to fine leg for 1, deflecting successfully. Goes to 47 and it's 4 for 117.
Fair to say he didn't do it the next time. Mr. Prabhakar. Geez, they were big in the day, the old Prime Minister's 11. Did you play any of those, Dools?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I played a couple of those.
I think
the West Indies.
Bobby Hawke was the first one. He reintroduced it, I think, after Robert Menzies instigated it maybe in the 50s.
Might have actually picked the team a couple of years there.
Yeah.
Here's Wood. And Green hits this one uppishly, but there's no one fielding behind square in the inner circle, so it goes out to backward square for another single. So they're milking Wood here successfully through the first 3 balls of the over. More singles, 35 between these two, 4 for 118. Lots of chopping and changing with the right and left hander. Beautiful shots across the river of the yachts, sails and spinnakers out on the screen. But we're watching Wood. And now Head stands up and plays this the backward point.
Gents, this is for Old Hope. This is a really interesting part of the game for me. I think now that the lights are starting to take full effect, we're really going to find out what the ball's going to do in these conditions. And
what do you think?
Oh, it's still, I've just been outside, it's still reasonably humid outside. It's, you know, the ball, the last time I saw the ball up close, it looked like it still had quite a bit of lacquer on it. So there's every chance that it is going to move around in the air. But having played here pink ball games, the swing was always inconsistent, and that's what made it really tricky. It was the fact that for 5 overs it would swing and then would stop and then it would be back swinging. So that is what made it really difficult under lights.
Bit of extra sawdust employed here to make the landing zone little more comfortable for Mark Wood on the front foot. I know he has trouble keeping his balance the best at times. Head is 47, in typical Travis Head fashion, it's come from just 51 deliveries. Green is 19 from 30 in Australia. 4 for 118 after being sent into bat. Wood is going to go around the wicket. It gets across and he takes a single, a well-placed push. Right a bit off for one. He goes to 48. Might be able to expand on this with Colo when he comes in. But what did you make of? Maybe quickly, I know Flem.
I just want to ask Stool something if I can.
Yep. Okay. Go for it.
I just wanted to say the balance between swing and seam with the pink ball at Belrive.
Yeah, I always
more or swing more.
No, I always thought it was swing more because the ball had a few more tendencies like the white ball. It would tend to go a little bit softer, quicker than what a red ball normally would. I don't know, they put a lot of work into the pink ball, so it may very well be different now, but it was always that inconsistent swing and wobble that made it really difficult to play. The seam, not so much. We didn't find that.
Last ball of the over from Wood. Around the wicket at Green, and it's too full, and he flicks it pretty effectively up to mid-on. End of the over, 4 for 119. Colo's coming in. Lauren explaining scoreboard. Lauren explaining today.
For 30 years, Radell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Radell.com.au.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer, beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
At 34 runs since the dinner break. The Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 4 for 119. Green 19 there with Head. 48 from 52 balls. Adam Collins with you. Alex Doolan with me. Chris Wokes has the ball in his hands. Away from us towards Head. To the crease here. Over the wicket. And Head whipping around the corner. Down towards the rope. And that will be his half century. Travis Head to 50 and 53 balls, a counter-attacking knock. He's taken his chances, he's swung the bat hard, but he's leading the push from Australia on the first day.
Yeah, he's been super impressive, hasn't he, Colo? He's really changed the fortunes of the Australian batting lineup. I think the way he's come out, his intent, the way he's been able to put the pressure back on the English bowlers, has been very impressive.
Third score above 50 in the series. Number 5 for Australia. Facing up again, Wokes bowls Head off the back foot, punching to cover, no run.
It's been a common trend, I think, and a consistent trend for the English bowlers that they've just been a little short all series. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was certainly a criticism after the Adelaide Test match, wasn't it? They got the chance to bowl on the first day, but they didn't quite get their lengths right. It feels as though with Wokes especially that these should be the conditions that suit him. He's not been able to make that breakthrough yet. Couple out to the pull, over the wicket, bowls to Head, who swings through the offside. That's lavish. Through extra cover with real flair. Head to 56 from 55 balls, Australia 4 for 127.
Yeah, I think it was the last Ashes in England, wasn't it, where Chris Wokes was super impressive. He bowled fast, he swung the ball. And I thought he was really at the peak of his powers at that time, but he just seems off, doesn't he? He doesn't seem as quick, he doesn't seem to be moving the ball in the air as much. And he's certainly bowling, missing his length.
Talk about transferring pressure back onto the fielding team. Remember, England had Australia 3 for 12. Now Head really putting the foot down. Wokes changes angle around the wicket, and the result is the same as far as Head wanting to drive, but this time he picks out the man at the cup. No run. David Milan fielding there. How impressive that was. That had Caribbean flair, that previous shot. Yeah. Clyde Lloyd through extra cover.
Yeah.
I mean, there is that gap, isn't there, between the front pad and the bat. But I suppose if that's his shot, you saw at Brisbane how effective it was.
Yeah,
you just got to roll the dice, don't you, and play to your strengths. Wokes again around the wickets ahead. He goes back and defends, and Wokes does the work in his follow-through.
No, I think you're right, Colo. I think the advantage he has, he's got an eye like a dead fish. He's able to still stay, even though his feet aren't going in the correct position, he's able to stay balanced. He's at low centre of gravity, much the same as Warner. It maybe is a bit more chaotic than Warner, but Warner's feet don't always go in the right spot, but he's got such beautiful hands and a good eye.
So Wokes to finish his over here, passes umpire Tucker, delivers head off the back foot, doesn't quite beat backward point. I consider it a quick single anyway and decide it's not the right call. Good bit of fielding there by Ollie Pope. End of 32 overs. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Greens 19, head 56 Australia, 4 for 127.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. I take our National Tiles lowest price guarantee very seriously. Our team consistently check prices all over Australia to ensure National Tiles has the guaranteed lowest prices every day of the year. However, if we slip up, I personally guarantee National Tiles will beat any price on our identical tiles by 10%. National Tiles, the guaranteed lowest price quality tiles in Australia. Conditions apply.
Adam Collins with Alex Doolan for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. A text in here for tyre power. Ross says, head plays like Richard Punt. I mean, when you see shots like that, it feels that way, doesn't it? Richard was extraordinary again last night, wasn't he? Yep. We're going to see spin for the first time, courtesy of Joe Root. He's taken 44 wickets in his 114 Test matches, but this week is effectively England's main spinner, as he was at Adelaide.
Yep. And he's no mug. He's probably better than a part-time spinner, I would say. Taking some crucial wickets along the way. But it's always the concern, isn't it, when you need to go to spin, when your medium paces and your quicks don't do the job, and you don't have that specialist spinner in the lineup.
His partnership's worth 44 from 59 balls. Bowling with a slip. Root here. Well forward is Green. Nice lunge in. It's a single out to cover point. He moves into the 20s, 4 for 128.
Because Colo, I think now is the perfect time to be bowling your quicks. That time where it is, lights are starting to take effect. It's a bit murky out there. Now's when you want to be rolling your quicks in, but they just haven't done the job for Joe Root.
Yeah, and reinforcing that big omission, Ollie Robinson hasn't bowled since that first over he sent down after the dinner break, which were all in the 112 to 117 kilometre an hour range. Yeah. Clearly something going on there, straight down the race. Root bowling with one slip, that's Crawley, delivering to head. He gets on the front foot, full inside edge, till he ends up back on his stumps. He's down the track looking to drive again. The bottom of the bat saved him.
I wonder if they could talk Ben Stokes into a few overs, maybe.
He won't need much convincing. that much I do know, Dools. Here is Root delivering to head, who drives out to cover. Gets himself a single to long off. Well placed, he's 57. 4 for 129.
He's a big loss, isn't he, Ben Stokes, for the English? I mean, he really is the barometer for them. Not have his energy with the ball out there is really hurting them, I believe.
Out there at mid-wicket, Ben Stokes in the double jumper. Indeed, everyone's wearing a jumper with the exception of Joe Root, the bowler. Delivers here to Green, the right-handed West Australian comes forward and defends back down the pitch. England have improved their jumper game compared to a couple of tours ago. They didn't even have the cable knit. It looked like junior cricket jumpers.
What they have, the polar fleece.
It didn't look any good. Here's Root again. Green goes back and takes an easy single down to long on. They're letting them milk them here. The partnership's 47. Green has 21 of those, 4 for 130. They're not quite as strong as the Australian jumpers, which Head's wearing one of at the moment. More the cream colour as opposed to all white, which England's are. Root to finish his over. Head gets down the track and turns him out towards deep mid-wicket, where there's always a single at the moment. It's the end of the 33rd over. Head retains the strike. He's 58, Green is 21. And on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today, the home side of 4 for 131.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
In Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. It's going to be Chris Wokes to continue. It hasn't worked out so far. None for 37 from his 8 overs. Travis Head really going after him in his previous over. Stick going around the wicket with a man out in front of the Ponting stand at deep square and another beneath the pavilion at long leg, a couple of slips behind the wicket. Simon Katich is joining us in the expert chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. G'day, Kat.
Good evening, Colo and Dools.
So after that brief delay, Wokes is off to the crease here. Bowling to head, it's Yorker length. Turns it round the corner. Past the square leg umpire, Paul Wilson had to kick his leg in the air to make sure it didn't run into his shin. Head to 59, Australia 4 for 132. We haven't had a chance to really take in the Marnus Labuschagne dismissal yet, I don't think. I mean, the highlights are doing the rounds, the memes, the GIFs, and all the rest of it with him flat on his face, losing his middle stump after shuffling over to about 10th stump. Don't think I've seen anything like that in Test cricket before, Kat.
The only thing that I've seen that was similar was when Jacques Callis knocked over Punter in Adelaide, I think.
Yep. Yes.
In the Test match. And it was more to do, just sort of slipped and lost his feet.
3 slips with Wokes bowling to green, playing defensively off the front foot, out to cover, no run.
Yeah, I remember being, I think I was in Burnie at the time, watching that and knowing that, there was a bit of pressure on Punter at the time, and watching that happen, my heart just sunk. Big Ricky Ponting fan, just wanted a big 100 from him. He loved Adelaide Oval, and when that happened, I was so upset.
Ended up being his final series, didn't it,
yeah.
for Ricky? Finished up at the Wacker 1 test later.
Came back and played for Tassie and averaged about 100, I think.
Likewise for Surrey the following year too. Calling for him to return to the test team. Here's Wokes bowling to green on middle stump. Lovely clip through the onside. Bisecting the 2 men in that direction. Out towards the rope in front of the hill, and it will not quite be 4. Nice diving effort. The relay throw comes in. They come back for a third. Takes green to 24. Australia to 4 for 135. Really good bit of work down there by Mark Wood, who's had a lot of work already with the ball, and now that Ollie Robinson is off the field, that's going to increase the degree of difficulty yet further on the quicks that are remaining.
Especially with Wokes bowling and leaking so many runs, it really leaves Root with no one to turn to. He's already had to bowl himself from one end, and if Wokes continues like this, he's going to have to find someone on this end as well, which means he has to go back to Broad.
So it's Wokes to head now. 2 out on the leg side, bowls here. Squares him up a little bit, but head plays late enough to squeeze it out in front of point for another single. He's scoring from practically every delivery he faces at the moment, head. Moving up to 60, it's 4 for 136. A note in from the ECB confirming that Ollie Robinson has, quote, lower back stiffness, and he'll return to the field shortly. That's good news.
Yeah, well, they certainly need him at the moment, because this is the best time to be bowling. The light's starting to take effect. He's been the best out there by some way at the moment.
Brad very much involved here at Belrive Oval. All the lights on. Chris Wokes from the river end bowls to green, who defends after coming well down the track again. Nice big stride in.
You can see Chris Wokes just going wide of the crease there, trying to get that ball to angle back in to Cameron Green, potentially trying to drag him across the crease and go for that LBW. Something that the Indians did last summer, and something the English will no doubt be planning, but so far he's looked really good, the youngster.
So Wokes to finish to green, building into this innings, plays defensively out to cover once more. End of Wokes is over, none for 42 from 9 for the England seamer. On the Lauren X Cleaning scoreboard, Google Lauren X Cleaning today, head 60, green 24, Australia 4 for 136.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Middle session on SEN Test Cricket for Dale before you dig. Stay safe, search Dale before you dig every time. Adam Collins with Simon Katich and Alex Doolan here at Belrive Oval. Australia have recovered well. At one stage, 3 for 12. But now, ticking over nicely at 4 for 136, led by Travis Head, who's advanced beyond 50 for the third time in the series. Joe Root bowling to the South Australian here. He's got 3 out, 2 on the offside. Head does beat Root on the front foot, diving away. So he'll get a single to long off, first ball of the over. He's 61, 4 for 137. We mentioned before about we didn't quite get into the technical elements of the Labuschagne dismissal, Simon. Can you kind of understand why he'd be in a situation where his front foot is so far away, not in the same postcode? And what's he trying to do there?
Well, he obviously premeditated, because we've seen him on a number of occasions either go down the wicket. You know, there was one that he sort of ran at the bowler. So he's trying to put the bowlers off their length. But on that occasion, I think he felt that Stuart Broad was potentially going to attack him wider, and he was going to try and cover the line. But in the end, he got himself in a tangle. And Stuart Broad, to his credit, executed that leg stump Yorker.
Root bowls with Green defends. Wants a quick single. Sends head back. Head was more enthusiastic. Billings does the fielding, racing around to Silly Point.
Just when Joe Root probably thought things couldn't get any worse, they have. You know, he's gone into this test match, got Australia in all sorts of trouble early on, and then straight after the main dinner break, Ollie Robinson serves over 112k throwdowns to Cameron Green and Travis Head.
Yes, that wasn't the plan. Here's Root as the leg spinner. Turned into the onside by Cameron Green. Gets an easy single. He's 25, 4 for 138.
And don't get me wrong, Ollie Robinson's been good this series, but we know he can hit 135. So he's obviously something's not right, because that is a massive gap between his best and what we saw here straight after the break.
Deep point, long off, deep mid wicket in position. Root bowls wide of the crease to head. He pushes to mid on, no run.
He probably thought all his Christmases have come at once too, and he's won the toss, sent Australia in, and they're 3 for 12. You'd be licking your lips. It's all gone Pete Tong after that.
Root bowls and well forward again, his head in defence. There was a lot of scrutiny on this pitch for about half an hour, wasn't there, Dools? Oh, we couldn't possibly have another Ashes test at Bell Reeve. 3 for 12, it's a green top, and as you predicted and as you knew, it did flatten out. Root to finish here, bowls to head nearly through. Head played it really late. Just got the bat down in time. Good piece of bowling from Joe Root. End of the over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, Australia, 4 for 138.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
Per Alex Doolan, it's all gone Pete Tong for England. The English DJ getting name-checked in SEN Test cricket. Who would have thought? Here is Stuart Broad. Big bad Stuart Broad, 2 for 15 from 9. Picked up Usman Khawaja early, and then just before lunch, the dismissal we've been discussing, Marnus Labuschagne, who was bowled around his legs for 44. Yeah, that's right, bowled around his legs, middle stump. I noted during the week, Simon, that Marnus has got quite involved on Twitter for the first time in a number of years. He put up some quite wholesome posts about how great's Test cricket after day 5, men around the bat. Then he put up another post, I just love cricket, the next morning. And it was the catalyst for him doing it, what they call an AMA, an Ask Me Anything, where he took questions from the crowd for an hour or so during the week. I suppose he was killing time before the Test match, but talking. So maybe we'll get the chance to ask him directly, Marnus, what was going on with that? Stuart Broad wants to start his spell, but Cameron Green says, just wait a moment. Broady not too happy. Just to get at them here. SEN Test Cricket, the host plus. That's a plus. Broad away from us at the river end, into Green on 25. He bowls here, and Green drives through cover and doesn't quite beat mid off. The diving stop from, yes, guess who? Ben Stokes is following him today. They still get through for 1. Green 26, Australia 4 for 139. Nice shot to start though.
Yeah, it was. He's getting a good stride into the ball. That's his strength, Cameron Green. Big man. Gets right into the line of the ball. Good extension. Bends his front knee. And that's his strength. And I think certainly got a lot of confidence from that second innings in Sydney. He's moved nicely to 25 now.
So Broad's going to go around the wicket to Travis Head on 60 from 67, 61 rather like that. He's trying to score off every ball right now. There's 2 out on the leg side. Broad delivers, 2 slips as well. Head watchful, plays beneath his eyes out towards point, no single.
It's amazing how quickly this Test match changed, the momentum changed, and Jules, you called it spot on. As soon as Mark Wood came to the bowling crease, it just completely changed the dimension. I mean, he went for 31 off his first three. I think Wokes went for about 23, so they went for 54 off 5 overs in a spell where England should have been well on top, and then it just completely changed the momentum. In Australia now, it looks like Australia on top. It's a defensive field at the moment.
Broad to the crease, bowls hit ahead, plays the front foot out towards mid-on, no run.
Yeah, that's right. I bumped into Jeff Bourne out the back, who is one of Australia's batting coaches, and asked him, was it talked about? Was it something that was a plan? Was it if we got into a bit of trouble, were we getting after it? And he said, no, it happened really organically. So we know Travis Head plays that way, but I think Marnus then just felt the vibe and went with it. He ended up looking a little bit silly, but prior to that, he was batting just beautiful.
The sun is nearly ready to set here in Hobart. Broad continuing to head. Goes back and defends off his off stump. That's a cover, no run.
And I think that just highlights how instinctive you need to play the game at times.
Yeah.
You can have, some preconceived plans about how things might play out, but spur of the moment is best at times because you can't plan for it. You might feel good after playing one shot, and that's exactly what those two did. Yes, we know Head is going to play that way, but Marnus Labuschagne, that was an imperious shot of Wokes over mid-wicket. It's almost saying, in a way, it was commanding.
Yep. Broad bowls and Head again playing just from the crease on the off stump line. Broad started well here, getting a nice shape into Head before straightening it a little bit off the seam.
And it makes perfect sense. To the watcher at home who's not caught up in the batting plans and bowling plans, if you were dished up on a wicket like this and someone asked you, how are you going to go about it? Well, I'm going to get them before they get me. Type mentality would be probably most people's response. Knowing that full well the wicket hasn't changed that much, there's still enough in it for the bowlers.
Broad here. Finish the over to Travis Head. Wants a quick single to Rory Burns at cover. There's not one there. Nice start there for Stuart Broad. Just one run coming from the over. On the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Head 61, green 26, Australia 4 for 139.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test Cricket, the host plus the industry super fun for all Australians. Joe Root, the England captain, to send out his third over. His southern end, bowls to green, goes back and defends. Dools, did you catch the dinner break? Tassie band, Luca Brasi playing up on the stage there.
I didn't catch that, no.
Not in your swinging zone, or it feels like it's not. I put you on the spot there. Here's Root bowling to green. He's got a slip. Green defends out towards point, but there's a single there. A nice big gap, which they take advantage of. Green 27, 4 for 140. I think they wrote the theme song for the Jack Jumpers months ago to get them in the competition.
No, I certainly know of them. They're close friends of Gabe Bell, Tasmanian cricketer. So I certainly know of them, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what they sing.
Here's Root wide of the crease to Head. Turns him around the corner. Quick single too. Pulled through by Green. And it was the right call. He was galloping down there to get the single. Moving Australia on to 4 for 141. Green gets the strike back. Crowd have done a great job so far. Wonderful atmosphere here at Bellerive Oval. Go on, Rooter. And Sam Billings providing special comments, and Cameron Green providing a nice straight blade in defence.
Well, it's been noticeable how much energy he's provided behind the stumps. We noticed it in the second innings at Sydney as well, Ollie Pope. Josh Butler's a pretty quiet character, so you don't sort of get that same sort of energy from him.
Root bowls, flat and straight, and defended accordingly by Cameron Green. Yes, that is right. Sam Billings rarely shuts up in a good way. He's a very talkative cricketer.
And this team needs it. They're desperate for it because they've been hammered this series.
Root to finish. Bowls to Green. Bit of extra turn there. One hand off the bat, but Green places it wide of the man at short fine. I'll tell you what, it's gone all the way to the rope. Wonderful timing. They get 2, Head wants 3, and they'll get there on the relay. Mark Wood doing the fielding out there So the end of the 37th over, Green moves into the 30s, and on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today, Australia, 4 for 144.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Between overs on the replay screen for Blunston, built to last. That was Ollie Robinson involved in the relay throw there from the final ball, Cat, and he had to dive to keep the ball in. Bit ginger.
Oh, and some.
Here's Broad starting a new over. 4 for 144 to score. Delivers to Green off the hip, gets one. Just in front of the square leg umpire. And taking singles at will with the field spread. 4 for 145. Green's up to 31. The partnership 62.
We're in the warmth up here in the box. It's like a sanctuary, but out there it's probably getting cold. Although I have certainly been down here where it's a lot colder than St Jules. You know full well how cold it gets here, but he looks like he's moving like it's probably 5 degrees out there, Ollie Robinson. He does not look flexible at all.
I think if anyone's going to be well prepared for it, it'd be the English though, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Broad around the wicket to head again, continuing their contest, and Head drives through extra cover. Wide a bit off. There's one there.
That observation.
Stokes does the fielding throw. 4 for 146. Head moves to 62.
The observation you made about the energy that Billings has brought, it's something that's really stood out to me for this series, is the lack of energy that the English have had. Even when they've been on top of the game, it feels like they were sitting and waiting for something to happen, whereas you look at those past series where they were so up and about and in Australia's face. I think that's been missing for them this time around.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's a byproduct of them having played so much cricket in the last 18 months to 2 years.
Yeah, they've lived in a lot of bubbles. Here's Broad bowling to Green. Comes forward and pushes again, just past the square leg umpire.
Yeah, no doubt.
Roots is allowing them to do as they want here. Green 32, 4 for 147.
No doubt that plays a massive part. And I think also too, Ben Stokes is still finding his feet after a bit of time away from the game, and he's so important to them as far as energy, his bowling and everything. And he looks slightly off his best at the moment, and I think that's probably a big impact for their energy as well.
Yeah, it's been huge. I mean, it's taken him a while to get into this series. He starts to show some good signs in Sydney, but when you get into the 4th test of the series, it's too late. Damage is done.
And quite interesting between tests. I think the working assumption was the Root would lose his job, but reports out of England are suggesting that he'll stay as captain. Here's Broad bowling to Head, who carves away through point. That's such a good shot. Chopping down hard on the ball and getting himself a boundary. The big diving effort was there from Ollie Pope, but it wasn't going to save it on this occasion. Head up to 66, bringing up the Australian 154 for 151 with a couple of balls left in the 38th over.
Yeah, that's trademark Travis Head, just forcing off the back foot through cover point. Timed it beautifully. And that one doesn't come back.
Looks more secure there, punching down on the ball.
Well, and also too, he's not worried about the ball angling across him or potentially going across off the seam. With the ball angling back in, he knows that as long as he gets the line right, he can just use that width to his advantage.
So 2 slips for Broad. Again to Head on the front foot, driving, bumping it down towards mid-off where Ben Stokes' position. No run though.
I've seen this so many times from Travis Head down here, not playing for Australia, but playing for South Australia. He'll come out and he puts the pressure back on the bowler. He offers a few small chances and your hands are in the air, and then all of a sudden you look at the scoreboard, he's on 40. And you think, how does that happen?
He had that innings against you here a couple of years ago. 145 on the final day, run a ball, low scoring game. That's his swing, that's for sure. Broad to finish the over to Head. He goes back and deflects just behind point. He'll want to, but Green says no. Take a look whether the drinks come out. It's 4 for 152 after 38 overs, with Green on 32, Head on 67, and it will be the drinks break here on the middle session of day 2, or day 1 rather. Australia started the session at 4 for 85, and they've advanced easily, really, to 4 for 152 with this set pair. Travis Head leading the way on 67. The drinks break the Bundaberg Ginger Beer with Australia 4 for 152.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats. To keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota!
With destinations like the Barossa Valley, your best adventures are right here in South Australia. Switch your electricity and gas to Red Energy on a Qantas Red Saver plan today and you'll get 15,000 bonus Qantas points plus 2 points per dollar on every energy bill you pay on time. Switch on to Red Energy now on 131806 so you can switch off on a South Australian holiday later. Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/BPID.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
All boundaries so far for him. Ropes bowls. That's more to his liking. A punch square of the wicket. It could well go for 4. Again, the timing of Travis Head coming to the fore.
To the crease here, over the wicket, Head whipping around the corner, down towards the rope, and that will be his half century. Travis Head to 50 and 53 balls, a counter-attacking knock. He's taken his chances, he's swung the bat hard, and he's leading the push from Australia on the first day.
A comprehensive hour after the dinner break for Australia, adding 67 runs without loss. 4 for 152. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. It started with Ollie Robinson with gentle throwdowns and deteriorated there for England, and any number of people searching streaming services for the 2004 British-Canadian mockumentary It's All Gone Pete Tom, which will get us home, I imagine, on the flight at the end of the test. Comes with rave reviews. Chris Rogers approves immensely. Simon Katich, what an hour from Australia.
Well, it's been the last 2 hours, really. After that first hour of play, it completely changed leading into the dinner break, and Labuschagne and Head started it, and now these two, and it just goes to show. Joe Root probably would have thought he could control things after the dinner break. He got off to a poor start, and they just haven't been able to rein it back in.
Joe Root to Travis Head, who's on 67, standing upright.
Nice, Joe. Come on, boys. And that's the thing. Sometimes it only takes 1 or 2 shots for one individual batsman to feel like they're going, and then they play a totally different game.
Long off and cover back on the rope. Head stays home, punches into the offside, won't get through. Extra cover and mid-off for converge field, no run. Deep mid-wicket on the rope as well. Root around the wicket. He uses his feet, he bangs the ball past the short mid-off. It's for the sweeper in the deep, who slides in, puts it back in the field of play. Rory Burns on the spot, keeps it to 2. 4 for 154. Head is 69.
Joe Root must think he's in a bad dream at the moment, because when he won the toss today and thought green wicket, overcast skies, 3 for 12, I wouldn't have to be bowling within 50 overs.
Ed stays home, tucks around the corner and collects the single out of the deep mat mid-wickets.
Make that 40 overs.
Yeah.
Within the first 40 overs he's bowling, he would never in his wildest dreams have thought that would be the scenario presented. The nightmare continues. Got to feel sorry for him at times. Just hasn't got the cattle at his disposal at the moment.
Ollie Robinson. Green is scored a long way, leaning on his defensive stroke, put it out to the cover boundary and coming back for two. Such was the subtlety with which it was played. Green to 34. It's 4 for 157.
Yeah, and visible frustration already. There was two there, but
Well done, straight as that here, boys. Come on. It's a little giveaway now.
Sam Village doing cat's work for him. Green wins
the last ball on the over.
4 for 157. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
The Hungry Jacks NBL season is taking it next level.
Catch a Sunday Hoops doubleheader this Sunday between the Illawarra Hawks and Melbourne United at Wynn Entertainment Centre before the Sydney Kings take on the NZ Breakers at Kudos Bank Arena.
Don't miss a minute of the action this Sunday. First game tips off at 1 p.m.
Watch Sunday Hoops live and free on 10 Peach, 10 Play and KO Freebies.
NBL 22. Next level.
Is batting for Bundaberg, Gingerbeer, Warner, Naught, Kawaja 6, Smith, Naught, Labuschagne 44. But this pair at the crease, making light of all of that. Head is 70 from 81 balls and Green 34 from 50.
And this is the problem that Joe Root faces now. Mark Wood's only just finished his initial spell after the dinner break. Now he's back on again for another burst. What ends this one, Joe?
Doolan? Yeah, the river end.
Yeah, the river end.
So Mark Wood stands below us. He's now got just the one slip in a gully. Deep point, fine leg, deep square. Heads on 70. Wood begins his new spell over the wicket. No, missed the dismount. So called off the jam. Now there's going to be a change of jumpers out of the dressing room and the like. Yes, as you saw Ollie Robinson do one piece of fielding since he came back on the ground and he moved like he had rigor mortis. If he bowls, he'll be lucky to hit 112.
And that's the worry that Joe Root's got now. This is not just second innings of a test, this is day one. And England were in a position of power and now they're defensive. Australia well on top and can dictate terms.
Mark Wood after the false start. He's ready in the end, bowls to Travis Head, who slashes the ball through the cordon and down the boundary for 4. It was off the outside edge. That was hard hands. It flew through third slip. And he moves to 74. The partnership is worth a staggering 78 from 102 balls.
Yeah, I think these two have found their template for test match batting this summer. I think Travis Head found it at the Gabba. He's played like that for South Australia for a number of years. And he just realises for him to be successful at this level, he has to play the game how he's used to playing it, which is taking the game on. There's going to be a few risks, but if the hierarchy encourages him to play that way and he comes off, he's going to be good to watch and he's going to set his team up.
He bowls to him, Head tried to flick it down the leg side, made no contact. The Blumston replay built to last, just a flying edge. He changes the game. Like, he changed the Gabba, he made it safe for Australia, and he absolutely changed the mood around the game first, and then the scenario was Alex Doolan forecast this was about to happen, and it materialised before our eyes. So part of me feels like some of it's not test match batting, but it is modern test match batting. That's the grapple, I think. Yeah. And he's only had the one false moment, the ball that lobbed mid-off and landed safely. Wood bowls and Head plays late on a ball out to point. Stood up on it, waited for it, and gently placed it out into the deep to collect his 75th run, 4 for 162.
And it's twofold because, one, you can see the confidence growing before our very eyes. He's feeling that confidence because he's got runs behind his belt. But the other thing it does is it makes the opposition captain go defensive and the bowlers go defensive. So then it's almost the double whammy where they're not going to be able to attack as much because, as we saw then, there's only one slip in, a gully, there's a cover, there's a mid-wicket. So he knows that if he gets it wrong, he's potentially going to get away with it, so he can play with even more freedom.
And Wood and Wokes didn't meet the challenge, and suddenly in the space of 5 overs it had changed. 2 in the corner to Green, who faces up. He's playing the ball as he opens the blade rather beautifully through the vacant gully, runs it down to third man. He'll get 2 as they arrive and come back for the third. Head judges all well and make sure Green gets all that was on offer. He's 37, it's 4 for 165.
And then jumping on the back of that, we've seen Cameron Green, his last 2 summers, both at the SCG, have knocks where he's taken the game on, and there's been a situation where he's been enabled to because Australia was so far ahead in the test. And even now, he's got himself to 37 or 51, which is good going. We could see him start to open up in this next passage of play as well, and it could be a very entertaining period of play.
Woods bowls the heads. He's clipping it out of the pads ever so sweetly around the mid-wicket. There's a sweeper in the deep. He'll keep it to 2. It is 77. 4 for 167. The peculiarity of today's play, given the weather, is that 4.5 hours is going to be played under lights, whereas usually it's about 100 minutes at the end of the day. So this should still be perfect bowling conditions, even though the Kookaburra gets a little old. We're properly under lights in the middle session, and Australia has just taken the game completely away. The idea that par was 220 has been completely exploded. Head on the short ball, drives it away through cover on the back foot punch. Out to Burns, Pope it is this time in the deep. And it's heaved in at the non-strikers end. 2 more to the total. So that over, 4.1322. 4 for 169, the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Throughout the summer, whatever occasion you have, at Powell's, we've got you covered. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies and 2,000 wines. Come into Powell's. The team are ready to help. Powell's, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Solitaire Volkswagen, 4th on Medindi, DL 65541.
12 from the first over of Mark Wood's new spell. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. And this is your whole point, Simon. It's 8 overs, no maidens, none for 62. Can't get a break. And the Australians are coming at him every time he bowls.
Exactly right, Gerard. He's nearly going 8 and over, which is phenomenal in a test match. And I think the Australians are preying on it because, as was said earlier today, because he's got that skinnier trajectory, this surface doesn't suit him as well, particularly at this point in time. It might suit him later when it starts to get lower and he can really run in and hammer the wicket hard and potentially a couple keep low, a couple bounce normally. But at the moment, with it being relatively true on day one, it's just skidding right into the middle of the bat, and the extra pace is playing right into these two's hands.
The weather for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. So I don't want to be held to this because I don't know the local circumstances particularly well, but it looks like the forecast rain for tonight is gone. The radar's as clear as it's been. The percentage chance of rain disappears once we get through this hour. And there's no real threat for the time being. So a full day's play is in the offing after the half-hour delay at the start. England's dynamite start, and Australia has just taken the game rather remarkably away from them. So Stuart Broads from the Church Street ends at Blunston Arena. He's already bowled the 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 24. 2 slips, backward pointers pushed back. Green's on strike, Broad bowls to him, driving, knocked down at cover. Nice bit of fielding to avert the run by Rory Burns.
Yeah, it highlights the difference in the quality of both attacks. I think if England had been in the same position Australia are in, they wouldn't be 469 now. I think Australia would have kept coming hard and had obviously more options given the balance of their attack. And it just highlights how crucial Ben Stokes is to this England bowling lineup. With him not being able to bowl, the balance of their team is just way out of whack.
Brought over the wicket bowls. Green plays it out of his pads down the deep backward square and takes a single. He's 38, 4 for 170. Is it? I mean, you do a bit of transposing. When Australia bowls, they're going to start with Stark, best pink ball bowler, best pink ball bowler there has been. Cummins, #1 bowler in the world. Boland has arrived in Test cricket with an average of 8, having taken 14 wickets. And then Cam Green gives you no reprieve, and that's before they think about going to Lyon, who may or may not have a role to play in this Test match. But England's missing Robinson now, who's got the stiff back, and Stokes they brought into the game unable to bowl. So 3 quicks en route, and Wokes is completely ineffective, and they're taking the long handle to Wood. 2 in the deep on the leg side. Head has the strike. He's back and playing gloriously. Through point for 4. Back foot flourish. As good as he's been, Travis Head. He is rattling along. He's 83. 4 for 174. As good a moment as there could be.
That was an imperious shot from Travis Head. Leant back on it and just cracked it through backward point. There's a man out in the deep and he didn't even bother to move. He hit that like a tracer bullet.
That's a probably Bendix breaks big moments. Round the broad head on the back foot, nibbles it away between cover and mid-off. He'll have to settle for 1. He is now 84. 4 for 175.
There's just no let up here. Travis Head, he's not going to take his foot off the gas here. He's in. He knows that England are on their knees here, and he's going to make the most of it.
And he's got a good partner running with him in Cameron Green. 2 slips in place for Green. As he faces up to Broad, and he's driving away from the body, through cover for 4. Cam Green is riding on the outs. The boundaries flowing from the Australian blades, and England wilting in the early evening in Hobart. 4 for 179. Green is 42, and they've got hold of Stuart Broad now as well.
Yeah, there's no let up at all here. They know that this England tack is down and depleted at the end of a long series. They're ready to get on that QF flight back to Heathrow. So their minds might not be completely on the job here. And it's carnage.
Broad tries again. He's in and bowling to Green, who's upright in his defence. That is the end of the over. 4 for 179. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables. Spinnerbek Springline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Doing a bit of painting? Monarch Rollers make your job easier by pairing the nap length with your project. Walls and ceilings, exterior doors and trims, anything. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Everyday Advantage. Over 2,000 ways to customise your homes. To give you a sense of the crisis developing on the bowling stocks, as Joe Root has had to come back into the attack after 1 over. He's bowling to Head, who advances, sent him back to the bowler. Root knocked it down. So Wood, ahead of time, began a spell, went for 12, and Joe Root went no. They can't have that. So he's back and bowling around the wicket to Head, who's on 84. He got it away down the leg side, one way or another. It slipped particularly fine. They have a couple and will come on the throw as Cam Green assesses all the margins well. Back to that, yes, no buys, no. Signalled as buys by Rod Tucker. 4 for 182. Mike Atherton, welcome back into the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Real problems here for England. He's got so many problems. Wokes is not bowling well. Wood is going round the park. Robinson can't bowl. Stokes can't bowl.
So what to do? He's got it himself. Root bowls turned away by Green. Won't get the single this time to mid-wickets.
I found it bizarre that Broad didn't bowl for the first 50 minutes after lunch. In these conditions, Broad and Robinson were by far the best bowlers at the start. He obviously gave Robinson the start and he went off, but Broad didn't bowl for 50 minutes.
Slip in place, Green plays back, nudges it to square, is able to take an easy single. He's 43, 4 for 183, and that's the 100-run stand between Travis Head and Cameron Green, as they have absolutely put England to the sword in the 117 balls that they've faced.
Well, they have played superbly. They've really put England on the back foot.
Root to Head, back, cutting and missing.
Travis Head has played magnificently. I mean, he began this series, didn't he, with a game-changing 100. And looks like he's going to complete it in Hobart. Well, that counter-attack with Labuschagne really switched the game in the morning.
Head stays home, clips the ball away to mid-on. Broad gets away to his left to field, and an easy single taken, 4 for 184.
And he's looking in terrific touch. I mean, he's cutting through the offside is fantastic.
Beg your pardon, that's the end of the over. 4 for 184.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
Would have thought by the fifth test you'd be better at counting 6 by now, but I'm just having my trouble. SEN test cricket for Henley, everyday advantage, over 2,000 ways to customise our homes. 101 from 119 balls, 4 for 184. Stuart Broad, there's a lot of signalling and moving of the field. Just seems to no avail for the moment. Can Broad do something about that? He's pushing backward point 2 steps deeper. Travis Head is on 85. Broad bowls to him and Head opens the blade and nudges it away to cover.
Yep. That offside game of his at the moment is in fantastic working order. He's cut 3 or 4 balls to the boundary that haven't been that wide actually. He somehow finds a way of just giving himself room and knocking it through there. So Root has got a deep point now and there's a deep square leg. And what that means is there's only 1 slip in place and just taking the second slip out to a catcher just in front of square on the offside. But that's the value that Travis Head has got now from this counter-attack, because Root is very much on the defensive and you still feel there's enough in the pitch. And if he gets an edge, there's only 1 slip waiting.
Catching cover 3 pitches away. Around the wicket, Broad bowls. Head goes hard at it and smashed it through the offside for 4. They've got 5 protecting. Oh, there's no protecting against that. Not the way Travis Head is hitting them now. He's 89. It's 4 for 188.
Well, that's as good as anything we've seen today. Maybe there was one earlier in the day off Wokes. But that is a fantastic cover drive. And Broad's reaction was to throw his hands up as if to say, well, I just can't bowl at this bloke. And now there are fielders running everywhere. He's got to bowl a tighter line if he can, to try and avoid giving Head all that room through the offside.
Broad tries again, Head on 89. He faces up and he drives the ball to the short cover. No run.
It's a real tale of missed opportunity for England today. A drop catch that was critical, really, when Labuschagne hadn't scored. That would have sent Warner, Smith and Labuschagne back into the shed for none. The counter-attack wouldn't have happened, or might not have happened, you never know. And the bowling's been ordinary after lunch, made so by some fantastic batting.
Broad trying everything. Bowls. Head flashed at it outside the off stump. He got cramps on the angle in. Missed through to Billings.
Who's done all right. Sam Billings, he hasn't taken a catch yet, but I haven't noticed him drop anything that's come to him. So So unobtrusive and good so far.
Now, Stuart Brewer's planning. Does he want another ball?
When things aren't going well, try and change the ball.
They have had it changed once. This is the 43rd over only. There's still so much to come. Deep, what's going on here? Deep point still on the rope, just the wrong side of it. Something of it in outfields as Broad bowls and heads on the back foot, clipping the ball to mid-wicket, no run. It started so promisingly. 1 for 3, 2 for 7, 3 for 12. As you rightly say, it should have been 4 down at that stage. Even at 4 for 83, 4 for 85 at dinner. But since then, an all-out assault, 103 runs in just not quite 90 minutes. Broad has come off the wickets. Sets in to the over. He bowls to Head, who jams down on the ball, angled in at the centre of the over. Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today, 4 for 188.
What could you do with $5,000? Thanks to My Money House, you could win $5,000 cash. For details or your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. My Money House, empowering people to live life on their terms.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Adam Collins keeping the numbers for Nilex Misting Systems. Water like a Nile expert, available at Bunnings. What's the run rate this session, Colin?
5.4, 103 runs in 19 overs.
Real problems for Root. Who does he turn to? Wood and Wokes going absolutely round the park, so it's with him and Broad at the moment. Robinson obviously can't bowl.
Root begins a new over. He bowls and it's defended by Green straight mid-wicket.
He was asked about Ollie Robinson's fitness actually in the press conference before the game, and he said he thought his bowlers generally could get fitter.
Over the wicket is signed to Gerard to come and then defend.
Come on, lads. 2 giveaway here, Mason. Come on. Come on, Richard.
Root to Green, back and defending near the off stump.
Who's been the most annoying wicket keeper behind the stumps for Chatter?
Rishabh Pant. It was just so constant. Down the wicket does Green come, but he defends the arrives.
I haven't had him in Australia yet, but I'm looking forward to Naresh Dixwell after the Australian pattern. That does happen.
He's a ripper.
He's an absolute belter.
Root quickly, Green stands up from the stumps, knocks it to the leg, so an over happening quickly, and it's tight from Root.
Yeah, just trying to bowl very straight, no air, very flat.
Great darts was the call. Green knocked it away to leg and a maiden over, so some relief Joe Root provides. At Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today, 4 for 188 with Hutto coming back in.
Win it, Rootsy.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van, loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. We fit in class-leading safety features, like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the lift back, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the two-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
4 for 188. Broad with just one slip now. Bowls to Head, he tucks in behind it and defends. That's a mini win.
A dot ball, a mini win, you're quite right. There's a slight change of approach from Broad, who generally has been round the wicket, to Travis Head and has been unable to stop him scoring through the offside, even though there are 4 men in the circle and 1 back at deep point. So he's gone back over the wicket now, but he's going to start quite straight on about middle and leg. So by the time it gets to Travis Head, it's around that middle and off mark to give him no room.
Head on 89 from 99 deliveries. Broad bowls tight to off stump, but hammered away square of the wicket on the offside by Head for one. Coverage out at deep point. He goes into the 90s. And this pair have added 106, but quite an innings, hasn't it, from Travis Head, and complemented beautifully by Green.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful partnership, and they've really got England on the back foot. How many balls, Colo, was Travis Head's 100 at Brisbane? Is that the second fastest in Ashes history from memory? When he gets them quick, doesn't he?
He ended up almost a run a ball, wasn't it? 152 off 148 in the end.
Every time Travis Head's made it to 90 in Test cricket, you know what I'm going to say. He's got made a century. Never been out in the 90s.
Well, it's not a massive sample size.
Oh, you know, there's 300s there.
You're stretching things, but that's okay. It's okay. Broad, and Green resists the temptation to lay back on that one and carve it away through the offside. He let it pass.
Michael Slater was the one, wasn't he? He used to get out in the 90s, 80s, 90s, a hell of a lot. He got them quickly as well.
Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Good. Laurenex Cleaning today. 4 for 189 after England won the toss. Sent Australia in and had three batsmen back in the pavilion. Quick, smart. How things have changed since then. It's 4 for 189. Hasn't completely gone from England, but they need a breakthrough and they need it soon. Broad to Green, again, just outside the off stump. And Green resists.
Yeah, there's no question that Broad would prefer to be bowling at Cameron Green at the moment. He's had a lot of success against the left-handers generally. He's a brilliant bowler at them, but Travis Head at the moment has got his measure.
Why do you think he has? Just because he's seen them so well?
So, yeah, I mean, he's playing beautifully, aggressively. That line from round the wicket that Broad's had so much success with against Warner and made Harris look indifferent, just doesn't seem to worry Travis Head so much.
Some slips as he goes forward and drives, just strokes it to mid-off, and there's no run, so all is quiet for now.
Yeah, not for long, I suspect, given the run rate this session.
Just the one run from this over so far, contrary to the power scoring Colo mentioned. Was it 5.4 runs per over since the break? Lights have almost taken over completely here at Blunston. Blunston built to last. So it seems as Broad. Bowling to Green. This time he does. They uppishly. So this time they could have easily gone to cover. It didn't quite carry the journey. So good over from Broad. Mini fight back. 4 for 189.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Ben Stokes is again mounting the argument that the ball needs to be changed. No luck. It's going to continue. It's quite a sight here at Blunston Arena. As we said, the lights taking full effect. Some of the TV shots are quite magnificent. Great to be here. It's not feeling so secure for England at the moment as Root bowls and heads back on the stumps and dangerously plays it right out of his off stump, but he'll get a single for the missed time drive into the covers. 4 for 190. Head to 91.
Very interesting to see how many spectators are here at 11 o'clock tonight. Do you think they'll have drifted away?
Are you staying? Root to Green, more air, and he's off driven. Yes, is the cause. He'll be close. Shot at the stumps from Broad, misses. England just need a slice of luck, a slice of something here.
Yeah, bit of inspiration from somebody, whether it's in the field or with the ball. They've got to break this partnership in the context of the day and the pitch. It is so damaging.
3 for 12 seems a long time ago, even though it's really not. Root bowls from wide of the crease, and again head plays from the crease, getting back onto the stumps. Not hitting that as pure as he has into the covers, and he can't get around. More encouragement for the England captain. He tosses this up, and it's a wristy flick from head to mid-wicket. One more run. He comfortably moves to 92. He might just pace himself through the 90s rather than rush there. But then again, Rick Bowles got through Green as he too played back and actually turned a little bit, beat the bat, hit the pad.
Yeah, the odd ball has just spun a little bit, which will give some encouragement to Nathan Lyon. Just enough.
Again, Green defends, very watchful and respectful of that one as the over complete. 4 for 192 this session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time.
As a small to medium business owner, you need a vehicle fleet that is fit for purpose. The new Nissan Navara is the ultimate workhorse, built tough to handle the harshest conditions. Packed with the latest intelligent safety and driving assistance tech, the new Nissan Navara is the ideal addition to your fleet. Let your local Nissan fleet dealer tailor a vehicle solution that's right for you and your business needs. Visit your local Nissan dealer or search Nissan Fleet today.
Have you given your thoughts yet on extensively on what Marnus Labuschagne was trying to do?
This is amazing dismissal. I've never seen anything like it. It's the most comical thing. And, I mean, it was just hilarious watching it. He ends up flat on his face with his arms outstretched, and England's players just laughing, none more so than Rory Burns, who now doesn't have the most comical dismissal of the series himself. I just don't know what he was doing. He's just like overthinking himself. He got himself into such a tangle.
The previous over, he'd done a couple of weird things at the start of the over, and then he set and played normally for 4 balls to Broad, and then first ball of that next over, and his front foot slipped on it. What would have been interesting is if the front foot hadn't have slipped, what would have happened then?
I remember, I saw one dismissal yonks ago. Ijaz Ahmed from Pakistan walked across to Dominic Cork. In fact, Colo's just got it up on screen as we're talking about it.
It's had a bit of a run tonight.
Oh, okay. I was captain in that game, which is why I remember it.
Wokes is back into the attack, and Head treats him with absolute disdain again. Rips it off his pads and speeds out to the boundary for 4. And he's closing in on another century, Travis Head. He is 96. 4 for 196.
Well, this is so dismissive. And Wokes, it's a real struggle for him today, not for 46. He's just not looked in any kind of rhythm whatsoever. Preferred in the 11 to Atherton. Once Anderson wasn't playing, it was going to be one of Atherton or Wokes. And he's just given Root no control whatsoever today.
Wokes to Head on 96. He pushes for 1. I think about a second, but stay put as he goes to 97. And Green is 44. It's 4 for 197 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
It's such a contrast for Chris Wokes between his form at home, when he's the king, really, the king of the Duke's ball, and looks such a dangerous customer. Put a kookaburra in his hand, it is a different story, and it's been a real struggle for him today.
Those average disparity between his home average and his away average continues to get worse, as you'd expect coming into this test match. He's averaging 53 away from home, and he's now playing up to 56.
What is the average at home?
22 and a half.
Amazing.
Comes back over the wicket to the right-hander. Has 2 slips and a catching cover. He's into Green, who pushes at this one on the bounce. It goes to that man Milan, who's in at cover, and there's no run.
It's just the absence of swing. That's the only thing that can explain it, really. He's not a seam bowler like Robinson or Broad, in which case, he'd get the help off this surface, but He's a genuine swing bowler, and the Duke's ball swings for him at home, but he just can't get the Kookaburra off the straight, and then he's very, very predictable and not that quick.
Mr. Green, he fans at it and he almost nicked it. Chased it a little outside the off stump.
That's what you see a lot of in England. When the Duke's ball swings for him, even a ball of 47 overs old, he's in the game because the ball is moving and he passes the bat, but it just happens once a blue moon that he beats the bat here with a Kookaburra.
Once again, and Green more confident that time. He played it straight to that man at shortish cover Milan and can't beat him. It's still 4 for 197.
That field is fine, really. 2 slips and that short extra cover that you mentioned there, and Wokes trying to bowl a fullish length. Green is not a player who manoeuvres the ball square of the wicket, so you can set the field quite straight to him.
Bowls again, and this time Green is just all about defence. Plays it up to mid-on as the over is complete. 4 for 197. Green 44. Head 97. Australia batting for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippies flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippies fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table, that's Nippies. Delicious!
Travis Head takes strike on 97. Joe Root starts a new over. He bowls and his call is yep as he turns him to mid-wicket, so he's in no rush here to get to triple figures. He's getting mighty close. In singles, he's now 98. Alex Doolan's back with us. I think he's finished his Fitzel for Anaconda. Halfway. Root bowls and Green turns, and the immediate call is for 1. As it goes to mid-wicket. And looking tapped him for another single. It's 4 for 199 now. The crowd, who a portion of it, their attention has waned or been distracted at various times, particularly over on the hill, are focusing on the cricket right now. Australia 4 for 199. Travis Head on 98. Joe Root with a slip. Bowls and can't get a run this time. He beats the inner ring but not the medium ring, protecting on the leg side. Ben Stokes out of deep mid-wicket. Root bowls, head down the pitch, flicks it away, out to mid-wicket. He won't take on the fieldsman. And it's just 1 run. That is the 200 up for Australia as Head goes to 99. He's making sure the word's getting around. Get by your TVs and radios. Root bowls to Green. He used his speed and attractive on drive. Up to long on for 1. And Travis Head is back on strike on 99. Started the Test series in a blaze of glory with a magnificent 150. And the Gabba. Field comes in a little, so that's good to see. Root bowls, Head on 99, he can't get it. Off this Joe Root over as he drives straight to cover. SEN Test cricket, the Henley everyday advantage, over 2,000 ways to customise our homes. Head 99 and Green 46. What were you like on 99, Adams?
I wasn't there too often, I don't think. Hello?
Don't be modest.
I would have been very nervous, especially a Test match. If I ever got there.
I got 2 Test 99s.
Did you?
And was dropped on another innings on 99.
What was the secret then, Mike?
Don't get run out at Lords on 99.
We got Greg Blewett's number handy. He was stranded on 99 a few times.
New over from Wokes, and it's Green who has strike, and yes is the immediate call. And they'll shut the stats from Stokes at mid-off. So Green gets to the other end safely. He's 47. Head is 99. The sweat pouring off Travis Head. He takes the helmet off, readjusts, and gets ready for his moment.
It was just an odd thing at the last ball of the previous over when Root was bowling and Rory Burns was at long off, and Travis Head is on 99. And Burns had to be told by Root to come in for a single. I would have just thought anybody with a bit of game awareness would have been coming in without the captain having to tell him.
Stokes goes across to extend the conversation here with Wokes. Joe Root out of slip. Same thought process. Straight at 4 for 202. Full engagement from the crowd at Bellerive. Travis Head on 99. Wokes comes in, bowls and Head makes them wait a little longer as he plays back to the bowler from a well pitched up delivery.
They got the field in, everybody's in. Burns, who was at deep point, is in on the single, so 4 men saving one on the offside, and Zach Crawley very close at a short cover. 1 slip, and then 3 men saving one on the leg side. So they're surrounding him like the Alamo.
Head on 99. Wokes bowls, he flicks, and he can't get a run. That was aerial for a moment up to long on, and Head. Can't quite believe it. There's uncertainty there.
Not the first false shot he's played, is it?
Yeah. The crowd won't even have a look at the replay. Oh, he spooned it back over Wokes' head. Could easily have gone to hand on the follow through. Didn't quite have enough to get to mid-on. Wokes again. Head on 99. He bowls. It's there. He slashes. Bottom edge. But it doesn't matter. It's down to the boundary for 2 runs. An astonishing century from Travis Head. A game-changing innings. Defying Test cricket's conventions, coming in at 3 for 12. A big hug from the giant in Cam Green. And then arms raised to the heavens, acknowledging the applause right around Bellerive Oval. His second 100 of the series. His 4th in Test cricket. He plays Test cricket at his own speed. And a magnificent century for Travis Head, 101 not out. And something special here.
Something special indeed. A real counter-attacking 100, full of dramatic stroke play, and they really rose to him there because he's given them fantastic entertainment.
Wokes bowls and long drives.
It's unbelievable.
And he's out. He's out. He's fallen. Travis Head, the crowd stunned as he looked to get after Wokes. He shakes his head and walks away.
It was exactly the same shot, I think, when he was on 99.
Caught it mid-on, dismissed in the way he could have gone out for 99. It went aerial, and he's been caught at mid-on by Ollie Robinson. And everyone a little nonplussed as Travis Head's innings comes to an end in amazing circumstances, really, given the complete control he's shown in the match so far.
Yeah, barely a false shot. He played that one early on to Ben Stokes that ballooned towards mid-on, towards Stokes at mid-on. Then that shot on 99, which was a false shot. And then that one to get out, the ball after his 100. But other than that, was in absolute control and played a blistering innings. Well done.
Yes, a magnificent innings, but strange old end, Alex.
It was, but to Trav's credit, he's changed the game for Australia here. 3 for 12 to take it to score nearly a runnable 100 and put all the pressure back on England in bowler-friendly conditions.
They won the toss, elected to bowl, sent the Australians in. When they had them 3 for 12, the game was there to be taken, and Travis Head really just took it straight back without even batting an eyelid. What'll be interesting now, I think, gents, is the way Australia play, whether they do try and put the foot down and try and get to 300 as quick as possible and bowl at England tonight, or whether they do just play the game that's in front of them.
5 for 204 at the fall of that wicket, 12 fours, and he's 101. Wokes has his first wicket, so his fortunes have changed for the better. That was not expected at all, given the control that Travis Head has shown. Let's see if England can capitalise. Alex Carey, not a man with great confidence in the bat at the moment. He's the new batsman as Wokes is pitching up, and he defends back to the bowler. So a successful over for Wokes. Here's the figures of 1 for 55 for 204 as we watch the Blunston replay. Blunston built to last.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Husky Drink Storage Solutions. The celebration continues at home. Proud lunch break partner of SEN Test Cricket. Listen live, anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. Visit huskybrand.com.au.
Well, how significant will that dismissal be? New over starts, and reaching forward to defend is Green to the Joe Root opening salvo.
You'd think with Alex Carey, and he's going to play aggressively as well, wouldn't you? To make your point.
Root again and played very late by Green. He adapted, opened the face. Probably not guiding it to the exact position he was after, but there's 2 more runs for him as he saunters back for a second. That's 5 for 206.
Yeah, I somewhat hope that Alex Carey's been given a little bit of a licence here to go out and take the game on, because he does, in the last few years of Shield cricket, play very similar to what Travis Head has.
Walks up shorter that time and back goes Green. Yes is the call. There's a hesitation. Slightly speared the ball coming in slowly. And that is 50 to Cam Green. He has played with tremendous composure, following on from his 74 in Sydney. And he was a terrific support act for Travis Head. 50 from 80 balls.
Yeah, he looked a bit out of nick with the bat earlier in the series. He's bowled beautifully all series, but with the bat, he just looked a little bit uncertain for 2 or 3 test matches, then started to find his rhythm and his range at Sydney, and is looking good again now.
Here's Joe Root. Reaching for that defence square on the offside, there's no run.
Green's first half century in the first innings of a test match for Australia. He put on 121, we've hit in 149 balls.
Alex Carey 110 in the series at 15.7 as Root bowls, and again he stretches forward and gets off the mark. Square drives him quietly out to deep point for 1. And Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 5 for 208. He was a bit stiff, wasn't he? Carey, as Pat Cummins didn't declare, and he hung out for a first ball duck in Sydney. Root bowls, and Green winds into a classic drive wide of mid-off for 4. So stylish, the tall man, when he drives. And a lovely boundary. 5 for 212. It's a Foxtel 4K boundary, which we enjoy in the Blunston replay. Blunston built to last.
The Warradale Tavern, voted AHA's best sporting entertainment venue 2020 and 2021, is your home for all live sport this summer. You'll be spoilt for choice with up to 3 live sporting events televised simultaneously across 23 screens, including Adelaide's biggest and brightest sports screen and air-conditioned comfort. Throughout January, stay cool with our West End draft promotion with free teas when you buy 10 pints while stocks last. It's got to be the Warradale for your viewing pleasure this summer. warradalehotel.com.au. Drink responsibly.
Chris Wokes feeling a bit better about life. Bowls to Carey, full defensive shot on the offside. I mean, if they can get another breakthrough here, England, and maybe another, then
they'll have to bound a light.
So you think just go on the super defence and try not to get any wickets?
I was going to say that too, Hutto, was that this is a really big moment in the game. And if you're Joe Root, would you be bringing back your quicks from his end? Or would you be still toiling away with himself?
Just to carry, middle and leg, whipped straight to mid-wicket.
It's been one of the issues of Root's captaincy in this series, just a kind of failure to recognise moments. Even after lunch today, I was amazed Broad didn't bowl for 50 minutes.
Yeah.
He's the best bowler in the morning, in the conditions, along with Robinson. And he was the last bowler that he turned to after lunch. That would seem so odd to me.
It's been the way Broad's been treated this series has been interesting in itself, hasn't it? Not playing the opening Gisborne.
Wants to carry, lets that pass. Just outside off.
Would have thought with Jimmy Anderson carrying a niggle into that first test and not playing Broad was a no-brainer to be able to have that experience out there.
The only issue was the fitness issue with Broad, because he'd torn his calf so badly in the summer and they'd had no cricket in the run-up to that game, so he hadn't played for months. But obviously from a tactical point of view, you would have liked to have seen him play against Warner.
Two slips of gully, works, he's working away just outside the off stump. Getting a little closer each time. Carey still not compelled to play.
I think you'd be, I don't know, from my point of view, I'd like to think that you'd be putting your faith in your senior bowler to know that he's ready to go. Yeah. And if he says, Skipper, I'm up to it, then I'd be picking him every day of the week. Having his combativeness out there, you know, he had the wood over Warner in the last Ashes series in England. I would have picked him for sure.
This time he does play, just pressing forward defensively, can't beat Cut.
Yes, a lot of question marks around Broad and Anderson. How long will they go on for? Will England move on from them for the next tour to the Caribbean? Lots of questions to answer.
How far away is Jofra?
Well, he's not going to play until at least the start of the English summer. They've said he's ruled out for the winter. He's had a second operation on his elbow.
Looks around the wicket now, and Carey drives. A handsome looking shot. He can't beat mid off though, so it's a maiden bowl. 5 for 212 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Last over before tea will be bowled by Joe Root. Dream is able to turn us around the corner as we dropped a bit short. Played with the spin, but he can't beat square leg. Remains on 54. Just one slip for Root, move on. He plays back to this one. Just keeps it out.
Is Robinson on the field? I'm looking at. He's not on the field, is he?
He was before. He's back. To Green, who's back again on the stumps.
Where's that Karen coming, mate?
Can't see him. Over to the square leg, so I don't think Robinson's on the field. Sounds like he's not going to bowl again today.
Bowls down the pitch, comes Green trying to get to the pitch off it. He almost yorked himself. In the end, it's gone fine, down to fine leg for 3 runs. So, no real joy for Joe Root, despite the fact that Green got a little bit lost with his footwork. He gets 3 runs and he goes to 57. It's 5 for 215 now.
It was very frustrated, Root. When he got hit for the 4, the last ball of his previous over, he kind of kicked at the turf. He must feel that things have just slipped away from him again.
Bowls to Carey here from wide of the crease. Which is well down to defend.
How many pleasants?
1 ball to go. Clock's ticking over now to 8 local time. Root ball. And Carey, that almost went right through him. That's over, and he came off the thick inside edge, and it could easily have gone onto the woodwork. It doesn't. Instead, Australia remain 5 wickets down at 5 for 215. A highlight, a magnificent century from Travis Head. Great support from Cam Green, who's with him on 57 not out. Carey is 1, and it's 5 for 215 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Quick word from Mike Atherton and Alex Doolan.
Well, that was Australia's session without a shadow of a doubt. 130 runs in what? Less than 30 overs, 28 overs for just the loss of 1 wicket. Australia's session. Fantastic batting from Travis Head and Cameron Green, and real issues for Root around the fitness of his bowlers, being already a bowler down. So a big session coming up for him.
Yeah, he's been slightly hamstrung, hasn't he, Root? He's been forced to bowl himself probably more than he would have liked in these conditions, and now is probably the best time for him to be bowling his quick. So to have Robinson go down and Stokes to be unavailable for him, it's hamstrung him quite a bit, hasn't it?
So the fall of wickets for budget truck rental, no matter the job. They've got a truck. Australia at one stage 3 for 12. They lost Warner with the score on 3, Kawaja with the score on 7, and Smith, who, like Warner, made a duck, was out with the score at 12. So 3 for 12, and then Labuschagne was dismissed. It was 4 for 83 at that stage. He was bowled by Broad for 44. And then finally the breakthrough came with the score at 5 for 204. Travis Head dismissed. Court Robinson bowled Wokes for 101. Travis Head, obviously our leading run scorer for Victoria Police. For non-urgent police assistance, 131444 is the number to call. And the wickets, the leading wicket taker for the new Spinal Ease mattress, spinaleze.com.au, split between Stuart Broad and Ollie Robinson. Broad 14 overs, 2 for 39. Robinson 8 overs, 2 for 24. Mark Wood 8 overs, none for 62. With Robinson injured and Wokes also expensive early, it's been a real problem. So Joe Root has bowled 10 overs for 35. It's all been happening at Blunston Arena, built to last. We saw England snaffle some catches early. Snaffle, visit snaffle.com.au. But Australia are on top at T, 5 for 215. All your feedback for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Time for the tea break, and with thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer. And we're back to wrap it all up in a moment.
The Ashes on SEN. The Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables. Bitabex Springline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
It's that time of the year. Big hits, classic catches, swishing threes, and laying up fast breaks. We're pumped. South Australians are pumped, and so is Lumo Energy SA. Join thousands of South Australians and switch to Australian-owned energy, Lumo SA. Call their team today on 131 5866 or visit lumoenergy.com.au. Lumo Energy not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Australia's making positive energy, and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding snowy hydro, so it's the biggest battery in the Southern Hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au, authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippy's flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table, that's Nippy's. Delicious!
G'day, Damien Fleming here. Want to build a big innings in a career you love? Talk to MEGT. From construction to IT and everything in between, MEGT can find the right apprenticeship or traineeship to suit you. MEGT can help you transition from school to the workforce too, helping you to open your career innings by earning and learning at the same time. So hit your job prospects out of the park. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 1369 63.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can score yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18V ×2 brushless multi-function powerhead kit. Hurry, limited time only, offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN. The Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Wokes again. Head on 99. He bowls. It's there. He slashes. Got an edge, but it doesn't matter. It's down to the boundary for 2 runs. An astonishing century from Travis Head. A game-changing innings. Defying Test cricket's conventions, coming in at 3 for 12. A big hug from the giant in Cam Green. And then arms raised to the heavens, acknowledging the applause right around Belrive Oval.
The tea break. The Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The great Australian brew.
It was the signature moment of the middle session on day one. Travis Head with his second century on this Ashes summer. And then out the very next ball, 101 from 113 balls. The tea break is from Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We are live from Blunston Arena. Blunston built to last. 5 for 215. Cam Green is 57. Alex Carey is on 1. Bharat Sundaresan, you were on commentary when Travis Head came in, and in the first 5 minutes, you and Alex Doolan looked at each other knowingly and forecast precisely what was about to unfold.
Of course, I have had the pleasure of commentating many a Travis Head innings now. Gerard and Alex Doolan has been in a position where he's been in the opposition. He can frustrate you at times. Just the way he starts, he'll play shots that will never be entered into any cricketing textbook anywhere. But he gets the job done like South Australians do, Gerard.
It was a rather remarkable knock.
Yeah.
3 for 12 when he arrives, and he utterly changed the complexion of the game.
You know, people spoke about his innings at the Gabba and said, he was slightly lucky at times. There were times he got away. But I thought today's innings, after a point, some of the English press were comparing him to Brian Lara, and there were a couple of shots hit through the offside, which were very Lara-esque. And you could see how rattled the English were. There were fielders going here, there, everywhere. And at one point, they had 5 men on the offside, and he still kept piercing through that field and finding gaps. And this is something we've seen him do at Shield level, where he comes in, completely changes the complexion of the game. And now that he started doing that at Test level consistently, we can say as well, twice in this series, just tells you that maybe he is that special talent that every South Australian will let you believe.
It was an 85-ball century at the Gabba. He arrived at 3 for 189, so he had licence to accelerate that game because Australia was already 42 runs ahead.
Yes, but they lost 2 wickets right after that. Yeah, after he came out to bat. If you remember, Cam Green got out first ball. Alex Carey was out not long after. So Australia were under deep pressure, and again the ball was doing all sorts, and he just took the attack to the English. But today's innings was just extraordinary. I mean, and he made Manas Labuschagne change the way he was batting. I mean, he gave him that impetus. When they picked him, George Bailey said he moves the game, but I mean, I think it was a bit more than just moving the game is what he did.
112-ball century today after arriving at 3 for 12. All the numbers for Nilex misting systems, water like a Nile expert, available at Bunnings. I did like this from John sent this through. I feel this way. That 100 reminds me of an old number 6